what happened was only the sensory vibrations or the sensory organ vibrations, nothing else. But due to the ignorance, we have felt something different all the time. So we can start the discussion something like that. And yeah, I think because
Yeah,
there's no much participants, we just have to keep having an
talking.
input ourselves and output
Yeah.
ourselves, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, as you said, yes. I mean, uh, the current is at negligible levels in the small baby. You can't say no current because there is something from the zygote level. So this, the current, so-called current or the self vibration is at very negligible levels right at the beginning, but I mean, with time it gradually becomes stronger and stronger, and then at beyond certain levels, strongly, I mean, there is a person, and person who is dealing with the world. So this current, in other words, current is felt as me. Uh, so how this current occurs is what you were trying to explain, because everywhere there is a speed uh, playing a very important role. Because of the speed, something is created, something uh, is shown as if it is there. So it may be at the sensor level where it's seen as a light or a shape, it's heard as a sound, and then it's felt as a taste, felt as a smell, or felt as something related to skin. So it's a creation and it's an illusion. It's simply because of the speed. So if the speed is not there, this creation will not be there. Then the story will be completely different. Uh, because of the speed and this sensor function creates something, and then it doesn't stop there. What happens is the thought is created again, uh, some form of naming or some form of identification. That is the result of the telepathization or synchronization of a previous exposure or previous experience. So this is a series of telepathization actually, which goes on, and we call it living, or we call that this is the life, and this is the alive feeling, and this is the existence. So in different ways it can be described, but this rapidly changing pattern of synchronization of telepathizations goes on, and we describe it as I am living and myself. So that is how the current is getting more and more stronger. Uh, this current is not something that you can feel or see, but when it is manifested in in different forms, depending on that sensor function, uh, it's named as something that you see, something that heard, like that. So this is a process actually, uh, and finally, uh, this process is the one which leads to this current, and current continues, and at some point, uh, if the system doesn't get the chance of listening to this true Dhamma and find out what is this mechanism, how it happens, uh, then there is continuity, and this current will continue, uh, and this is what we name as samsara journey, or the birth cycles. So the importance is this, how this identifying or knowing how it happens, what is this mechanism. The fact that current is nobody's, I mean, no one is responsible for that. And there is no ownership to that current. When you realize that this is something that happens like that, uh, when you when the system understands how this current occurs, that is the only way that the current will get less and less. Only how it happens, only the ability to identify the magic work, magician's performance, then only you know that there is nothing to be surprised of. Uh, there is a story from Lord Buddha's time that a magician who is performing at a right at a junction from where four roads are meeting together, and the people are surprised to see the magic. All sort of bobs and exclamatory marks, shouting and laughing, all because they don't know how it is happening. So Lord Buddha has said that this mind or the mind sensor is something like a magician who has a sort of very super performances, and we the people in the mundane world, I mean, who has no idea about this Dhamma, will be taken away with these performances. When you realize that how the magic is performed, uh, or when you realize that how the thoughts are formed, what is this self-perception, what is the mechanism of this activity, when you understand it equals to knowing the tricks of the magician, then you know that, I mean, still you can laugh and you can enjoy the magic show, but you know that it is a big, I mean, everything is fake and just a big lie. Uh, then your interest uh, to watch it will get less and less. But still, you can watch the magic and then have some fun, but there's no burn within you. Uh, so I think that is what I wanted to add. Anything else? Surangika also has joined. Terwan Saranai.
Terwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala and Dr. Pokira. Pay respects to the Buddothpada and answer. Yes, that is the fine thing, isn't it? The understanding the magic of the mind by, I think this is one of the examples that has been written about, I think, in lots of Buddhist books, even not even Paramatha Dharma, even these other books that have been there for years and years. We have a collection at home, and in some of those books as well, this example is given because it is such a good example to understand the tricking part of the mind, the trick that it plays on this whole system, and with that trick brings that false sense of ego and self, which then gets perpetuated and takes that vibration through a samsaric cycle with that wrong perception of self or self-view, rather, isn't it? So that stage, all the world is watching its own vibration or feeling or experiencing that vibration with the ownership, as we discussed yesterday, thinking that whatever they feel, they see, they experience is something they experience, that there is ownership, that there is a self-perspective, self-lens to it. And it is only through understanding the Satyajnana or true Dhamma that we break it down to understand that just as this Dhamma, through the Dhamma we explain that the body is not me, so too there is the explanation, there is the analysis that the mind is also not me. So in order to get into the deeper realms of that understanding that the mind is not me, that is where this whole Dhamma philosophy has to be unraveled by understanding the three types of wisdom, Ubbenivasana-sati, Chuttapata, and Asavakkhaya Jnana, how the past minds get created. How does that then eventuate into understanding the present thought? And then how through those understanding, how through the understanding of those two types of wisdom, the defilements start gradually fading away. So together, these three types of wisdom will shine the light on this whole ignorance that has shrouded one's analysis to falsely believing that there is a self here. And there is an identity here, which then leads to the notion and this, the impulse to protect, the impulse to experience things, the impulse to kind of enjoy every moment, every object, because unknowingly the system is not realized as a system. So the amazing thing about that stage example is that when you go to the backstage, instead of being in the front and you analyze the thought, the backstage is the understanding the workings of the mind. And when you do that, the whole thing gets unraveled. One can see that the senses are the stark reality of the senses, how they come about, as you said, Dr. Sakuntala, the vibrations, how it manifests due to the sheer speed. And it is just the aggregation of it and the feel that eventually arises, the consciousness, the light consciousness, the sound consciousness, the feeling that there is sound, the feeling that there is light, that light exists, sound exists. And then the culmination or the combination of all those consciousnesses to then give rise to the sense of a world, the sense of the world existing, the alive feel, and then all that again being tantamount to there being a self and self view, and that the I is here, and all that then starts perpetuating. So yeah, so that example is an excellent example. I remembered when you were talking about it, the couple of other examples that the Buddha had given, particularly when one thinks about instead of analyzing the mind, instead of understanding how this whole thing is just a construct, if one just sits there at meditation. And at that point, I think the Buddha had said to different ascetics in different conversations about a person on a tightrope, isn't it? If a person who's on a tightrope is having, you can imagine the level of concentration that person has in order to be able to be steady, to plant that person's feet on the tightrope at a particular height, and then be able to walk across very slowly, very carefully, with pinpoint accuracy and concentration over that tightrope without falling. One can only imagine the level of concentration that person would be having to do that, to navigate the path over that tightrope. And then, but does that even help? I can't remember how it ended, but does that even help in terms of, can you then say that one-pointedness is going to bring salvation, is going to bring liberation? No, because the tightrope is real. The person being on that height is also real. All that is still real, isn't it? So the concentration alone into one-pointedness itself is not the way to get about it. There are so many things that people do in this conventional world where they think is the way to nirvana. And the other example I remembered was somebody, the ascetics, who used to go and bathe in the Ganges River in the effort to cleanse their defilements, because there were so many people in search of the truth back in the day. And one of the things was they did so many rituals. One of the rituals was that they went and bathed in the Ganges River, thinking that it was a sacred river and they could cleanse their defilements. But then again, the Buddha very laughingly, very lightly said, in that case, all fish have all fish have attained nirvana or liberation, isn't it? Because they're permanently in the water and they've completely cleansed their souls. So it's a beautiful, I mean, the Buddha has used so many beautiful examples to convey
Yes.
the Dhamma, isn't it? So I just
Yeah.
thought I'd share that.
And also, how about the other one where Lord Buddha said, okay, the blind person would have been then,
Yes.
when someone
Yeah.
talked about not seeing the bad things or not seeing the good things, because that is going to build up this fire here. No, that is not the thing, it's the ignorance. So it's so beautiful. I mean, I was when I used the word beautiful also, I was thinking about that, because the word beautiful actually uh, is is not true. So, but the beautiful has the impression, isn't it? The impression, the value, the impression is okay. We know that when it says beautiful, we know that it is can't be ugly. When someone says beautiful, but beautiful to one person is different to beautiful to another person. So how this beautiful comes into world, and how the ugly comes into world, how the love comes to the world, how the hatred comes to the world, isn't it? So how these things differ in each person's mind, and how even these things are not true, because it's just a sound.
Thought. Yeah.
In the end, it is a sound. If I tell you now, I hate you, it's a sound you hear. But how did that happen? How did that bring you? Now I say, Dr. Sakuntala, I hate you. Then how does that brings you a sense of understanding? Like it's isn't it I mean, isn't it so good to understand that how this works? How a sound has the name, not only the sound, but a value, and also a kind of a picture to that. But when we say hatred, we don't have a kind of a picture. Like when we say milk toffee or a toffee candy, we have some kind of a picture. I'll give you a candy. I have few candies left, and it's then we have a picture there. But the hatred or love or beautiful or ugly, these adjectives, how do they have so much meaning? And they have, don't they? Like we definitely know that if I say, Dr. Samantala, I hate you, then we definitely know there's a difference. There's a meaning and there's a difference. So that feels heavy. And
Yeah.
even
Powerful meaning,
if a
isn't it?
teenager tells another teenager, I love you, there's so much heaviness in that, so much beauty in that also. That girl might take it so heavy that, it will be the world to her or him in that case. So how do we keep understanding this Dhamma? So we have to be practical. When we apply into practical life, uh, How come we have so much different scenarios, feelings, and even the feelings? We have so many words to describe the feeling. How does the feeling come? So jealousy, if I say I'm jealous of you, we kind of know what that means. It's already having a meaning, even though there is a picture, a different kinds of pictures. So when we say he's so kind, we have a picture, not only the word. So how does this happen? How does uh, this happen to each and every thought, that having all the features in there? So so it is very, I mean, when we talk about like this, when we talk more and more about this, people will feel more and more about this. How on earth a beautiful would be a ugly thing to another person's mind. And even that, okay, now it is the mind, we can say, but is that true? Because sound, that over the phone, if someone hears, I don't like you anymore, then it's sound. How did that sound bring so much unhappiness to that person? So this meaning, in the sense the value, is so big that the whole the person can go into a cycle of depression even. Oh, that person doesn't like me anymore. Why can't anyone like me? A lot of kids, they have this problem. They want everyone to love them. They want everyone to like them. They want everyone to appreciate them. Not everyone would do that. So then they will be feeling so lonely, so upset, everything. But even these things, how come that a word carries so much burden, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, actually, I mean, it's when you explore, when you go deep and deep into these things, what you mentioned, I mean, the feelings that, or the picture created in relation just to a sound, which has all the components. I mean, just a sound when you say, I hate you or something like that. As you said, it's just a sound. But in relation to that sound, so many facts comes as sanya, or as a part of that
Perception.
perception. Right? Yes,
Mm-hmm.
perception. And for different people, it will be different, as you said. I mean, it's more now when you say you are beautiful, as you said, it could be a completely a contrast thing to another person. I mean, what is the beauty of this one? It looks ugly, will
Mm.
be the impression of another person. So how does that happen? Then you have to go back to this Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana that Sunangika mentioned earlier. So the three of the jnanas, or three of the wisdoms that is described um, by Lord Buddha, and which has been very clearly explained by our noble friend R.N. Wahanse. That is the Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, means the wisdom or the jnana about how the thoughts are formed, how these previous thoughts are formed. In simple words, how did the coconut tree appeared in the mind right at this moment, just in relation to a vibration of the eye, because the eye doesn't know about this
Mm.
naming. Eye is just a camera, and
Mm.
it has just a shape, uh, but the moment that picture is formed, the impression comes, this is a coconut
That's
tree.
the
So how
beauty
did,
of the one thought, the formation of
yes,
thought, or the mind,
yes.
or the
Mm.
yeah.
So how it happens, that is the mechanism that you learn with the Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana. And then uh, sort of analyzing the present thought is what is called the Chutupapata Jnana. So when you have the uh, Ubbenivāsanussati Jnana, then only you have this Chutupapata Jnana. You have to know about the mechanism to find out how this mind, how this thought occurred right at this moment. And when you realize this mechanism, then automatically the defilements are the ones which sort of gets less and less or gets faded away.
Yeah,
So these are the
yeah.
three jhanas that is described, isn't it, by Lord Buddha, and Arenvase has very beautifully explained those three jhanas. And without the three jhanas, there is nothing called the Dhamma path. The path means you have to understand these three mechanisms.
The Asavaksha Jnana has another kind of deeper meaning as well, I think, because you have to know your vibration in the beginning to feel it that once you become an arahant, how it would be zero. So there is always kind of knowing everywhere. That is jnana. The word jnana is used for that because it's kind of an inherent thing in this dhamma, where you will initially understand how much self vibration you had or have, and how it is when it is zero, and then it is going to happen. It is going to change, and unless it happens, you never call it that it is done, isn't it?
Yes.
Anything else, Rangika?
Yeah, I think that's the thing is that Chatupapata Jnana, you can't get to that without the Pubbenivasanussati, the understanding of how the mind, how these concepts got formed. Because, and again, the issue with this sitting at meditation is that there is no Satyajnana, the understanding of how this
No,
thing comes about. So
no.
they are suddenly just trying to appear at a monastery, sit down and listen to some brief sermon or some kind of kamatahana or some like a kamatahana, like a prayer or something. Take some object and then start focusing. So I think even recently Aryan Mahansa mentioned that and I think he even said that there are some followers that he's come across who has listened to the Buddothpada discourses, and then out of that long habit of sitting at meditation prior to listening to the discourses, these discourses, likes to go back and then still sit down and meditate. So he said quite recently that what you're trying to do with meditation is you're putting yourself into a limbo, meaning the nirvana is getting further away because there is nothing that is understood, and there is no further clarity that one can get by just sitting for meditation. There is no point, he said, because, and that is getting clearer and clearer, isn't it? Because all one has to do here is keep clarifying the true Dhamma philosophy. How does this mind work? And there are so many facets of this mind that is unbelievable, and that as you go deeper and deeper, these keep coming out in infinitesimal, sorry, I can't pronounce that word, in small tiny, tiny ways how this mind is continuing to deceive, how this mind is continuing to kind of feed that ego or the self-perception, or even if it's not the self-view, the vibration, self-vibration, isn't it? And the Buddha himself has said again that this mind is, forget about all these other kinds of dramas and films and all these things. The mind itself is a fascinating thing by itself. I think he used the word chalana chitra or something to say that there is nothing more fascinating than the mind itself, because it is designed by its very nature to keep this vibration, this momentum going, isn't it? So, and that is why it is so intricate. That is why it is challenging. So, the meditation is like a transient kind of state where you go into. It's almost like this: if you go on a couple of flights, the layover period somewhere, you go, say if you're going from here to Sri Lanka, if you go past Singapore and you go to Changi Airport, you're laying over for 12 hours. I mean, you don't do much, you just go around and you just wait for the flight, but that's useless, right? That time. That's a very feeble example, but what he was trying to say was that meditation, though you think it's going to get you somewhere, it's not going to get you anywhere, because you are not, there is no active understanding of the thought process, the construct, how it's occurring. In contrast, when we think about Dhamma discussions, isn't it, Dr. Pokida, how fruitful every Zoom conversation is, because all we talk of in those conversations is the non-self vibration. What is the self vibration? How is that formed? What is non-self vibration? Those are the things that, and then in the practical day-to-day experience, how do these come about? How does the defilements get detected? Where and where have you made an object or a person a thing? How did you come across this burning sensation? What object made you feel as if the self-perception was prominent? So see how all these little facets have come out in discussions, and this makes it clearer and clearer for anyone following the Buddothpada discourses. But what happens when you're in meditation? You're not chatting and doing meditation. Each one goes to a side, sits cross-legged, and then for 1, 2, 3 hours, I mean, by experience, I know because I've done it myself. And to a certain extent, one has a sense of peace and calm and all that, but have the defilements got faded to the extent that it has through the true Dhamma? No, it hasn't. And which is why there are so many people who have spent 20, 30 years, and then some of them unfortunately pass away without with all the defilements still coming back to haunt them in the last parts of their lives, even when they are in their deathbed. So, I mean, this is the
because
message we need
whatever
to
the
give. Yeah.
changes in the meditation, whatever the changes they see, they just take it in the self angle again. And because I have someone said I had a out of body experience in a meditation, and she was telling how she was scared about that itself shows what's the use of that. That means the self view, self vibration, self perception, everything is there. Otherwise who is getting scared now? It's so interesting to understand these things. Like if you get definitely you kind of know when you meditate. I'm not a strong meditator, but if you have meditated, you understand you have to focus. You keep focusing. The first line second line, third line, you keep changing the focus. So when you keep changing the focus, you definitely know you are there. Who keeps changing the focus otherwise? So it never ends up in that non-vibration. Even though what happens is you feel nothing. Yes, that's true. That happens. That's okay. You feel nothing. So that is a beautiful status in concentration meditation. That's fine. But the thing is to understand it is nothing about non-self dhamma or truth that Lord Buddha was trying to teach you, because he left that. He left Rupa Dhyana, he left Rupa Dhyana, and he still understood that nothing has happened to this self vibration. You still feel that feel of existence. Then what's the big deal? Even after 80 kalpas, if there's a vibration and still you feel as existing in that vibration, what is the use? So it's a waste of time, as you said. I mean, 80 kalpas, how would that be? Without a vibration, because you don't feel anything. And yeah, again, when you feel something, yes, again you are alive. Kind of, you feel of existence is there. So wasted, yeah, wasted. So what we actually discuss here is non-self angle. Then when the non-self angle is the priority, the everything changes. Everything changes, because the no self angle has never been a focus before Lord Buddha. Only Lord Buddha brought it out, and it now it is again out as well. So yeah, we invite everyone to come and listen and try and understand how this mirage, even in the field, how this mirage, what is the field? What is the mirage in the field? It is due to the rapidity of the vibration that you feel it as something. That's all. If you know this, that's all you need to know. If you really want to know something, that is all you need to know. What? How this feel of existence has happened, which is the culprit for self-will. Because if you feel something here, then definitely you're going to have a perception, because there's a feel. If there's a feel, there's a definite perception. That's how how the jealousy, the love, the hatred, everything. There's a difference you feel. That's why there's a word now to express that. Every feel, they kind of humans have the ability to make a different, like a way of telling that in whatever the language. Language doesn't matter. The expression is true. In the sense, expression is kind of similar, isn't it?
Yes, actually, about the meditation, as Surangika also said, I have the same experience. I have done it actually. When you do it for some time, you get addicted to that comfort, that relaxed feeling. Because when you do it for some time, you really feel sort of calm feeling and very relaxed, and sort of you can get that inner calmness and inner quietness, which is very soothing. And when you do it for some time, uh, it happens now. The moment you sit and sort of start meditating, uh, get the feeling that like a wheel is kept on the track, and thereafter it will move forward without any difficulty. You get that feeling where you fall into the track within like few minutes, and then that floating type of feeling comes. So I think that is why people go more and more for this one, because of that temporary feeling, that comfortable feeling. But what is taught actually by Lord Buddha was this was not this concentration meditation, which has been in practice for a long time before even the birth of Lord Buddha as the little prince. So it has been practicing, and people have been experiencing many sort of miraculous performances. So people were impressed that this is what the meditation can bring about. But when Lord Buddha explained about the Vidarshana meditation, where you can practice it in all four postures, not necessarily to sit somewhere and concentrate on one sort of point, whereas in all four postures, whatever the stimulus which comes is addressed then and there. I feel that it is something like now a toddler who is, I mean, we all know toddlers, they are always curious and want to move around, uh, touch or pull something. So it's some concentration meditation is something like you are trying to keep the toddler in one place. Now, toddler will kneel and go somewhere, you pick him up and bring him to the center point. Again, he will go to another direction. Again, you pull him back and bring him to the same point. So, like in concentration meditation, you are trying to tackle your mind by pulling it back to the uh, middle point when it is going strange. Whereas in Vidarshana meditation, you allow the toddler to move around, but be watchful what he is doing and where he is going, and make sure that there is no danger, but just be observe what is happening. But then that point also, uh, there shouldn't be an observer who is observing these movements. Uh, so ultimately, as we always discuss, that there is no doer. This toddler's activity is there. That means it equals to the functions of the senses. And then talking a little deeper from that level, there's nothing called sense function also. That is also creation of the creation due to the fast speed. So it is just some illusion or some yeah, I think that we have to tell it as a creation, uh, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, the more we talk about this, more clearer it becomes. And also, more you think about this, more clearer you become. The most important aspect is not the thinking, not the discussing part, but how you feel about this. And because awakening from the dream is a different kind of feel. So has to feel it, because you will be in the dream still. You will be having the discussion with your kids. You will be doing everything for their benefit, or whatever the things that that you are supposed to do. But still, it's different, because you don't really take them as happening. I would say, I don't know how the words can match this. So yeah, it is like you are awakened from that dream. You're still in the dream though. But the most important part is the lack of vibration, the zero vibration or non-vibration we call it, because the you are in the film without the vibration is the main important thing here. That is the message, is something for you to feel. But the discussion actually leads to that discussion. Lord Buddha has said 5 things: thinking about this, discussing about this, saying this. What is the other two? I forgot. There's 5 things Lord Buddha said. Not sure, but Yoniso Manasikara, Sahaja, Veshna, listening. Yeah, listening. Listening is also one part. So important aspects are like actually try and understand this. That this is a dream. Even understanding that bit is difficult. That to understand even this self perception is a dream. That is the main important aspect. Not everything else, but the part and parcel is the chair is the reason that you are having a self perception. And when you understand the chair is a mirage, self perception is a mirage too. But they don't exist differently, they exist together, isn't it? I think Dr. Sakuntala was trying to say something about that yesterday. I can't remember the exact aspect of that, but why we need to know that how we need to know why we need to know is to get rid of this suffering, the samsaric cycle of suffering. Yes, but then how we need to know is that there is no self. Yes, that is for sure. There's no self. But then why this feel is coming is because the stimulus or the whatever the thought that has arisen from the field has given you the impression that it is a thing, and as soon as it becomes a thing, the self-perception is there already. So, but when you understand that the stimulus is actually a mirage, self-perception becomes a mirage too, because they coexist. They don't they don't exist differently. That's the drushti, kind of the view is that I'm here, chair is there. That is the drushti. But actually, what's happening here is different thing, isn't it? Anything to add?
Yeah, all these are actually the cause and effect. It is the
Yeah,
phenomenon of
cause and
cause
effect.
and effect, isn't it? Vibration is a
Mm.
cause, and the effect is the light, sound, smell, taste, etc. And the cause, that effect becomes the cause, and then the next effect is the thought, isn't it? And when the thought is the cause, the effect is the self perception or the self feeling. So it's a chain which happens simultaneously. You can't say it's one after the other, you can't stretch it and show, but it happens right at this moment, because this cause and effect phenomenon is the uh, true thing that will explain this mechanism.
And that's what Lord Buddha said.
Yes, yes.
That's what Sariyut Thero, as a lay person, here heard. That Lord Buddha is saying a cause and effect. How intense that person's mind at that time, he was attracted to this Dhamma through that only one sentence. That is his cause and effect. And
Yeah, he was
it's
very
really,
intelligent to pick that up, isn't it? That just one single sentence. He was so sort of.
and the way they look at the life at that point must have been thinking about the self. Otherwise, like when one Saran Vansi asked from one mother, um, he asked in a different way. He asked, Amma koyed inne? She definitely answered with the name of the village. And he he actually answered it in that way, but then he let us "නෑ, මම මේ අම්මා කොහෙද ඉන්නේ?" Then she understood. Yeah, that's the thing. Like now, because we know from Lord Buddha's time how on earth that child came running there, and Lord Buddha was waiting, and he asked kind of a different question like that. From where are you coming? And who would answer like she did? Because the way you look at the question, the way you look at the life should have been different. Not
Maybe
all
we can
would be like
explain
that.
a little bit more about that for the people, listeners who do not know that story.
Well, I can't even remember the exact exact story that to tell, because I'm like really I remember it, but I don't exactly, because we can make a mistake. It's not good because it's Lord Buddha's time, like I don't remember the exact words. I don't know whether
Yeah,
you
actually,
remember.
he asked 4 questions. No, that girl was supposed to be very intelligent, and Lord Buddha felt that she can understand this Dhamma. And Lord Buddha was waiting until that girl comes to the audience, and then he asked, "Where are you coming, daughter? Where are you coming from?" She said, "I don't know." Am I correct? And Lord Buddha asked, "Where are you going?" Again, the girl said, "I don't know where I am going." And he asked 2 more questions. What she meant was actually, not just the simple answer, something saying, "I am coming from home and I am going home after this." I mean, we would have expected a simple answer like that. But what she meant was, she didn't know from where she came. What she meant was the samsara journey, where she came
Mm.
from, and she doesn't know where she is going. That again reflected that she doesn't know what is the outcome awaiting after the death in this life. It showed that complexity of the uh, birth cycle or the samsara journey.
Yeah, and yeah, I can't remember the other 2 questions, but it exactly shows the how different the people would be, their vibration when that is closer to non-vibration, how they look at the life, because they kind of waiting, that system is kind of waiting for this
Yeah.
change to happen. So they kind of feel, when Lord Buddha asks a question, they feel it. Likewise, it would be similar uh, in like nowadays too, like because it will be just felt by someone and not felt by another one, and it is
Yes.
normal. It's normal. Mm.
I think
I mean,
Arenvasi
even
has joined. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Dr. Kapantala.
No,
I'm
I
not
wasn't. I mean,
sure.
Has Arenvasi joined? I wasn't sure. There is some.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's
I'm not
It's
sure.
his
Okay.
phone. Yeah.
Okay, Surangika, please go ahead.
No, I was just going to add that the same thing with the Bahia ascetic as well, wasn't it? Because the Buddha sensed the proximity to non-self vibration, which is why um, the the Dhamma was imparted with such brevity that I suppose, and it's also known that that was the single most or the shortest possible um, imparting of the Dhamma that has been done in by the Buddha, isn't it? That phrase was the couple of phrases that he said to Bahir. It's the shortest possible thing that could be said for that for the attainment of arahathood. But how was that even possible? Because of the closeness to non-self vibration, which the Buddha is able to sense, isn't it?
Yeah, and
It's
what
like
Lord Buddha said
Mm.
was, I mean, I don't know how exactly we can convert it to English. Do you have like a, the 4 phrases that Lord Buddha said? Do you have a better way of putting that into English language? Ditte ditte mattam bhavisate.
Yeah, I think it says, yeah, in the seeing, there is only the seeing, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
I might have it because I think that's a very easy, it's a very famous one too, that has been documented, I think. I think it says, yeah, in the seeing, there is only the seeing, or by here you should see it as follows or something.
Yeah, this today, who is the starting this Zoom discussion?
We did our answer.
Yeah, I think it's tomorrow. Again, I think it's good for continue our Shani starting the Zoom.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
I
were
think
waiting
it
for
is.
Shani.
Yeah. It's I think it's going to be happen.
I think she was busy last few weeks.
Now it's over. Now, now it's okay. Otherwise, Sudharma also there, the so she can discuss at that time. The 4 o'clock, I think, is English Zoom discussion going time. Sudharma, are you there? No, now it's the 4 o'clock. No? We are starting the 3 o'clock, no? Or 2:45.
Teruvan Saranai
Sudharma. Yeah. I think Sudharma, few days, I think it's good join the English Zoom. I'm also joining the Zoom. I think it's the Shani also is good join the Zoom because English Zoom is very important. 2:45, no? Starting the Shani as the I think it's now busy time is over. Now we can keep going. Shani, do you hear me? Yeah, it's okay, Shani. Tomorrow you will stop. So okay, you will start in this Zoom discussion. I don't know what's the page is going on reading. What's the book? At the moment, volume.
Yeah, we were reading the volume 2 book.
Volume 2. Which page? Do you know? It's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay. Okay, Shani. Which page? Do you know? It's okay. It's okay. I think is now tomorrow you start again. I'm also coming.
Because we didn't actually do the book until Shani comes back.
Yeah, it's okay. Now it's everything is okay. Now Shani can tomorrow do no, Shani, it's okay.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow you can do that, no? It's okay. So Dharma also there, I know. It's okay, so Dharma, tomorrow 2:45 is okay. Join the Zoom discussion and we are going, we can discuss about the patriarchal side. It's okay, no problem. Yeah, because the patriarchal, no.
Yes, sir.
So we can arrange. We can arrange the time. It's okay, no problem. Yeah. It's okay. I think today time is over. No, Kokila? Time is over now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Tomorrow we can join again. tomorrow we can join. It's okay. Okay, Shari. Tomorrow is continue again the
Okay.
book reading. I'm also coming. It's okay. Kokila and Sudharma and the Surangika also here, no? It's okay. Thank you for everybody. Yeah, Peruan Sana.
We worship Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend. All Dhamma friends, this is the English Zoom discussion of Buddothpada channel, and this will go on until 4 o'clock, from 2:45 to 4 o'clock. We will be discussing some of the Dhamma facts. Sometimes the simple ones, we start with the simple Dhamma facts. Sometimes we discuss the things that were disclosed by our Aryan in the recent Dhamma discussion. So more or less same factors are being discussed again and again, because when it comes to true Buddhist teaching, the spirit is the same, and we are trying to look at it from different angles, because this is something like swimming upstream, where opposite of what we have been doing all this time, not only in this birth, but throughout our samsara journey, birth cycles, we have been going downstream. So what Lord Buddha understood was unique and very special, not something which was discovered or taught in any other language, any other religion. Uh, so I will start with some simple facts until our other Dhamma friends join. Any person who is listening from the YouTube is mostly welcome to join the Zoom. And if you have any questions to ask, we can try in our best to explain. And if there are any things that are not uh, clear enough for us, we can always ask our Aryan Vahansi, our noble friend, and then give you the reply. So what is the true Buddhism? What is meant by the Buddhist philosophy? It's not a belief. It's Lord Buddha always said that you don't have to accept simply because I am preaching it. If you understand it the way, and if you feel that your defilements are getting less and less, then you can accept it. And it's always something that is understood by the self. So you can't do it by force, and there is no way of doing it by an external resource. The person has to understand the Dhamma himself. It's like, I mean, you can take the horse to the water, but you can't get the horse to drink. So like that, we can explain the Dhamma facts, and also out of our Aryan Mahansis, nearly more than 10,000 Dhamma discussions which he did over the last 5 years. You can pick up many things, many important facts, but knowing it as a knowledge is not the thing, but it is the internal transformation, or your wisdom, which will bloom and I understand what is being discussed. It's called Dhamma Chakshusha in Pali. That means the Dhamma eye. It's not the eyes in the physical body, but it is your wiseness which uh, clears many clouds and then uh, uh, give you the clear picture of what is really happening. Uh, I will just brief what we are talking on most of the days. Actually, in Buddhist philosophy or the true Dhamma teaching by Lord Buddha, the basic facts are that uh, the physical body is manipulated by the thoughts, uh, and thoughts are a part of the process. Uh, and the flow of thoughts is called the mind. And the biggest pitfall here is that uh, there is no concept called myself. That is the biggest pitfall, and everything else is around that point where there is a misconception about uh, a figure called myself or me. And automatically, every action, every word, and every thought is centered around this misconception of myself. So in Buddothpada Deshana, uh, it's beautifully explained how the thoughts are formed. How is this concept of myself comes up, and uh, also the fact that there is no responsible figure or there's no responsible authority uh, to this me or myself concept. It's a part of the system, part of the process, spontaneous process. Uh, so therefore, uh, there is no one to be blamed about. Now, simply if you take things like getting angry or feeling sad, always that tend to be tied up to the so-called misconception of myself. I got angry, or I feel sad, or I am very happy. So these things are automatically tagged to this so-called self misconception. What we understand by listening to this Dhamma teaching of our Aryan Mahansa is that this is part of a process. These thoughts or these feels are also part of that. But there's no way that you can stop them because it is a part of this natural process. There's no one to be blamed about it, and you do not have to uh, feel disappointed about self. Why am I getting angry? Why do I feel sad after listening to all these Dhamma discussions? I'm still feeling sad and I still can't control my moods or my anger. And that guilty feeling doesn't occur when you realize that this is a part of a process. So we actually welcome people who are listening from the YouTube to join us, because if there are any questions, it's easier to conduct the discussion, and we can always start from the basic facts depending on the question. Otherwise, what happens is we tend to select some topic that we feel it is maybe interesting. Sometimes they may be too deep because we are taking some topics that were discussed recently in R.N. Mahanse's Deshana. So therefore, you are welcome to ask any questions. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Surangika. I was just giving a small
Thiruvan Saranai.
introduction. We can start on some topic unless somebody comes up with a question. Thiruvan Saranai.
Yeah, it's actually what we were trying to discuss yesterday. Actually, Aranwanse's sermons have become a bit more focused now, kind of deeper now. So it is good, in a way good, because it answers a lot of questions that that a person who has listened to this Dhamma for a long time. I think that there was a sentence that you use, like very practical point. Why do I feel sad? Why do I feel happy? Actually, when there is no self-view, which is the most important factor here, when there is no self-view, the happiness or the sadness is there. But it doesn't really matter whether it's the sadness or the happiness, because sadness and the happiness is a innate feature of the mind senses. So we can talk about that today. I think last night, Surangika, did you listen to sermons? I think I listened to the one before that, which we were trying to discuss yesterday. I think we touched most of it actually, and what Aranwansi is trying to actually push people who actually can feel this Dhamma to kind of non-vibration. So that is good. But we can actually discuss today about this mind sensor without the view. What do you think, Surangika? Do you think you can add something? Or we can
Thiruvan
develop
Saranai.
a discussion actually. Yeah.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Pokila and Dr. Sakuntala. I didn't actually get what you said. So mind sensor without
About
the view.
Yeah, about the mind sensor works. The happiness that Ranvatsa use, what is the word he uses in
Or the
Sinhala?
Aknati look-up thing.
Yeah, that thing. So actually, when the view is not there, when the self view and the self perception is dissolving, self view will not be there anyway. And when the self perception is dissolving, the mind senses will still work. So we have to get around this idea how to, because this is very practical, very practical. So, but at one point, when the other sensory organs are also covered, there would be no much situational crisis like that usually. But in the beginning, someone in the path will just feel about this, because the happiness or the sadness is kind of an early feature in the mind sensor. So because there is a mind sensor, there are like an output, like emotions, where we call them as sadness and happiness. So just trying to talk around what Aranahansi is talking these days actually. So going to go in parallel with Aranahansi's sermons. So he was trying to discuss this yesterday, and it was, the දෙයක් නොවන සතුටක් දෙයක් නොවන දුකක්. How do you say that? Do you have a better vocabulary, Surangika?
Well, I think how one can say that is
That's why I said happiness without the self view, the mind sensor without the self view. But there must be a better way of saying that.
No, I think you used that earlier also, and that seems appropriate, Dr. Gokuda, because as we've discussed several times, is language, and the English language particularly doesn't do justice to the wisdom that we are trying to express, isn't it? That comes with the dissipation of the self-view. So one has to use, unfortunately, the words. So in that sense, the vocabulary can be limited, but also I suppose it can be limited by the degree of understanding or lack of or limited understanding as well. So if I think the more the understanding is there on about the sense faculties, how they function, and that is all there is, and that each of those senses have a function, and it is that function that actually activates itself or is it's basically that's what's happening. Then there is a relegation of everything or anything through the senses. What has happened all this time due to ignorance is that now you just mentioned a few minutes ago about I feel sad, or somebody said, why do I feel sad? Why do I feel depressed? In that sentence itself, we can see that through ignorance and this wrong self-view coming into the picture, we try to own the happiness, isn't it? We try to own the sadness. The realization that happens when one is on the path and through the true Dhamma is that the understanding of the sense faculties becomes complete little by little until it is 100%. We can say that just for the sake of discussion. And I mean, the Buddha has said that the world that is created is only through the sense faculties, and understanding that itself will bring the cessation of the so-called world, because the so-called world gets created through the senses, and if one understands, if there's a complete understanding of the senses, then there is the confidence, even as Aryan Vansi also said, the confidence to let every experience relegate every experience to a sense of function. And that is what is difficult to do. That is what is challenging to do for anyone who still holds on to or has any kind of self-vibration. I mean, it's a process, but as long as the process is not understood as a process, the ownership, we always try to put the ownership into it, isn't it? We always try to attach the self-view to it, attach the ego, attach the I into it. But the more we understand how this mind works and how the thought creation works, and then gradually, as Aryan Vansi has tried to do over the last so many months, he says that the burning, earlier we kind of separated the burning and showed that as that is the self-perception. It's not that that's wrong, but that was actually quite easy to be able to identify this is Atma or this is self-perception, isn't it? By taking that burning thing separately and then analyzing it. But then gradually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Gokuda, then gradually he turned the analysis very subtly and said, can there actually be a burning without the senses? If all that is experienced is the senses, and that is also manifesting through the speed of vibration, shouldn't that so-called burning also then emanate from the senses? So, gradually he very subtly turned it, isn't it, in the last so many months. And now he's slowly bringing it to the fore. So coming back to the mind consciousness or the mind sensor or the mind consciousness, we've talked about emotions in the past, isn't it, on these Zoom discussions, and the understanding that the emotions is part and parcel or a feature of the mind sensor. And if one then is completely relaxed, as you have told me, told me also several times, Dr. Kokila, if you understand it truly, right through and through, then you relax to the point where you relegate that emotion or whatever, the burning or the value or whatever that you put to the thought, to the functioning of the mind consciousness. And once that is done, to the extent possible for every sensor, then one realizes that that burning doesn't exist without those sensors, isn't it? Is that correct? Did I put
Yeah,
that right?
yeah. I think the last sentence, just the one last one. I think we can actually highlight that if someone is fully able to become the sensor, that is how I can say. I mean, we have so many difficulties in this trying to give the message, because any sensor, we have that kind of duality in a very subtle way. So once you become the output of that sensor, there is no entertainer or no person who senses it, or Vindinna, or in the Sinhala word. So the actually the sensor function is there, yes, but the kind of duality is not there. So but to that to happen, actually this whole understanding, because this is only with Satyajnana, that is the truth, that it is only the sense of function is really needed here to actually feel this change, I would say. Anything to add to that?
Yes, Dr.
Or,
Sakuntala? Yeah.
Uh, Yeah, I think you were talking about that now, a taste which is not a thing, smell which is not a thing, like that, a thought
yeah, it
which is.
becomes very theoretical when we say that, but we have,
So,
you all have to bear with us, because we also struggle to say this in any language, even in Sinhala language. There's always a catch, because this is something you have to feel, because when there is when we say deyak nona, the taste without a thing, kind
yeah.
of that
Actually, it doesn't give the exact meaning. I
no,
mean, it's not the direct translation, but I think the word thing, we have to use several sentences and explain what it means, isn't it?
yeah,
When we say, yeah.
that's where I am trying to say the duality part, because
Mm.
we always feel that that everything is happening here, but like if the sensor is only there, in the sense light is there, sound is there, yes, the taste is there, but if it is not felt as here, um, what is the problem with that? There's no problem at all. Is there a problem? So the sadness is there, not the gross sadness though. This is not like that. It's just a subtle changes of the mind sensor, because no, not like when you cry and all that. These subtle changes of the emotions, if it is the only thing that is there, and there is no feeler, I mean, there's no word like feeler, I don't think so. There's no one feeling it. there's no problem. Is there a problem? No. That is the thing. This has to be felt. So when someone says, like, the Aranwansi uses these different examples, different times, try and say these things, like so much similes, like you become the sound. How do you become the sound? That doesn't mean there is you and you become the sound. That's not what it means. Actually, what it means is the feel that you have, that had always this sidedness, like the duality, that it's feeling here, and but then that is lost. When that is lost, there's no much story. There's no much story that it is happening here, and so story anyway. If you feel this only once, it doesn't matter. The story starts to die down from that very beginning. If you feel this change at least once, it will start to die down, because this is a breaking of this samsaric feeling of self vibration. Because the self vibration, any moment, any sense of function, you vibrate to the self vibration. It's very easy. Then and there, it is there's no gap in between that. Just like it happens. It's kind of simultaneous, but when the satyajnana, or the truth, is really practiced, and this takes time, there is a bit of timing and practicing. So with the practice, if you feel this, the sense of faculty, as soon as whether it's a mind sensor, whether it's eye, ear, nose, tongue, or skin, the difference will be really remarkable, and because it's felt as that it's not felt as if the same thing that Aranon says, trying to incorporate into everyone, because it is a full practical thing, like when you say sadness, there's no ownership to that theoretically, when we say this, it is easy, but to actually experience this can be demanding, isn't it?
Yeah. Can I ask a question? Actually, question looks sort of simple, but the answer will be more detailed one. If a newcomer to listen to this Deshana, or maybe a Buddhist who is by birth a Buddhist person, might ask, what is the why are you so worried about this self-conception? What is the matter? Just having that feeling of self-conception or myself. Why are you so
Self-perception.
bothered about it? Yes, self-perception, yes. Why are you so bothered about it? To explore and understand how it happens and how to get rid. What's the matter? Why are you so worried about it? If somebody asks us, how can we explain? Was
There
my
are
question
so
clear
many.
enough?
There are so many ways to say that.
Mm.
The life, we talk about the life. We talk about, when you say the life, actually, what life is about is the one stimuli to another, stimuli. But we don't feel like that. Theoretically, when we say that stimuli, that's full blown theory, like
Yeah.
just theory, because no one actually feels this way unless you felt a non-vibration event where you can actually see the where part, like the cessation of that stimuli. So always what happened was we had like a continual feeling of self. We have a continual feeling that we are existing. We can't doubt this. We have no competition about this. If we say this in whatever the language, everyone would say yes, yes, I feel alive. I feel as existing. Yes, I can see things. I can hear things. I'm sitting down here. I'm looking at a tree. Yeah, you know. So this story and the feel underneath is continuous. What the danger is in that is not knowing. Danger of not knowing is as soon as your respiration stops, there would be a last stimuli. Whatever, doesn't matter. It can be anything, any stimuli, any thought. It can be, when we know a lot of stories from Lord Buddha's time, how one monastic, thought about his valuable the what is it called?
Robe, I think.
Yeah,
His
robe.
robe.
So something like that. It was the last thought. So this everything happens in one thought. Everything happens in one stimuli. Why we are saying that is the last stimuli, last thought. Actually, there's no continuing of life from there onwards. But what happens is that residual vibration. Why there is a residual vibration then? That is the problem. That is where we have to question from how on earth is there a residual vibration which can telepathy into another or co-synchronize into, like a synchronize into another zygote. It can be a zygote, it can be anything, it can be any being. How come that this happens? This is what our journey is, understanding this. So that is what Lord Buddha was trying to understand too. That is what Aryan Mahansi was trying to understand too. How is this happening? We have heard about people talking about their past lives and they were fully accurate. How can this happen? Before the new life settles in, the memories of the past lives, there are people who talk, babies who talk about the past lives, and they match so well. So how can this happen? And there are so many instances in the world that these are discussed. And so how does this happen? How does this cycle of birth happen? That is the question that this answers. That is why you should actually do this research. That is why if you understand this, you will actually try and see what is the way to get rid of that vibration. Is there a way to get rid of that vibration? Yes, that is what Lord Buddha Dhamma is all about. So cessation of suffering is related to now, not after death. It is related to now. And Lord Buddha didn't try to achieve something after death. He achieved it now. So how do you achieve it now? Is trying and understanding how this self vibration works now. So when you say now, that means the thought now, whatever the stimuli now. So if you're not born in that stimuli, there's nothing to die. So that what happens is this self vibration, or because there has to be some form of vibration which can't be seen for this to happen. So but it doesn't actually go anywhere, because a lot of the time people believe that something must be flying. No, nothing is flying, nothing is going, and nothing is happening like that. Actually, synchronizing of the vibration, what happens there. So the why there's a residual effect if the whole sensory functions are gone here. Why there's a residual vibration there? That is the vibration which has nothing to do with the sensory vibration, because it is a vibration which happened due to ignorance, that the that when the sensory functions work, we get a perception that it is actually there, and that is actually what is that vibration which is the having this effect, synchronicity. That effect is actually from that, and this develops into the self perception again. It can be subtle in a worm. It's very subtle, but still it's there. In a human, this is massive because it goes into the level of thinking. So I'm not sure whether I actually answered the question properly. Do you think you can add something more?
Yes, as I said, the question is simple, but explanation is going to be sort of uh, much more complicated. I think you touched most of the areas that is important because, as you said, it is the current or the so-called self-perception or the sakkaya ditthhiya, atmasanya, whatever the word which is used, that is the culprit of everything. I mean, there is no guarantee. There is no kind of insurance or guarantee about the future uh, uh, births. Whatever good things you are doing here in this life, there is no guarantee what will be the outcome when this physical body collapses on this side. So that is why it is important
And
to.
Lord Buddha has said the main problem
Mm,
is wrong vision.
yes,
And
yes,
when there
that's
is
right.
wrong vision, anything can happen. Because even if you're doing good things, imagine
Mm,
now from today onwards, I'm going to keep doing good things. Just imagine with
mm,
wrong vision, you have that kind of the wish that this is going to do good to me. I'm a good person. So the Lord Buddha has once told that the Sakkayaviti, Mithya Dushti, or the wrong vision is the
mm.
worst one. How did he say that in Sinhala? You know the
බරපතලම දෘෂ්ටිය මිත්‍යා දෘෂ්ටිය. Is that how you can say?
yeah, I mean, it was in a different scenario. I can't remember
Mm,
now. Lord
mm,
Buddha expressed it in a different scenario where he said, we know killing is not good. We know so many things that is not good, not good, not good, not good. But then the most problematic thing here is the wrong vision, because when the wrong vision is there, whatever the good thing or the bad thing, this vibration which we talked about just now
mm.
is going to be high. So this, the the tanha, or the craving for something good, is also the same. And yesterday, the beautiful thing was told by Yaran Hanse. I don't know whether you both caught it, like about the Vibhava Tanha. I don't know what to say it in English. Actually, I'm not sure at all. It's a craving for nirvana kind of, but he actually put it in a very subtle way about the craving for the non-vibration. It was so beautiful. I thought it's so beautiful. I think these things should be discussed so that everyone's eyes open, in the sense, not eyes, the eyes open to the truth, yeah. And because how we get trapped, how this self vibration works, how tricky this self vibration is, how it's fights for survival. It's really interesting and funny in a way, because this is kind of a long journey we are talking about, how we hear this Dhamma is really miraculous, I would say, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, you mentioned a beautiful sentence. I mean, self feeling or the self vibration uh, fights for survival, you said. Yes, that's true.
Yes.
Sometimes it's in very fine ways. Now, what Aranahasi mentioned as Vibhavatana also was, as you said, that feeling of this relaxed sort of feeling or light feeling, which you experience at some point in this Dhamma pathway, uh, and you have a fine craving or like to have it, like to maintain it. That again is another different phase of the self vibration.
Yeah,
Similar thing
it,
can happen about the nirvana also. Yes, if somebody is aiming at nirvana and trying to get at it and
yeah,
having it as a
that
goal.
is in gross way. Like when
Mm,
we target nirvana or target non-vibration in a
mm,
thought, that is really gross. We can
yeah.
have this in a thought also, but it is so subtle. When Narananse said this last night, I can't remember what time, but he discussed this in a very, very simple sentence or two, that how this in non-form world, because there's no story there. It's just
Yes.
a fight. It's just a fight. It's
Mm,
just a fight. Actually, you can't even use the word fight here, but I'm just saying as a simile, um, how this survival mode works. How the craving works. Craving is everywhere, and Lord Buddha has told everything, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how to worship Lord Buddha anymore now. It's so difficult to even get around the wisdom of Lord Buddha, and even Aranvansi in that sense, because it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I mean, the word beautiful has no meaning here, but I just use that. What do you think, Sarangika? Do you think anything to add? Because we can talk, but when we touch the how subtle these things are going to be, is really interesting.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Sakunta.
I think what happens is the craving, the gets so refined that we talked about stagnation yesterday, about people stagnating in particular points, and that is even unknowingly, unerringly, the sense of feel of comfort, isn't it, in the non-form or the formless world. If you got what I said, it's that sense of the that system is comfortable in that spot. So what is not realized is that that is also a very, very fine form of craving. Except I don't know if you can call it craving. It can be something beyond that actually, because I remember some time back Aryan talked about Raga Desa Moha and the example of the parallel railway tracks. So the defilements cease from one side, and then the inner awakening arises in parallel to the fading of the defilements. But even after the fading of the defilements, there is still the self vibration in its finest form, which still needs to gradually dissolve. And it is somewhere there that thing that Aryan is trying to bring out, saying you all seem to be stuck somewhere there, being happy with this so-called sukha or supra happiness. We can't use that word happiness because the word happiness feels as if it's very like obvious, whereas here it's gross, like superficial or something like that, but it's not. So because it's not, and it is that sahalu or that inner sense of, I don't know what to call it, that calmness that is there within, no matter what kind of thing that happens in the superficial level, the senses are still functioning, the emotions are happening, and so on and so forth. But because that there is that inner calmness, like the waters in a pool, at the top there can be ripples, but the water at the depths of the pool or the whatever can still remain calm and unperturbed, undisturbed, isn't it? So it's like that super happiness or the sukha. So there is that sensing that is there, and there can be even a notion coming very even unknowingly. The thoughts are very deceptive, that it almost gives the sensation that this is good enough kind of thing. So that good enough thing is the thing that Aryan is trying to say, that the good enough part is also a form of being stuck on that formless realm, isn't it? Is it the formless realm?
Yeah. In the formless realm, there's no story, but actually, if someone has come to the path with actual getting rid of the wrong vision, or with the right vision, samadhi, then there's no risk. Actually, there's no risk, because he or she will definitely will understand the status, or understand this deceiving, will keep on not there and there, with the help of the noble friend, the actual this will go on. And in the field level, I don't think even the I don't think the thoughts are going to help it. But I think still because it started with the right vision, right? The Arashtangika Marga. Aryan has also joined today. Theron Sanay Aryan. Not sure whether he's free to talk. Anyway, so when the right vision is there, there's a very less chance of deceiving. But still, it's a long path, because deceiving happens in very subtle way, as Suranika said, isn't it? So, is there anything to add anymore? I think the most important part is to understand the sensory organs, because when we keep understanding sensory organs, how mind sensor work, how the eye works, how ear works, there's nothing much left, because they are just functioning until your respiration is there. And because the self view damages, the damage that self view does is really high, and that is not, when that is not there, when the right vision is there, right view is there, then everything aligns well. Everything aligns well. I think that is the important thing, and no one is really guessing there, even though there is a little bit of that in every step. So yeah, there are caveats everywhere, there are pitfalls everywhere, we kind of get into trouble, but that is, I think, the beauty of these Zoom discussions, is how Varanasi keeps talking about these pitfalls, I would say, isn't it, Suranka?
Yes, that's true. It's yeah, it becomes more and more difficult to grasp because it becomes so yeah, so refined, that sensation or the feel of being able to, but I think that is where this mind sensor, the mind consciousness is the thing that the more the understanding, as you said, of the sense faculties and particularly the mind consciousness, that is where there is that understanding how the burning arises through the thought and the thought alone, and that there is no burning separate from the thought. That I think is absolutely key, which if one is explained that aspect earlier, one wouldn't even grasp, as we discussed earlier, because you almost feel that no, that is separate and that is the self view, and the thought is separate kind of thing. But the more there is that understanding, the linkage is clear, gets clearer and clearer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think maybe Varanasi is busy. Anyway, the morning, as we
Yes,
said,
Varanasi
Therwan
is here.
Sarna.
Yeah,
Therwan
what's the
Sarna,
question?
Varanasi.
There is
There was no
Yes,
question,
there is a-
Varanasi. We were actually trying to go parallel with your discussions last few days, and it was so beautiful, and it's so nice, and we were trying to go parallel to your discussions. Not that we can do much, but still we try. And yeah, nothing much, Nancy. And we were just discussing about how these senses work, and how your discussions are going to fine level, and yeah, we are also in English language, we are trying to deliver it in the kind of similar way. We have been trying to do that throughout, like almost go parallel with your discussion, so that to so that we kind go in hand with the Sinhala Zoom discussions. Yeah. Anyway, you haven't had much time to join English Zoom discussion at all. And with the whole Padayatra thing, which was so beautiful. And there's no much question. Is there, Surangika? Do you have anything?
No, I think the last few days, particularly, even through the uh, talk at Kalania and various other places are advanced. So you've been bringing out very fine points of not just those on the path and what does being on the path mean, but what is your experience? You have asked us, what is your experience, and trying to make that quite clear as to what the experience means and how the sense faculties, particularly the mind sensor, how to understand where the burning is and whether the burning sensation or the self view, how that arises. So that was what our discussion was about. I think yesterday's discussion at the Andolnatmaka Desana was also really good, Aranvans, with Harshi Kavinda and Swarnamali. Those points were very, very important. That was brought out in the discussion between yourself and all those people. It's very important to understand those experiences so that then one can, there is a resonance with those experiences, because as you said, some people have that experience but don't know what that is. They can't figure it out. So it is, in that sense, it's quite important.
Yeah. Varanasi must be in a busy place anyway. So
Even that point that Swarnamali mentioned about even if there is an, the impulse to say something, it doesn't, no, even if there is a thought to say something, the impulse doesn't follow, isn't it?
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, out the silence is coming. That is why I'm in silence. There,
That's okay.
but yeah. I've not heard that clear what you said. Yes, Kokila, what is going on? Discussion.
We were discussing about the mind sensor and how these sensory functions work. Similar to your discussions these last few days,
Yeah,
they were
very
so
important.
good.
Yeah, I think you heard that, no?
Yes,
You
100%. Yeah.
It's very important. What is that LIF? How is LIF coming? No, it's very important. Who are you? Is the question. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? That's the power. No, that's the. Otherwise, it's a feeling. No, it's a craving or like that. That's the power. Otherwise, no? That's the existent feel. I'm talking about. How is calming existent feel? Otherwise, who are you? The question is not the mind, not the body. It's a power. It's a. It's how is the understand this? How is feel this? What do you think about Kokila? That's the existent feel. Otherwise, the life feel.
Yes.
That's a soul, no?
Yes. Distinction between these is the Dhamma, I think, Aranasi. That is the thing that everyone should feel.
Yeah, it's very important because that's the we want the Dhamma. No, we want perfect one.
we want to introduce in the others. Is, anybody can research this. Anybody can realize this, what we are talking about. It's very important, no? Who are you?
Yes.
The question is very important. It's not a mind, it's not a body, it's a power. But this Dhamma, someone understood the truth here. How is this power is coming? There's a power is fading. That's the defilements are fading, no? That's a like feel also fading. It's very important. This final tranquility is coming. How is tranquility is coming? Power is zero coming, no? Neutral, no?
Yeah.
Power is fading. It's very important, this one. What is the experience? It's very important, the experience, no?
Yes.
That's why Eipasikopaneko is Buddha's word. Is come and see. It's not a thinking, it's not a words, it's a feel. Otherwise the wisdom is there, the real wisdom, no? We are talking about super awareness. Super awareness is nothingness. Otherwise, everything is here. You can see, you can hear, and body feel also. Everything is here. Normally, everything is happening. Otherwise, but nothingness feel is inside. It's very important. This feeling, that's experience is very important. It's not easy. Yeah. No one is here. No, nobody is here. System is working. Finally, that one. That's the cause and effect Dhamma. What is the cause and effect Dhamma? No, effect is nothingness here. But it's not nothing, anything. Everything is here. Yeah, very difficult to say this. Huh?
Yeah. I don't think words can actually words can help, but words can guide you, but
Yeah,
it's something to be felt.
yeah.
Yes,
That's amazing, this Dhamma. Otherwise, nobody is here. No one is here. So who is worried? Who is suffering? Who is sadness? No sadness, no suffering. Because nobody is here. First, we want to understand. No, first people can understand this. There's a spiritual teacher. I think he's an experienced guy. So how is telling this? Someone haven't this experience, he can't tell you this. So actually, the experience is very important. No, it's not a believing, it's not a class, it's not book reading, it's the experience. Nothingness experience. It's very important. Yeah, inside meditation is here. It's understanding. Finally coming the experience. It's very important. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, I think our Dhamma friends, Buddothpada Dhamma friends is very lucky, I think, because this opportunity I have. Because I've given the really experience is others, my side, my experience. I'm given the message. You can try. One day you have this experience, is okay. No?
yes.
Yeah. That's why Sadhitika Kalike Pasikopaneka Pachipanadam is very important. The real Nibbana today open in the world. I think it's Buddothpada Dhamma discourses a very important whole world, especially the Buddha guys.
Buddhist.
Buddhist guy, yeah. Buddhist guy, because the whole world is struggling, Mahayana and Hinayana, Theravada and everybody in the struggling. Many people think in the concentration meditation, but it is not the Buddha's way. This inside meditation is other one, the understanding. Finally, inside, is defilements are fading. How is defilements are fading? Is someone know the truth? Is senses are working, system is working. How is senses? How is system is working? That's very important. That's very important. This is senses, how is working and how is creating, and understanding and the experience is very important. So no living being, unbelievable, like nature. No death or birth. Otherwise, these are thoughts.
Yes.
system is working. This system, unbelievable. Understand? I think everybody wants the truth. There's someone don't know the truth. He's like a blind guy. He don't know the truth. He's thinking after death, going heaven or hell. Yeah. So someone thinking after death everything is so, but it's not. You don't know the truth. You don't know what happened. It's a believing. It's a trust. So you have experienced this. It's very important. It's not trust. It's not believing happening. So we won't know the truth. So we won't know what is the heaven, what is the hell, and how is happening that. We are not talking about the not heaven or hell. So someone is thinking. It's not a thought. It's your mind creation given you to this heaven and hell. It's a cause and effect. It's very important. Cause and effect. Action and effect. Dhamma is creating the power is generated in the unknown. Someone don't know the truth. It's a power is generating. The thing.
We can't hear you, Aranas. It may be the connection effect because the mic is working. Yeah, his phone got disconnected. That's okay. That's okay. So yeah, it is as Aranas said, just mentioned, or everyone in this world. I think we have reiterated this multiple times. How we can't limit this Dhamma. We can't say enough good things about this Dhamma. We can't, I don't know, nothing can't be compared to anything because it's all about how this world is formed. If you keep understanding about non-vibration, you keep understanding about vibration as well. So you kind of feel or know all the vibrations, and if you associate a noble friend who has felt the non-vibration and who has become that, that is actually such a great asset to the whole world, I think, because non-vibration challenges the vibration, even though vibration, as we discuss, try to survive. Yeah, non-vibration power, we can't really call it a power, but non-vibration has also a power, so that there's a balance. So we invite everyone to make this non-vibration so powerful. So if you feel this it is going to be so much better for the whole non-vibration, because non-vibration is rare, and non-vibration actually balances the vibration, and this is just a phenomenon which happens from time to time, and you have come to one of those times which is very important, very important. And we invite everyone to listen to Dhamma, and I think we are running into the other Zoom discussion maybe. Yeah, in Zoom, 4 o'clock Zoom. So we worship our Advanced. We have so much gratitude, and with that gratitude we try to convey this message to everyone as much as possible, in English language, in Sinhala language. We try our hard, and let others feel that there is non-vibration out there. You just have to synchronize to that by understanding the truth that there is no self, and there is a power which arises from the stimuli, and that is all that is there, not something permanent. If there was something permanent there, you will never be able to actually win this vibration. Why it can be win, or why it can be won, is because it is just happening with the stimuli, just arises with the stimuli when the stimuli is felt as a thing. So we will hand over the Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock Zoom. And thank you all Dhamma friends for coming and trying to give this essence of this Dhamma as much as possible. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you all. And thank you, I am answer.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Topics. I think yesterday there was a very good discussion on sanya or perception, trying to explain some of the facts that Aryan Mahansi discussed on the previous day. There was Dr. Kokila. What should be the topic we can discuss today? Can we discuss on the same topic, or?
Not necessarily. We can discuss on anything. You can start on something, or you have a question.
There was actually I couldn't completely listen to that Deshana, but Aryan Mahasi was trying to explain about the three realms, that is the sensual, form and formless worlds. He was discussing today morning also, and early morning 5 o'clock also he mentioned something. Maybe we can talk a little bit on that. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, sorry. What was discussed, actually they were very sort of fine points that Aryan Mahasi was trying to explain, but we may not be able to go into that level definitely, but we can talk on the facts that we could follow, or we could grasp from what he was trying to say. Even though we describe three levels or three worlds or realms, we can use any of the words. They are all actually applicable to one stimulus or one thought. If it is at the sensual level, sensual level, that means that the basic crude level where the world is real and the person, so-called person, who is experiencing the world is there. And then there are uh, uh, attractions or frictions with the world. The things that you like or don't like are there, or in other words, the defilements, the full-blown defilements, the full-blown world, full-blown real world is existing. So that is where the lay person is. That is where the person who has no idea about the true Dhamma teaching. Uh, so that is the sensual world. So if the sensual world is there, that means it includes the other two realms or other two levels also. That means the form and the formless. All three can be considered in one thought or one stimulus. And when there is some Dhamma knowledge or some understanding on the Dhamma facts, the person or the system tend to understand that the sensual world is something created by the senses, or in other words, the sensor means the creation of something or some form of vibration occurring. And at this level, when the person is, is in the path, the path, the person who has entered the path, little by little understands that these are all creations depending on the ability or the depending on the capacity. Different things are created, and they are because of the ignorance, they are taken as real or really existing. That is where the biggest problem is. And when this fact is understood little by little, when it becomes clearer, uh, the system tend to understand that this is a creation of the mind. In other words, the mind or the thoughts means the collection of the sensor activity, collected or merging or aggregation of the sensor function is called a thought. So this is actually what is told, what is mentioned in the second step of our practical experience. Out of the 4 steps, the second step means that the system tend to understand that this is a creation of the mind. Everything is a thought. Everything is a creation of the mind. So there's nothing called mind also. There's nothing solid called mind. It is just a flow of thoughts. So the thoughts are the collective result of the other 5 sensor functions. That means the eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the skin. At this level, this is called the form level, form world, where it's understood that the thought is the culprit here. And when further clarification occurs and when further sort of understanding of Dhamma occurs, then the understanding comes where there is something existing. I mean, there's nothing persisting in the thought also. There's nothing called persisting thought or persisting mind. This is again the basic sensor functions, basic senses. That means the hearing, seeing, and feeling. They are called in Pali, Ditta means seeing, Sutta means hearing, and Mutta means the 3 types of feeling. That means the taste, smell, and the tactile or the skin, what is felt by the skin. So at this level, again, there's a pitfall if we are not guided by the noble friend, if we are not given the correct, if we do not receive the correct advice or the direction, tend to feel that this level is the ultimate basic level. It's not so. Actually, what happens at the sensor level is, again, there is a fast vibration, and the fast vibration will create something to look like as persisting. Uh, depending on that particular sense activity, it's created or manifested as a light or a shape or sound or the smell, taste, or warm feeling, hardness, or liquidity. So those are felt by the skin. So at this level, the feeling is that something is there, something is felt. And on the other side, the feeling of alive or feeling of existence is there. So this is the formless world where there is no specific naming, there's no specific thought, but the feeling of something is there, someone is there, a live feeling. So this is the formless world. So these are the three worlds or three realms or three levels explained. And if if it is at the sensual level or sensual realms, that means all three are there. Below the levels, all three are applicable to that level. And the last level that I mentioned, the formless level or the formless realm, is also called self-vibration or sasava or taints. Different words are given. This is what is actually the basic vibration, where it starts from the level of the zygote, and that is with the synchronization of that of another vibration to the at the level of the zygote. Dr. Kokila, there must be many corrections needing in what I said. You can add whatever the corrections relevant. Terwa Sannai.
And there are some actually not corrections as such. The main thing is to add more practicality to the discussion. That's all. There's nothing, because all the theory we talk is actually again in the mind. So we just have to remind that. That's all I think should be reminded, because practically what we have is just a stimulus, or the chair or the tree, son, daughter. So it's it just should always remind ourselves that practical aspects of this Dhamma is the most important thing. So when we actually practice all the theory that we have talked here is also going towards the form world, that means the thoughts. So the thoughts are not true. So whatever we talk here is also not true. Whatever we feel, as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, whatever we feel, not even thought, whatever we feel is also a mirage. So that is the most important aspect we were discussing yesterday, but I couldn't listen to any of the sermons today, unfortunately. So I haven't gathered anything from today's sermons. Did Surangika listen to any of the sermons today? Or anything specific?
Teratana, Dr. Kokila, some of the friends, Dr. Sakuntala. Yes, he gave a talk, I think it was the 9:30 Zoom.
In
and
the night?
actually,
Or the
9:30 in the
yesterday?
morning, the 9:30 morning Zoom,
Okay.
halfway through, and I think it was maybe might have to pick it up again tomorrow once you had a chance to listen, Dr. Kokila, but he explained it was in a very deep area, Dr. Sakuntala, you might have listened to it yourself. He wanted to initiate a discussion and make people respond even through the Zoom, as well as I think he might have been at the, I don't know, the Mathura temple or somewhere. He was asking the nuns as well to, and encouraging them to reply. So the question, the line of questioning was, how did Ananda Thero know he became Arahat? And he said, what is it that makes the Arahat distinct from that experience, distinct from anything else? He also talked about Kamaraga Patiga, I think the Sakadagami state, the cravings and the aversion state, and then the craving for the form world and the formless world. And then finally, he talked about the Sukha. I think we touched on it yesterday, Dr. Kokila, the maybe I don't know what to call it, super happiness. And he said, is it that actually? Is Sukhaya or supra happiness, if we can call it that, is that it? Is that what the Arahat experiences, or is it something more than that? So that was the line of discussion. And he also finally said that it is the sense faculties, the collapsing of the enjoyment or the experiencing, the enjoyment of the sense faculties. And I actually had a question there that I thought would have asked, but I wonder whether it would be better if you listen to the talk, but I'll ask it anyway. And then, finally he said that ultimately the test is whether you can face death. And if at any point there is a reluctance, there is a pulling away from even the notion of death, and that there is no complete relinquishing, surrendering to death, then that means there is the Atma or the self-perception or the self-vibration. So ultimately, I think he mentioned the ultimate test is that whether one can, and he has spoken of this so many times, whether you can face death. And to do that, I suppose there has to be real contemplation. And that also he said right at the very end, that all you can do is the Yoniso Manasikara and the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. That deep reflection is the only thing you can do. There is no other way that self-vibration can slowly, gradually dissolve to the point where even faced with death doesn't become a problem, death doesn't become a thing. And surrendering to that doesn't even mean that there is a surrender. It just naturally happens. So to that extent, that self-vibration or the zygote level vibration needs to dissolve. So before I ask the question, maybe Dr. Walker, if you can comment on that, those aspects.
Yeah, I haven't actually listened to 931. Oh, I didn't actually have a chance to listen to any of the sermons today. I had a busy day, but I'm not sure what line Naren was trying to say that, but I think we have talked about this in some aspects, that entertainment of the five senses, actually six senses, is the main thing. In the end, it's actually five senses. because when you say there is a difference, I would say there's a very specific thing because the formless, so the Kamaraga particle, Ruparaga, Ruparaga means all Raga, Raga, Raga means the entertainment of that status, that whatever the status. So if it is the dream level, it would be the form, like in the form level. And if it is, we don't have to talk about the gross level, because gross level we like son, we like daughter, we like mother, we want family, we want us, like you basically want you. So that's the gross thing. It's very obvious. But then below that, it is the liking or the entertaining the mind world. And when the entertainment of the mind world is gone, then below that is the kind of entertaining of the feel, entertainment of the feel. So whatever the feel, it doesn't matter, whatever the feel. So that after that also, even if you don't entertain the feel level, there's a bit of a how can I say it? I don't know, vibratory level, I would say. I don't know how to put words into these things, any of these discussions, because we lack words. But we could say the vibratory status. So the vibratory status, in Sinhala, it really matches when we say Uddipana. The Uddipana, or the
Maybe I think the word stimulation might give a little bit of a feeling of
similarity.
that uddipana, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of stimulation.
Stimulation of the senses.
Yeah, actually, what I'm trying to say is even below the stimulation of the sensory organ, there's stimulation or deepening of the sense. This vibration, the primary self vibration, like just I don't know whether I'm getting this out correct, because when we keep understanding Dhamma, we understand there's only one vibration we have. Even though it can be felt as this organ vibration, that organ vibration, finally what is there is just a vibration. That is a self vibration. If you can understand what I mean, it would be, I don't know whether it is done properly, said properly, but this mind, not the mind, the sensory organ vibration, we keep understanding, if it is felt at all, then it would be something, it is only the self vibration in the end. And then when you say Manodhacha Vidya, there's a little bit of the part that there's not even that we can't really correlate with the sensory organs. I don't know whether I'm telling this properly. Do you think I'm telling anything at all, Suramika? Do you get the point? Because in the end, it would be just a vibration. It's not you can't really can say it's just felt as a vibration. What I'm trying to say, it's not necessarily identifying as a sound or the light or the touch or the temperature or smell or anything like that. So so there is a part where this vibratory nature, we keep understanding that it's not even in understanding level, because the understanding level has actually passed. Like we have understood this already. When someone is seeing as the Pharaoh, when someone sees this for a moment, already the wrong view is broken. In the sense, me, mine, myself, this view is broken. So whatever the vibration has no any value at all. Whatever the vibration with so when it is going into that kind of end, the description becomes more linear and linear, kind of very, very subtle. I think that is something to be, I think, felt. I will actually listen to that and come back and discuss it tomorrow if I can, because I don't know whether I'm making any sense.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hood, I just remembered I forgot one important part of it. The part was that he said, what is it that distinguishes? And he said, it's not the Sukhaya or the Supra happiness. And then he spoke of the Sankara Upeksha Jnana. So I think that was the thing that was distinct, makes the Arahat distinct. And that is something that one feels, which I think he was referring to Ananda Theros. How did he know that he had attained Arhathood? It is through that Sankarupeksha Jnana.
Yeah, even Sankara Upeksha is, the Sankara is kind of this vibratory nature. Or
Yes, so when you
the
talked about the linear thing, I think it becomes linear and linear and linear until the point of almost flatlining, if we can give an example to it, isn't it? Because nothing is going to cause that uddipana or stimulation or whatever you can call
No,
it.
it is going to disappear. That is the thing. It is going to go. It's going that vibration is going to disappear, not the sensory vibration. Then that is where we call that how can become the stimulus, not there's no this side. So can become the stimulus at all times. So this specific thing I can't actually explain because it would be something to listen and tell because
Yeah,
the
Dr.
end
Sakulta,
part we
yeah.
should be careful.
Yes, of course. Yeah, I mean, that comes through the experience anyway, and it is something that is felt rather than spoken of or thought, isn't it?
Yeah, but through the experiences we can have an idea, but the thing is the best thing is I have a thing to add here. Actually, even the super happiness thing, I don't know, the super happiness is also not going to matter. Like that is
Yes, he
also a
actually
feature.
spoke of that Anyasami Tindriya and the Anyi and the Anyatavi, and he said this the if one also he said the sukha or the supra happiness starts emerging little by little anyway for the person, for the follower on the path, and then almost comes to a point where it's almost all pervading, and if there is a even the slightest attachment or a preference to that supra happiness, then that means that vibration is still alive.
That is the thing. That is the thing. That is
Yeah.
the thing. So imagine, this becomes so subtle when you try to say that. So the imagine when we try to say the duality, if someone talks about this supra happiness, and when we feel, then is there an entertainment here? Anything when we try to if we are feeling something, there would be some duality. It may, so that duality is not there in another. So what happens, or what should happen in that case, is even that the I don't know, I can say this, but we'll listen to our advanced sermon and come back tomorrow and say this again, correct again. If you become the supra happiness, there is no duality there. Do you get the point? Like, if you become the sound, if you become the light, if you become the touch, if you become the, there's nothing from this side. When we say the itta sanya, if the itta sanya is not there, or the perception that something is happening here is not there, it is only the stimulus. Unless the respiration stops, that is the only thing. It's a very quite distinct experience. So how would you know then this even the supra happiness is not going to be a thing? Kind of, it has to become the supra happiness, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he said about the supra happiness not becoming a thing at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
As far
that
as
is the
I can
thing.
recall, Dr. Sakuntala, correct me if I'm wrong. My recollection is always
Not
not
sure
always
whether
good.
Dr. Sakuntala heard
Or
that.
has she left? Okay.
No,
No, I
she's here.
No, I couldn't actually. I also couldn't complete listening to
Oh,
that.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll continue discussion about that tomorrow, I think, because I haven't heard at all. So if I make any false comments, it's not good for a listener, because we try to tell whatever Ranvas is telling in English medium as much as possible, but to the field we can say that actually the super happiness.
So there were two questions that popped up there during the talk, and again we can discuss it tomorrow as well. One was I think we've talked about the Ruan Sakmana, or I don't know, maybe it was not the Ruan Sakmana, how the Buddha, after getting liberated, he spent almost nearly 2 months examining it anuloma pratiloma. I don't know what the English terminology is. Just to ensure that it was well established. The state of liberation was well established. There was no way that there was any vibration whatsoever. So to confirm that, he, I think, was examining it in various ways for nearly 2 months. But then if that was the case for the Buddha, and this is obviously from the way I'm saying it also, it's very clear that I'm thinking about it rather than it's coming as a thought, rather than from another point of experience. But how did Ananda through the Sankarupeksha Jnane even then know or realize that he had reached Arahathood when he was about to, lie down on the bed. So that Sankarupeksha Jnane was the thing that Aryan Mahansa said was the key distinct feature as far as I understood it. So that was my question. If there is
that's where the Arahants come and tell Lord Buddha that is the exact thing that they come and tell Lord Buddha that whatever to be done has happened, whatever to happen,
kind of thing. No, they say in Pali.
Yeah. So the main thing is there's nothing to entertain, in the sense every sankhara includes every aspect. So the every aspect includes all the fruits of this path also. So it's it has to be felt, I think, not discussed that much, but I can feel that as Aryan Mahansa, who is divulging everything, I think he has to now, because otherwise no one can actually understand. Lord Buddha's status is different. Lord Buddha attained it by himself and without any guidance. So he it's different. But with the teacher, it is quite, I think, easy, because the guidance of the teacher has been there all the time, and if someone has come this path properly with the experiences, the experience itself keep evolving. The experience also keep evolving. So the first experience is only just changing you only slightly, like not slightly actually, even much of the defilements are going to go away because of the breaking of this breaking of the vision, or the wrong vision. But after that it is going to evolve, because whatever now the path is going to evolve, because then main manosankara, the mind, the thoughts, it all starts on the thoughts. When it comes to the feel, this is quite interesting now, because the thoughts, when someone has passed that state with its experience that thoughts are not true, that's just another thing. But the feel, there's no nothing that person can do. It just keeps happening, because can't really change the feel. So it slowly dies down, and it is the person is well aware that with the jnana, and well aware what happens. And we can say Venerable Ananda must have been very close to that state. So, and he is the storage of the whole Dhamma thing by heart, kind of knew everything what Lord Buddha said. But it's just the last two thoughts, in the sense marga and the pala. Because we talk about this, we don't really talk about these things much. So I think we will let Aranohan say discuss it further because it's very important. The original coming out of him is the most important thing, isn't it?
Yes, I think that he's going to elaborate on it in the next couple of days. Sometimes he has that tendency, isn't it? He introduces a little bit more to the
Yes.
listeners, and then he allows it to be to kind of sink in, and then he'll pick it up again and then go into a lengthier
Yeah, and
discussion.
it is bit terrifying for some also, no? If he, I mean, this is very, very tricky because it's online. The student is not near RNRC. I mean, this is all divulged online. It's very different now. So
yeah, in the morning he did have a live audience in front of him. But
okay.
Yeah, and then he was also addressing the Zoom as well. So it was a bit of both, but he was
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddhottmadu Aryan Wahanse. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma to every corner of this planet Earth, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends, I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, showing a very clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 8, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, True Buddhist Philosophy, preached by Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. Sanya Vedaita Nirodha Samapattiya. Aryan Wahanse is explaining from the other sermons also about this Sanya Vedaita Nirodha Samapattiya. Aryan Wahanse is telling we have clarified about this attainment of the cessation of perception and feeling. The meditative attainment in which perception and feeling completely cease. In other words, very deep state experienced by highly developed meditators, arahants or non-returners. This state of mind, Sanya Vedaita Nirodha Samapattiya. Even Lord Buddha and arahants are being in this state for relaxation. හරයක් නැති සංඥාවලට නොඇලෙන සිතට එන අරමුණු පස්සේ යන්නේ නැති ඒවා අත්හැරීගෙන යන ඒ සුකුම වන තැන පීඨනේ ස්වභාවය තුල ඉඳීම තුලයි ඒ සමාධිය තියෙන්නේ. That means not clinging to perceptions that have no essence, meaningless and empty. Not following the mental objects arise in the mind. A subtle state, letting them to pass away, not holding on to thoughts or mental objects. Where there is samadhi, deeply settled and balanced state of mind. This is a true samadhi attaining from the true path of wisdom. That means the path to Nibbana. In Hindu Veda also they are called Nirodha Samapatti, but they are trying to achieving it through one-pointedness meditation, one-pointedness samadhi. That is why always Buddhism and Lord Buddha's teachings, Buddhist philosophy is different from the Hindu and the Veda methods of meditations, because most of our Sri Lankan meditation classes, meditation retreats in Sri Lanka, they are also practicing that wrong meditation method. That means one-pointedness meditation, where there is self in that. They are meditating, pointing their mind to one point. Then there is a self there. Through that also, they are telling a Nirodha Samapattiya. But this is not that. This Nirodha Samapattiya is Sanya Vedayita Nirodha Samapattiya, means there is no perceptions, there is no aims in this Nirodha Samapattiya, where Arahants and non-returners and Lord Buddha and all the Buddhas attaining to this meditative state for some kind of relaxation. That means there is no clinging to perceptions. In this Sanya Vedayita Nirodha Samapattiya, there is no clinging to perceptions that have no essence, empty, because we know each and we live in a perception world of perceptions, and all the perceptions are meaningless. There is no essence, all are empty. Then in this Sanya Vedayita Nirodha Samapattiya, there is no clinging to perceptions, meaningless perceptions. Not following the mental objects arising in the mind. The mental objects are arising and fading, but not following them. A very subtle state. Letting all the thoughts and objectives passing away. Not holding on to thoughts or mental objects. That means where there is a pure and a very light, subtle state of mind. where there is a samadhi, deeply settled and balanced state of mind. In this Nirodha Samapattiya, we have heard through our dharmas, sutras and everything, this this is a type of a deeply settled and balanced state of mind. An arahant or Lord Buddha may in that samadhi for a while. That means sometimes about 7 days, few days, like that. It'll give them a big relaxation. Therefore, arahants and Buddhas, Lord Buddhas always like this kind of deeply settled and balanced state of mind. This is also called Arahat Pala Samadhiya. Another name for this is Arahat Pala Samadhiya. Sanya Vedaita Nirodha Samapattiya. A meditative concentration associated with the fruition of arahantship. A deep, meditative and deeply settled and balanced state of mind. Samapattiya means an attainment, means abiding naturally in that state. If somebody is in that Nirodha Samapattiya, Sanya Vedaita Nirodha Samapattiya means that Arahant or that Buddha, Lord Buddha, or that highly practiced Arahant, highly practiced spiritual seekers only can attain to this type of samadhi. That is an attainment, means abiding naturally in that state. In this, something is happening. That means there's something like the spinning of a top here as well. Aryan Vance is explaining. බඹරේ කැරකෙනවා වගේ දෙයක් තමයි මෙතන වෙන්නේ තියෙන්නේ. There is something like spinning of a top here as well. But within this, there is an abiding into the true and correct reality. In this kind of samadhi, within this there is an abiding into the true and correct reality, because there is no self-perceptions here. Self-view is not here. After vanishing all those self-perceptions and self-views, only this can be achieved. Within this, there is a state of dwelling in the correct truth, as practicing this true nature of path to Nibbana, according to Lord Buddha and explained correctly by our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. Within this Samapatti, Nirodha Samapatti, there is a state of dwelling in the correct truth. Arahants are used to be in the bliss of renunciation, experiencing the bliss that comes from seclusion, living in the comfortable bliss of detachment in this Arahat Pala Samadhiya, or else Sanya Vedayita Nirodha Samapattiya. That means Arahants are used to be in this bliss of renunciation to experience the bliss that comes from seclusion, living in the comfortable bliss of detachment for their relaxation. It is called Arahat Pala Samapattiya or Sanya Vedayita Nirodha Samapattiya. There is no self. Without self, completely in the truth. All the Buddhas also used to be in this state of samadhi or relaxation. That is the path to Nibbana. That is the path to Nibbana. Viraga Nishrita. In Dhamma it's called Viraga Nishrita, Viveka Nishrita, Nirodha Nishrita. නිවනට නැමුණක් කොට පවතින ඒ වොස්සග්ග පරිණාම නිවන් මඟ මෙය වෙයි. Free from attachment, freed from detachment, liberated from the state of cessation, bent to Nibbana. That is the Vosagga Parinama, that is the path to Nibbana. That means the mind is free from attachment and free from detachment. That means the mind is totally free from attachment and free from detachment, liberated from the state of cessation and bent to Nibbana. That is the correct path to Nibbana. Transformation of the aggregates. Transformation or change occurring in the aggregates. Path to Nibbana is this. You may have to follow this path to redeem the mind from intentions and living. As spiritual seekers, according to Aryan Mahanse's teachings, after listening the true Dhamma, that means Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, and then understanding there is no self here, there is only a sixth sense system here, and there is no mind, it's a kind of a vibration, power of vibration, and understanding all this, and then practicing the mind, because mind needs practicing to the correct way, practicing the correct way. That means practicing the mind to see the truth of each and every thought occurring in the mind. How the thought is creating, how the perceptions are appearing, how they are called nama and rupa, names and forms, images, how they are binding together with the power of the itta sanya and the mind power, and how this mind power is transferring that thought to mind consciousness and showing the mind consciousness is showing, highlighting this thought and how we are clinging to them and go on thinking without an end, and where our sansaric journey is continuing. So after seeing the creation of these thoughts, see in the preparation, see in the creation of illusion, how the creation of thoughts are happening, showing it that to the mind. Then slowly practicing the 4 contemplations to feel that there is no self within this body, and practicing all this. First Satya Jnana, then Krutya Jnana, the practical experience, 4 contemplations. And then the Krutak Jnana is naturally happening. That means through these feelings, the mind is coming to this kind of natural state of bliss, passing through Satya Jnana and Krutya Jnana. Knowing the intention without attaching or detaching to it. That means all the time the seeker should know and understand the intention without attaching or detaching to it. Understanding that everything is happening according to activities. The seeker should understand everything is happening according to activities. There is no self in this process. Finally, remaining only the nature for you. According to the law of cause and effect, nature law, everything is happening as activities and there is no self here. And finally, the seeker will remaining only with the nature. However, you must show this to your mind, because mind is going a wrong way. No? From the beginning, my mind is going somewhere. There is no end, without an end. The sansaric journey, it's running through the sansara. So now we are showing the correct way to our mind. To show that, for that you should be established in a correct practice to see all your objective thoughts appearing in your mind. According to Aryan Vahanse's teachings and practical experiences, the seeker should be established in a correct practice to see all your objective thoughts appearing in your mind. This is called ස්කන්ධයේ උදයවැය දකින ආර්යකාන්ත ශීලය. Skandha means the aggregates, 5 aggregates coming through eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and the body skin, and then through the mind. So when the thoughts are appearing, thoughts are occurring due to these aggregates. Aggregates means heap of thoughts appearing. We should see that. Seeing the, we have to practice the seeing the arising and passing away of these aggregates without attaching or detaching to them. The noble moral conduct of seeing the arising and fading of these thoughts. Lord Buddha has said a name that is called Arya Kanta Shila. Arya means the person, the seeker who is practicing this path to Nibbana. He has the noble moral conduct of seeing the arising and fading of thoughts. That is the best moral conduct of Buddhism. This is this way of seeing the arising and fading of thoughts are opening the path to Nibbana. And therefore, this is the best noble moral conduct. That is why it is called Arya Kanta Shilaya. Skandhaye Udaya Vaya Dakina Arya Kanta Shilaya. Look at your mind carefully and get to know about the action mind. Identify the activity. Look at your mind carefully and get to know about the action mind. That means when we are looking carefully at our mind, we can see this stage where the mind is freed from thoughts, names and forms, and the action mind, the activities happening with this action mind is there. Identify the activity, action mind, which is not attaching or clashing to the mind. This action mind is not attaching or clashing to the mind. Thoughts can be arising and fading, appearing and disappearing. But the action mind is not attaching or clashing to the mind, and establish mindfulness on it. That is the best part of this action mind. It has the mindfulness. Show the truth of each and every objective thought appearing to the mind. That means the seeker, at the beginning, he should show each and every objective appearing to the mind. Then, where there is the action mind, which is not attaching or detaching to the thoughts, that is called the action mind, and then you can find that point easily. Then the name and the image form is not binding. while practicing this Dhamma, the seeker is coming to this position by his practicing, where the name and the image form is not binding together. That means thoughts are not occurring. Perceptions are just passing. Thoughts are not developing. How there is a meaning in a name without image or image without name? Meaningless. When the perceptions are appearing, objects are appearing, if there is no name appearing, and if there is an image appearing, there is no name appearing. If there is a name appearing without the object shape appearing, what we are seeing is meaningless. See the activity, not applicable to the intentions and how to work through that. That means, as usual, when we are working day-to-day activities, when we are doing our day-to-day activities, we can, if we are understanding our mind, if we can see carefully our mind, we can see this activity process. When we are sweeping the floor, watering the plants, when we are cutting vegetables, cooking, washing and everything, or while walking on the road, while working in an office also, when we are doing something, a state of mind we can see there are no thoughts, just the activity is happening. Just the activity is happening nicely without any interruption of thoughts. See the activity, not, this is the place where the activity is not applicable to the intentions, and see how to work through that. Without the troubling of intentions, we can work according to this activity process without the trouble. That is called action mind. That is a deep state of mind. We are working, we can work hard. When we are data entering, even we can do it without a problem. We are doing something, writing something or checking something even, we can do it with this active action mind without interruption without the interruption of these intentions. So we must understand how to work through that activity process, action mind, and slowly make this truth the reality of your mind. As the seekers of path to Nibbana, we know, before listening to Aryan Wahanse's true Dhamma, thoughts were appearing like Niagara Falls. So heavily thoughts were appearing. But when practicing this method and listening to Aryan Wahanse's true Dhamma, we can still feel that the thought processes, intentions are not giving us trouble. You know, these days, most of the people in young generation also have this different kinds of mental problems, anxiety and suppressed mind and things like that, because of this heavy thought process. The thoughts are very heavy, aggregates. Those are heaps of thoughts, and it gives a heaviness to the mind. And due to the heaviness, young girls and boys, without the knowledge of this true Dhamma, just suffering. Without reasons also they are just suffering, because they do not know how to relax their minds, because still this true Dhamma is not much revealed to the world. Therefore, we are very much fortunate to understand, to listen, to understand and practice this true Dharma, because the burden of thoughts are very less in our minds now. Therefore, after by listening this Dhamma and practicing the practical experiences Aryan Mahansa is showing, slowly make this truth the reality of your mind. A very long period of time, your mind is accustomed to be deceived by illusion. Yes, always deceived by illusion. We didn't even know we are living in an illusionary world created inside our mind. That even we didn't know. So, all the time, if somebody says something, we are clinging to that. If we see some pictures or some kind of new things, we are clinging to that. If there are a lot of tasty things in this world, and we can see some people are running behind taste, and finally they are becoming sick because they are trying to fulfill their taste without knowing. Most of the world population are like that. Some are having mind problems, depression, anxiety. So, in the young age, even taking pills, their chemical, mental, that means their chemical actions in their mind, in their brain is not balanced. Therefore, they are sick. The people, some are going behind the taste and they are sick. They are becoming sick. And some are trying to be, some are trying to have some kind of illusionary state by drinking alcohol or taking drugs. They are suffering in another way. Like that, this beautiful human life is vanishing without this true Dhamma. They do not know what is the truth of life. This truth is not belongs to one religion or one nation. This truth is for the whole humanity. Without, there is no barrier of religion or race or any kind of color or something like that. This truth to be heard by all the 80 billion or 8 billion people in this world in their own languages. Otherwise, they are suffering without an end. Therefore, we must slowly make this truth the reality of our mind. Because a very long period of time, our mind is accustomed to be deceived by illusion, get fooled by illusion, and misled by appearances. That fooled, misled, deceived mind is not becoming the truth at once. That the mind ran behind the foolishness, and by fooled and misled and deceived mind just at once cannot come to the truth, because it has gone in a wrong direction. So we will have to take it through a proper way. Therefore, you will have to practice the mind always. The practicing is needed from our childhood. Even to live in this illusion, there we had a practice. Our parents, our relatives, our teachers from the Montessori level practiced us. We underwent a system of practice to live in this illusionary world with the ignorance. We practiced with the ignorance. So now we will have to practice to a way to overcome the ignorance. Therefore, we must practice our mind to overcome the ignorance. That is why Lord Buddha is imposing a practical path, practical experience for this. Nowadays, only correct practical experience is given to the world by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. Others are practicing in different places, in different jungles and uh, places where people are not much, and the areas free of people, but they are practicing a wrong thing. They are practicing the one-pointedness meditation. Therefore, years and years they are practicing that, and until their death, some are practicing that one-pointed meditation in the jungles, and up, and they died without knowing others. Nobody knows what happened to them. They just practiced and they just died, but without achieving any kind of true Buddhist philosophy or true Buddhist practices. You understood the truth by listening to Satyajnana. Because of Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, we are fortunate to understand the truth by listening Satyajnana, true Buddhist philosophy, Satya Darshana Samapattiya. Then Krutyajnana means showing the truth to understand, showing the truth to your mind to understand the truth. That is Krutyajnana. That means the practical experiences Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse is showing. Showing the truth you understood to the mind by practicing. First, you are understanding the truth by listening to Satyajnana. Then you are showing the truth you understood to the mind by practicing, showing the reality of each and every objective thoughts appearing in the mind. Then you will meet Krutajnana. That means it's happening naturally. The feeling, way of feeling, and the naturally feeling the Buddha nature, feeling the bliss. Then you will become the ultimate truth. Then anybody practicing this correct path, the correct way, they will become the ultimate truth. That is what should happen to you. That is what should happen to you. Until you are in the darkness of ignorance, fooled by the illusion, you are seeing a world, feeling it, and you found suffering only. Until you are in the darkness, that means without knowing the truth, without listening to the true Dhamma, though there are so many Dhamma gurus and speakers in this country and in this all over the world, they are preaching and so many students, so many people are hearing, but they are not attaining to this true bliss because there is no truth everywhere. It is revealed nowadays, it's revealed by Buddothpada Aryan Hansi only. Therefore, listening on only this Dhamma will take you to the ultimate bliss. Others are just roaming around without knowing what is truth. And because of this is happening because of the ignorance. Some are still not believing what is truth. Some are not coming to see, not listening because of their proudness. But in vain, they are just living until their death without listening to this true Dhamma. Therefore, if somebody is living in the darkness of ignorance, fooled by the illusion, nobody will see the truth and they are seeing a world. They are seeing a world and feeling it. And finally, they found suffering because this mind created world is not working in accordance to our thinking patterns. We cannot change this world created inside our mind because it's appearing and disappearing all the time. This world is appearing through a thought and it's disappearing. We can't control this world of world created inside the mind because it is an illusion and there is no self also here to change it or understand it. There is no self also. It's only a system. All the human beings are systems of nature. They have their thinking patterns and living patterns. අවිද්‍යා දුක්ඛ දෝමනස්සයට ඔබ වැටුනේ. You have fallen into the ignorance, suffering and mental distress because of misled by the illusion. In this world, mind created world, we have fallen into ignorance and suffering and mental distress. We had the mental distress because of misleading by this illusion. If we are seeing a tasty food and the craving is coming to eat it, while eating it, the craving is more and more, and the thought process is appearing to eat more and more, and eating, and finally after eating that, lot of diseases are occurring in this system. That is how this ignorance happening, and the suffering and the mental distress is following due to ignorance. Now the vidya, now the wisdom, knowledge, understanding has arisen. As you all know, the new era has begun due to Aryan Vahanse's true Dhamma. The past 5 years, Lord Buddha's true Dhamma has revealed by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, and a new era of wisdom, knowledge and understanding has arisen. Now these days are like Buddha era, because Aryan Vahanse is our Buddha. Now the darkness of ignorance is fading away, and you can feel a big light of wisdom due to the truth. The most powerful thing in this world is truth. Because of the truth, now the darkness of ignorance is fading. Human mind covered by ignorance is fading after listening this truth. And the people who are listening to this true Dhamma and practicing Dhamma can feel a big light of wisdom arising in their systems due to the truth revealed by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. Truth means truth. There are no two kinds of truth in this world. There is only one truth. That is the truth. Though so many people in several ways they try to cover this truth. Truth cannot be covered all the time. When according to this law of nature, this truth is now revealing. Nobody can stop it. Nobody can come against it. Nobody can cover it, because the people in this era are very much fortunate. Some are already fortunate, and some will hear this in the near future. And a lot of human beings around the world will understand, will listen to this true Dhamma through different languages. And now through 3 languages, this true Dhamma is spreading. One is Sinhala language, another one is English language, and another one is Tamil language. There are Sinhala sermons, Tamil sermons in the name of Buddothpada Tamil in the Facebook, in the YouTube, and there are Tamil Zoom discussions having every Friday morning by 8 to 9. Like that, this POTV English thing is going 24/7. Anybody from any corner of this world who can understand English can listen to this true Dhamma. If somebody is listening to, if somebody is thinking they cannot overcome this samsaric journey, and it's they are thinking that they are unable to do it because they have not listened to this true Dhamma, and they are not knowing true Dhamma. Everybody listened this Aryan Vahanse's true Dhamma during this 5-year period will definitely know. Anybody listen to this and practice this with the honest mind, honestly, they can, however, they can finally reach this ultimate bliss. That is the true nature of this truth. And we wish everybody in Sri Lanka and everybody in this world will be able to listen and practice this true Dhamma and to overcome their mind sufferings and live a blissful life. This is the best gift we can offer to the humanity as human beings, and our duty is to do whatever we can offer to the other humans after listening and practicing, while practicing and listening this true Dhamma of Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma to every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Buddothpada Aryani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada Aryani, Buddothpada Aryani. Seeing the sorrow of lost and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani. Buddothpada, Ariani.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, who is our guide, our noble friend, and our teacher. Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends, all our listeners, and also my gratitude is conveyed to our friends who are helping us with the technical aspect. This is the daily 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time discussion session. As most of you know, we have the sermons throughout the day, 24 hours. And it is with an ambition to take this true Dhamma message to the world. And during those sermons, there is no time allocated for the questions. So because of that, a separate discussion time has been arranged. So we invite any of our friends who are listening via other means other than this to join us to the discussion, because it's very fruitful if it is conducted in the form of a discussion rather than we selecting a topic and talking. So we welcome
any of you to join the discussion. So we know that this is no self concept, no self dhamma that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha as a unique teaching, completely different from what he heard from the teachers at that time. So always it's this the fact that there was no self here, there was no myself in any of these situations. That is the golden rule here in this Buddhist philosophy, because everything, every problem is created around the center point, which is myself. In Pali and Sinhala, we call it Sakkaya Drushtiya or Mithya Drushtiya. And because as a thought, in a thought, we take that there is a self. The feel that is experienced at the sensor level of the mind sensor is labeled as myself in a thought. So as myself as a thought. So this is the facts that we try to explain, and we try to get clearer. So I'm sure the friends who are listening to this Deshana for some time must be feeling that the path is getting clearer and clearer with all the support from our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. So we can start the discussion. Any of our friends, if they have a question, we can bring it up and then start the discussion. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Doctor.
Yes.
I have a small question.
Yeah.
Seeing the sense of ourself within our own nature. That means understanding the self within one's nature.
Okay.
How can be some explanation about this? Because different habits and things like that people are having, no? So recognizing the nature of the self within one's inherent character, behavioral nature.
Are you referring to the sermons which held today morning? Is that what you were referring to?
Yes, I listened halfway, but I couldn't finish it. I heard something Aryan Mahanse was telling. I thought of asking
Yeah,
this question.
actually speaking, I couldn't listen either, because I think the last 45 minutes is the most important part that Arana Maharshi was explaining on that, and I had a sort of busy things at home, so I couldn't listen actually. I don't know whether Dr. Kokila or Surangika could listen to that. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, could you listen to the morning 5 o'clock sermon discussion?
I listened actually, but what is the question? I mean, I can't remember whole thing. Like any.
Kampa, is it possible to repeat your question, please?
Is it a specific point, or is she asking a summary or something?
No, doctor. It's something you know about it. I'm just asking, recognizing the nature of the self within one's inherent character. That means behavioral nature. The self within one's nature.
Oh, that's a bit difficult question, though. We can ask Rangika about it too. We'll see. What did Dr. Sakuntala suggestion? I mean, as a general suggestion also, I think.
Actually, I can just comment about the habits. That is something I can, because habits, I heard I heard Aryaman Bhase saying, habits also, I mean, there are certain things that you are used to do all the time. and they are labeled as habits, maybe in the form of the way of talking and the way of doing various things at home and the workplace. I mean, so that sort of things will be brought forward as habits. And Aranma said also said, and that what I have understood also was that there is a significant contribution um, uh, from the self view or the self perception, because hiding underneath those habits is mostly the self perception.
Not the self-perception, self-view, isn't it?
This is self view. Yeah.
Self-perception is there till the end, no?
Yes, yeah.
No,
Self
even
view.
self-perception can be there. In the sense, even if someone's
that also can be
self-view,
there, but
yeah, underneath.
What
I
he
mean,
said was that you can't just leave that aside, saying that these are all habits. That's
no, you
true,
can't.
because you can't give an excuse saying that these are my
Hmm.
habits. Because there is the
Yeah, that's
self-perception
true.
and way of hiding under. Yes.
Mm. What do you think, Surangika?
No,
Did
that's
you
actually
get
true
a
because
chance? Did you get a chance to listen?
this is actually based on the Andolnatmaka last night. He was
Oh, okay.
talking, I think, about Gatinimiti, which is what Champa is asking, those ingrained habits, ingrained characteristics and things that people, at least practitioners, are not spending enough time examining to see whether the self-perception is there or the self-view is there. I think that is the part that was, if I remember right, not that my memory is also great, but I think that was some of the aspects that were discussed. And then there was a lot of discussion this morning about various people coming and saying, I have this characteristic, that trait, and this and that, and how should I look at it, and so on and so forth. So then I think Asanti gave a detailed explanation. But what was more profound was not the Gatinimiti. But anyway, let's focus on that because Chamba asked that question. So yesterday, Champa, I don't know whether you must have heard Harshi really giving a good explanation, a really good insight into examples of how this trait comes about, personality, and unknowing to us how we, behave when we go out, the way we dress. And then, when you try to shop, you try to find a dress that doesn't have like 5 of those, so that you don't want to see another person wearing it. Some people have that kind of mentality also. Then if
I
you go
couldn't hear
somewhere,
that, Miss Surangika. I
did you
couldn't
hear
hear
that?
that last thing. I couldn't hear. I didn't have time to listen to it.
Oh, you should actually listen. She gave gave a good set of examples about various things like that, and then
Okay,
some
I'll hear.
places when you go to a particular meeting or you go to some setup, you want to make yourself heard, so you just raise your voice or tone a little bit just to attract attention, and then the flick of hair to a side, the way you walk. She said, things like people who are artists and people who are dancers, sometimes unknowingly it has come into their physical walking style as well. That also is a trait. These are unknowingly, it has become part of that person type of thing, but it is actually, if you examine it, these are all what Aaron Mansi used to call art. How we put on our arts and airs and graces. That's what it meant. What was, I think, discussed. And so there are things like that now. Example, me for my things also. I used to always find mistakes in things. I used to always criticize people. I used to find there's something wrong with everything. Not all the time, but general tendency was that. And then the job was also mostly around that. I don't know whether that contributed to it, but so there are things like that. And then if there is something that is found, a mistake that is found, I used to feel good about it because I found something. And then I used to get annoyed if they didn't fix it. So, all those areas, now with the Dhamma, you understand that even if you still, as part of the job, you still find those mistakes and you have to critique things. You're not critiquing people, you're critiquing a thing because it has to be done as part of the job. But that the sense of pride, the sense of me or my person here doing something, or a sense of achievement that the mistake was found or something got corrected because you pointed it out, and all those things dissolve. So from that itself, you know that all those things were like put on aspects, and even little things where you want something to be done in a particular way, that you don't like to hear another person saying, no, that's not the correct way, this is the way to do it, because you want to assert yourself in a particular situation. So these are types of things that one has to be, I think fundamentally what Aryan Mahansa was trying to say was being honest with yourself and being open and aware, being aware of where this self-view is popping up and the self-perception is popping up, because it can deceive in so many ways, and there can be a wrong assumption that everything is okay now, I'm no self-view and on the path and this, that and the other. So always that self-examination, saying this colloquially for the sake of explaining it, but that examination of where the self-view is, where this I kind of self or ego has got kind of lodged in a place, in a little nook and cranny where you're comfortable, and you don't want to go there and examine it because you might find some dirt or something to fix. So that is the type of thing that one has to be more and more aware as the practice gets deeper and deeper, because otherwise there is no progression, because you're almost hoodwinking yourself to believe that everything is fine. But you can't do that inherently when the Satyajnana is becoming more and more profound and understood and realized. There is a natural awakening to it. I mean, if there is no natural awakening to realize where the self-view is stuck or the self-perception is stuck, then one has gone on a different route altogether. Like, people who go and learn Buddhism for academic interest and just to lecture and just to put something on YouTube. So that's not the purpose here. True intentioned practitioners would know to open their, to be aware of these type of pitfalls. Yes, Dr. Pookhla.
Yeah, actually, not exactly remembering anything, but I can add something. If your habits are challenge only, you can really find what is going to happen. Just imagine you have a habit of maybe thinking that others will listen to you. Kind of a habit. No, it's not that good habit. Any habit. If it is challenge, like something completely different thing is going to happen. I think that is the most beautiful way of actually checking out what this habit is to you. If it's not a thing, it's not going to be a thing. But if it is a thing, you're definitely going to feel that. There can be so many examples, whether it is the status, whether it is the powerful power that you have in any situation, you know, the ability to have power over your family, ability to have power over your workplace, ability to have power. When I say power, it is, I'm not talking about actual being the big head, some kind of way, you know, just when that position is lost, when you are like fall into the level of the mat, then actually it is very easy to find out which habits have had the so much self-perception, because self-perception is actually there in each and every thought. So whatever the thought which has repeated multiple times, even if it is your slipper, or even if it is your bag, whatever, doesn't matter. You know, there are so many financial habits we have. So we have kind of attitudes, we have beliefs. I mean, you name it, we have it, isn't it? Like, it's really a lot. Because for a habit to have, like, you can have a habit like even for 7 days, if you do the same thing again and again, it is just going to become a habit. And with how much power you have behind it is the actual power of the self vibration, because self perception is the shadow effect of the whatever the stimuli. So whatever the stimuli which is going to happen all the time repeatedly is going to have a massive effect. So if you are like a person in charge, this is going to affect a lot. Even if it is someone who is not a in charge person, just imagine he's the most junior person in the crew, or most junior or lower rank, then that is also going to affect, because then he's waiting for the order to come. So it will be just like that. So there are different ways which you can actually, because ego can have high ego, low ego, equal ego, whatever this comparison. Any ego in that sense can happens from a lot of things. A teacher, a doctor, a engineer, or whatever, the even a farmer, doesn't matter. They have their own abilities. So when you have a specific ability, just imagine the whole village is coming to get advice from one farmer about some kind of ability he has. This is going to make him a bit more prominent. And once that prominence is lost, only you can really understand how much effect that it has given you, the kind of the ego, you know. So I don't know. There can be so many examples. So the ego, which is feeding in the ego, which habit is actually feeding the ego. That is the thing. I think answer can be very, very different to each and every person. What do you think? Anything to add?
I think it's worthwhile even to air in the Zoom discussion, it's worthwhile each person thinking about where are the potential things that there is this little unrest kind of thing that happens, isn't it? The typical example I have heard mothers say is when you go and have to stand in a long queue, isn't it? At a
No,
bank
just
or
imagine you have a family, and you're used to like everyone to listen to you, specifically a father or even a mother. Then suddenly one child decides to not to listen. You can really feel that. Because the head of the department or head of a family or head of anything, there is a now ego from being the head of that thing, so there are very specific things which can come from whether it is sports, whether it is any academic stuff, or whether it's family stuff. It doesn't matter. Even if you are the youngest and you don't have any power, also you can have different way of empowering habits that can give you the different kind of ego. It's
yeah,
really
it can be both ways.
different.
No, I mean, what do you call
It can be
Hinamane in
different.
English? That way also.
Yeah. Because all the time if you now imagine, I can specifically remember, we can have stage fright, isn't it? As soon as you go to the stage, you are like, everyone looks at you, you like tremble. At that point, also it is the thing. Imagine the other way around. Other way around is you go to the stage and you are like with very high ego, you are actually talking really good in that. So the same thing though. I mean, the English word is there, Surangika. I think it is really good when it says self-conscious kind of word. What do you think?
Yeah, that's
It's a really
word,
good
no?
word.
For once.
It's a very good word, I thought. Actually, it came to my mind because when you say self-conscious, that means like, I mean, I don't know even whether there is a singular word for that. Is there one? Because it's like being conscious of yourself.
Yeah.
Kind of. And in a stage, you're very self-conscious, isn't it?
Can you say Atma Vishwasya in Sinhala?
As a confidence, isn't it?
Vishwasya is like
No,
self-confidence.
Yeah,
Self-conscious is
self-conscious.
it's felt here as an inadequacy, or it can be over thing, but mostly it
Whichever
is
side.
inadequacy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, when
Yeah,
you
like you're
wear
overwhelmed with the attention.
Oh yeah, because just imagine you are wearing something very ugly. Just imagination, and everyone else is wearing so much beautiful stuff. Then we say, I felt self-conscious about the dress, So these specific points actually can come to the habits as well. It's a different story though. That the dress thing is a different story. But these habits are actually another story. But most importantly, Aranwan said today morning, there was a specific point I thought was beautiful, which was he was talking about. No, I mean, you can tell.
No, that was the one that I was referring to. Go ahead, Dr. Gopi.
Yeah, because he said at one point, it was, I think, to Asanti, that he said, self-view is important, but even after self-view is not there, self-perception is there. So self-perception is there everywhere. So how do you actually detect that? He was asking. And it was a very deep question, I thought. And that question went on. I don't know whether you remember, because I think if you haven't listened to that, you might not remember. But I thought that was a beautiful point, because this comes from experience. That was the same thing that we were talking about one day, because we were talking about the seeing with burning and without burning, listening with burning and without burning, not listening, the hearing, and the feeling with burning and without burning, and thinking with burning and without burning. This is the same challenge, isn't it? How to, I mean, he didn't put that in that way, but it was a beautiful point that he was trying to bring up. Do you remember, Surangila?
Yeah, it's difficult to say in English, but he said he was telling Asanti that now the tendency is that people who come and express something, the facilitators say, no, you're thinking. But the person says it's not in the fact that the person is thinking. It's in the feel. If that person can still say it, because you can't say anything, you can't put anything into words if you don't think. But then he said, is the word the actual 100% representation of what is thought?
That's the thing. Did Dr. Sakuntala listen to that?
Yeah, that one sentence I remember is that, yeah, mind without the words. Is that what you're referring,
No.
Sulanka?
I'm not
No.
actually referring to that specific sentence. I'm referring to,
Mhm.
that he was trying to say mind with power and with mind with burning and mind without burning. The
Mm,
question
mm,
comes
mm.
again, isn't it?
Yeah.
The same thing. We come to the same thing again and again and again. So how would you differentiate that? Isn't that the biggest challenge ever?
Yeah, that is what we are talking about always, isn't it? The thought.
That is what. That is
Yeah.
what. That is
Yeah.
what. That is what the whole thing about.
Mm.
How one can say now when we talk, how one can say. I mean, Aranwansi directly says no sometimes. You're just thinking. And other times he might not say that.
Mm.
So that's Aranwansi's talent. Now, actually speaking, I'm trying to challenge ourselves about this, because it should be, I mean, technically. I mean, I don't know whether we can use the technically word. I mean, yes, theoretically or technically, you should be able to tell it yourself, isn't it? If it is happening here. But now our problem is, even the questions arise, they come and ask Aranwanse, is this a thing? Has this thing how do they ask? Make deyak velada Aranwanse. How do you ask that?
Has it become a thing?
Has this become a thing?
Yeah. Then now they have to come and ask Aranwanse that whether this has become a thing. I mean, that is not how it should be, isn't it? It should be, Aranwanse, this became a thing. I don't know why this is becoming a thing still. Or Aranwanse, it didn't become a thing. And then Aranwanse might give a talk and say, no, it is already a thing, something like that. The answer would be different. But the thing is, the the depth of this Dhamma, no? The question was, Asanti, can you say whether this mother has that power or not? And then he asked from herself, do you understand whether you have that power or not? Isn't that the most difficult. I mean, I don't know. If the world has questions, out of all that, I thought this would be the most difficult question. Because it
No, I
is
think,
about
yeah.
differentiating self-vibration and non-vibration. This is the whole thing about this.
No, because at that point, Dr. Kokila, because she replied saying, she said so because she felt it, because she felt the mother had the
But then there is
self-vibration.
a question again
But then
from
there's a
Aran
question, exactly. So then Aran Mahansa asked her, but then you felt her vibration, but do you feel your vibration?
Yeah.
And the extent to which she can sense another person's vibration is limited to the level that she can feel her own
Yes.
vibration.
100%.
That is so complicated and so profound.
I thought that was
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, I don't have a word to say. I can't, I mean, if there's a word better than best, that would be the thing. I thought that, I mean, this is the challenge we have. And actually, I think this is a challenge given to everyone. Do you know the difference between the vibration and the non-vibration? That is again that. Or we can say seeing with burning or without burning. How would you know? Same thing. How would you know? How would Ananda Thero would know that he hasn't become the Ratan Vanse? There's so many
That after
questions,
that
isn't
part,
it?
of course, it's a bit complicated, Dr. Okila. You are taking it from a very deep side. I think I can't even figure that out. But what I thought, or what I understood Narayan Mahansa saying was that because it is so refined, so sensitive at that point when it becomes lesser and lesser, that you can't catch your own vibration. That is
No,
why
you
you
have
have to
to.
come to Aryan Mahansa or someone with non-vibration to be able to say that what you
100%.
sensed of that person is not really correct because you haven't come to that non-vibration yet. And it is only an Aryan Mahansa who can really distinguish when a person uses words and says, I don't think I was there and Mahansa, or I was there and Mahansa. So we'll be using words, using the mind and saying something, but Aryan Mahansa in one instance will say, no, you were thinking and the self-view was there. And in another instance say that, no, yeah, you're right. You're making good progress. Keep going, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that point, I think, was valuable. And I actually remembered you, Dr. Kokila, when that was being explained, because I don't know whether you can remember. When you were doing the Midnight Zoom, the Sinhala one, some time ago, maybe 1 year ago, I asked you a question one day. So I wanted to just bring the question up again. One day, I think I asked you, if the self-view is gone, and if things don't become a thing, and that is felt, does it matter whether one is thinking or is, I mean, now I don't know how to say it in English. In Sinhalese, does it matter if you are hitanama or hitenama? So how do you say it in English? Does
Passive
it matter?
thinking.
Sorry. Passive thinking or active thinking. Yeah. And I can't seem to remember your answer actually.
Well, I can't remember the answer or the question, but actually speaking, it does after, I mean, so if you have experienced the non-vibration, lot of these questions are at least once. Doesn't mean that you have become that, but at least once, if you have experienced non-vibration, a lot of these questions are getting slowly coming, like it becomes like a open path. So the whether if someone has actually felt the non-vibration, that is where we talk about the Ananda Thero, knowing that he hasn't become the, but that has a little bit of ignorance part. But what I'm trying to say is the whether it is active thinking or passive thinking, that part has gone then. To come to the, active thinking, passive thinking part, sorry, no, it's not coming properly. So imagine someone doesn't know any Dhamma, starts listening to Dhamma. Okay. Now they do the active thinking and then they do the passive thinking. And then one moment comes, there is no active thinking, there is no passive thinking, non-vibration may be experienced. Okay. Then what is opening up here is that there was never a self. When the stimuli is not felt as a thing, the thing we discussed yesterday, not even the stimuli is not felt as a thing, this alive feel is not there. This burning or the vibration is not there. But not the seeing. Seeing will be there, or the hearing will be there, touch will be there, smell will be there, taste will be there, thinking can be also there. But this burning is not there. But this is difficult to first experience because it's a complete new thing. Because we haven't felt it before in the whole samsaric journey. That would be the first experience. That is the most difficult part. Haranansi says all the time, that's the most difficult part, the first part of Dhamma. Now imagine the self-view is actually now broken, because you know that at that particular moment, self perception was zero, self vibration was zero, even though the seeing was happening or hearing was happening. That zero moment comes after actually feeling the vibration, full vibration, that sasava or the tense. So that opens up another path. Well, now there's no kind of a self-view, but still due to the habits, the stimuli have still power. The mother, father, son, daughter, money, job, whatever, mom, wife, husband, friend, war, whatever. Well, whatever the perceptions have kind of so much power yet, even though the self-view is not there. This power is coming as a habit, because this, not in the sense, actually power is still there. Even though the view is broken, you know that the chair is not there. You know the self is not there. You know everything in that sense, but still that power which was there is still there. So even though self-view is broken, self-perception can be there. So the self-perception is not vanishing till someone becomes no self-perception, because the no self-perception is first felt, but it can take long time to become the no self-perception, or to replace the whole self-perception, because self-perception is the traditional way of perception we have. We look through that lens for the whole samsaric journey, the self-perception is the biggest habit ever. Biggest habit or the strongest habit ever. That is a self perception, the shadow of the stimuli or the mirror image of the stimuli. But this one is not going to vanish just because now we have fully realized the no self-perception or fully felt the no self-perception. But because the no self-perception is so powerful, this is going to slowly kind of gain the momentum now. It is going to gain the momentum. And then actually replace the self-perception, because self-perception it has no place now. Slowly, but it takes time. So it will slowly go away. But the thing is, vibration, self-vibration, the feel, until the feel is there, self-perception is there. So these things go in hand in hand. Self-vibration is there. Self-perception is the same thing, kind of. They are going together. So the self-vibration, someone has to actually know the difference between this through experience, the difference between the this power, this burning, this self-vibration or the self-perception, the seeing with that vibration, without vibration. So this basically to know the difference, you have to have an experience. Then definitely 100% that system has at least felt the non-self perception once, or then it will start giving you, not giving you, actually the system will slowly change. I think Aran answer is here. Theron's an Aran answer. Not sure whether he has time to join. He will join when he can, I think. Yeah, so when Aranhanse asked the question in the morning, that he worded it in such a way how basically thinking with burning or without burning. So it has to be someone's experience. It has to be someone's experience, isn't it? Otherwise, you can't really distinguish that. Otherwise, noble friend has to tell. So there's so much pitfalls, caveats in this path. So I think it's always easy when the noble friend is there. It's very beautiful. What do you think, Surangika?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think that the further explanation was good, because when you say, I think Aryamansi touched on it as well, for those who have used the mind a lot for thinking purposes, and maybe it's, for education or job or whatever it is, have a tendency, because that habit is still strong. So as a result, out of habit, that thinking goes on still. Isn't it? That is what you were also elaborating on. And then the other point that you said was, until such time that self-perception is also still strong, even if it is out of habit. the self vibration or coming to the feel is a bit remote, no? Because the more you feel the feel, the less important the self-perception will be. Because that's the form world, no, as opposed to the formless.
No, the importance is the no self-perception.
No, I mean, true, but you have to come to the, I mean, this is a gradual renunciation. Can we say it that way? From sensual to form, and then from form to formless to ultimate non-vibration?
But this is in one thought.
Not true, but for all that to happen, it transcends
Yeah, you can say
that way, isn't it?
Yeah, you can say that. But
because in that one thought, if the self-perception is more dominant than the vibration, the feel, then the possibility of awakening to the non-vibration in that ultimate thing is also still a bit way to go, isn't
no,
it?
actually, when you say that there is a problem there, so I'll see whether I can get Surangika to think in a different angles. So this is the thing. When you say that, you're a bit complicating the thing because this is all about the chair. Don't forget that. Because the self-perception is the mirror image. It's
Yeah,
all
true,
about
but
the
I'm
chair.
trying to understand what you said about the feel. Now, if you take a chair, so say this system does not, the chair is not a thing. Okay, so if the chair is not a thing, the all three realms are transcended. Is that right?
No. Is it, did you hear about the chair or did you see the chair or what happened there?
No, I'm just because you mentioned the chair.
Are you talking about the actual seeing the chair?
No.
Then
So
light can't be a thing also. That's the thing. There's always, how can you say?
no, I know the
So,
light is entrenched in the chair is what you're trying to say, no? The basic perceptions.
yeah. Yes. So you are seeing, so just trying to now recapitulate the same scenario. You are seeing the chair. We'll drop the chair. We'll take a important one. We'll take son, or no, in the sense daughter, because when you say son, it become complicated with the sun, moon, and those time. So daughter, we'll take daughter. So the daughter, because it's something important, we can say, because chair always sounds like nothing. So daughter, okay, you're seeing daughter. Daughter is opening the door, coming inside the room, right? So you suddenly see the daughter. So if the perception of the daughter is not a thing, okay, what is the thing that you are going to get?
The feel. If the perception of the daughter is not a thing,
What are you going to feel?
nothing.
No, you're going to feel something. Why? The feel is something. Feel has no perception anyway. I think this
there'll be
Dr.
a feeling
Sakuntala
of
is also
feeling of
having the
nothing.
same thing, same problem we have been talking a lot. You know, she saw the grass. She didn't feel a thing about it. But, you know, an arahant, it will be the same. Yes, true. So imagine Dr. Sakuntala and Aranwansi is standing. Aranwansi is looking at, we take like that as an example. Aranwansi is looking at the same thing. Dr. Sakuntala is looking at the same thing. Similar scene. Oh Lord Buddha. So now what? It hasn't become a thing for Aranhanse. Just imagine. Now, how can we compare that situation to us? We can't, can we? Unless you are an Arahant. Can we compare ourselves to Lord Buddha now? I'm standing near Lord Buddha. We all are standing near Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha is looking at the same grass. We are looking at the same grass. How can we compare? We can't. Can we? Unless we are also Arahants. If you are not, there should be different levels of understanding, isn't it?
Well, the only difference between an Arahat and, because Arhan Mansi says to you, there is something doesn't become a thing, that is
He
Arahathood
always
in that moment.
No. He
That's
always
Buddha.
says,
Yeah.
you see that as normal. What is lacking there is a I feel or the self-perception.
Yeah, so you don't have to be the Buddha to feel that that thing is not a thing, is what I was trying to say there.
Then you are talking about exact that moment that we talk about, Mohatatavadi. That exact moment, yes. Then you tally with that. This is the thing. Even if you, that particular moment that we talk, the feel of that in a moment is the moment that you felt the Buddha status, but it's not going to last because the mind is so powerful, it is going to overtake again. But then, because self-view is broken, slowly this is going to go towards that side anyway. So Buddha status is not felt all the time before actual Buddha status.
Only that more fraction of a moment, no?
Yeah, that is the moment that we say that they have felt
to
it.
The moment, yeah.
Felt it at least once. That is the thing that we talk about. But what I'm trying to say is, imagine that we all are there. So we all are, one person may have felt it, okay? That person has no self-view because now that the fish has jumped up and fish knows the difference between the water and the air. But still all the defilements are there, right? And there could be another one that defilements are less. But still it hasn't become zero, like Lord Buddha. For all the thoughts.
All the thoughts, yeah.
So what I'm trying to say here is, looking at the grass, still we are looking at the grass. Everyone is looking at the grass. Grass is there as normal for even Lord Buddha. What is lacking is the self-perception, self-vibration. Yesterday we talked about it a lot. It's just one vibration, one perception which is lacking. Every perception is as normal. So the grass perception is there without that associated itta sanya, or the
without the self-perception, yeah.
Yeah. That is the thing. That is that same thing that we are talking about.
Power, yeah.
Without the power or the self-vibration. Because if the feel is there, that means that you feel something. Still it's not an arahant.
Yeah.
So this something part is a bit difficult because if you are not really into the feel, still the duality will be there. In the field, the duality is not there. You can't talk about a duality. It is just felt as a vibration, because it can be the eye vibration, it can be the ear vibration, it can be the touch vibration. It doesn't matter the place. It's a
Sorry, just
vibration.
a clarification there. So if you explain the feel there, so there is no feel or there is a
No,
feel?
no, I'm still talking about the feel with the power, with the full-blown self-perception. That
So
is what you're going to feel first.
So if you can't feel the grass,
Not feel the grass. I'm talking about looking at the grass, because Dr. Sakuntala was looking at the grass. Remember, mongoose
Yeah.
came later, no?
yeah, grass, true.
So not
Mhm.
touching. So I'm still talking about the light perception.
No, I was not talking about the touch sensation. I was referring
Yeah,
to
you feel it is felt.
yeah,
the
whether you
vibratory.
not in the touching, yeah, the vibration thing I meant.
Yeah, because when you come to feel, it's so difficult because feel word is taken
Same
everywhere.
word,
You know?
yeah, that's true. Yeah. So,
So
sorry, I didn't still get you. So are you talking in the vibration sense? If you take Dr. Sakuntala's example, she didn't feel the grass, the vibration, self-vibration, right? When she looks at the grass.
She didn't talk about that.
Oh.
She didn't talk about that. I mean, she may have, but she didn't come out with that experience as such. She just talked about grass not being a thing. What I'm trying to get here is, okay, for an arahant also grass is not a thing. So even Aryan Vahanse might say, yeah, if it's not a thing, you're not there. That's right. Fine. Done. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how we say.
Yeah.
But the underlying burning, there's a distinction between this underlying burning or not. When it comes to that, only Aryan Vahanse comes back again and saying, do you know the difference between these two? Then we are stuck again. Isn't it? Can't you see the trick?
In that underlying burning only, Dr. Kokila, the Arahat is 0 and maybe the other systems have 10%, 20%, whatever. Below 100 watts, so difficult to figure out, but still some wattage is there. Is that kind of correct?
No, actually, what I'm trying to say is, if you haven't felt the 100% feel, because feel, there's no duality, no?
Yes.
There's no duality. So you can't talk about grass or whatever, nothing. There's no duality. That's as a vibration of I.
Yeah.
You can say vibration of I, but actually you can't really place vibration anywhere. We can say vibration of the I, but that vibration is a full vibration in this first instance, because all the vibration is still fully active. The actual, the defilements are not going to go down unless you have felt this once. So that's the thing. So this vibration is the full defilement level, first one. And then
sorry, I'm really finding it difficult to follow. Maybe it's my lack of understanding, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah,
Sorry.
maybe because I may be actually making it so complicated also. Sorry, if I'm making the complicated. What I'm trying to say, if it is 7-year-old, what that 7-year-old is going to feel is his whole sansaric taints. It's the full-blown power he's going to feel. That's what I'm trying to say. If someone is going to feel this for the first time, it is the full-blown sansaric power that you're going to feel. The 33,000 is there.
Yeah, that part is understood because of these recent explanations by Aryan Mahansa. Whatever thought will have the entire samsaric cycle's vibration in that moment.
In that moment. But
That
definitely it's
part
going to
is-
go to zero because of Dhamma. At that particular moment, fraction of a second, it is going to go to zero.
Yes,
Because
in the
if
awakening to the moment,
if the full Dhamma is works that angle in that particular moment, if it works clear cut, it is going to
go to zero.
make you feel it go to zero. It's very temporary thing, but it's going to go to zero. How? You're still seeing, you're still hearing whatever the organ what was involved, but the self power is going to go to zero. That is only thing that is different here. You feel the full blown power and you feel the zero. But this explanation of knowing the 33,000 and the zero, I think is the trickiest part, because now you're fully aware about your all the tens, the power of this system.
There is no awareness as such. It happens in a fraction of a moment that there is no thing. It's completely out of the blues know that it happens.
Yeah, but it gives you the whole Asavaksha Jnana. Actually, that's for you to have.
The fact that this side became zero and that side became everything.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know your power, how do you even know that it is coming to zero? So if you kind of have idea now, isn't it? Because through the field, though, you can't think about it. You can't even explain about it to anyone. That's why people get fearful when they feel that power and the Dhamma doesn't come. They get fearful.
Okay, I think we'll leave it there. Maybe other people have questions. Other Dhamma friends. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah,
Mukila.
it's a bit complicated anyway. I think Aran Vanse will. Aran Vanse, when Aran Vanse says these things, this is not this complicated. So better actually follow what Aran Vanse is saying, because he doesn't make it that big deal. These things. He doesn't make it a big deal, but he asks questions in such a way that you will be pushed to find this. Because when he asks the question from Asanti, now Asanti has to understand that no, thinking with the power, thinking without the power.
And the thing is, you can't think, you can't make yourself or the system think without the power. No, it just has to come. It's not a volitional thing, no.
And can you understand that the underlying power has to slowly go down
gradually,
to zero?
extinguish. Like
then
the
only
flame
someone even can say that he's similar to Lord Buddha. The underlying power should be zero, not to say that.
Yeah.
Then thinking is okay, seeing is okay, the hearing is okay, whatever, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whatever the organ, it doesn't matter, because the underlying power is zero.
Yeah, but until such time also, Dr. Kokila,
we
the
have
system
problems.
can't help it, no. this
No,
system can't help it. As Aryan Mahatsa says, nobody is attaining nirvana. Nobody
No,
can hurry it
actually
up.
this power should come to zero slowly.
Yeah, so until such time, the system has the system as one of the sensory things will continue to think.
And
if
until
that
such time,
system
ignorance is there too.
and ignorance is also there, that's right, and self-perception is also there. And then he mentioned even if self-view is gone at Sakadagami stage, that because of the self-perception, the questioning of things is there. Something like that he said, I heard, I think. So that as long as the self-perception is there, that I don't know, you can't call it doubt, but that aspect of questioning is possible.
No, Sakadagami starts from the feel. So feel slowly improves. No self-perception slowly improves. In the other hand, Avadi also slowly improves.
The Raga Desa Moha starts gradually reducing the defilements.
Yeah, the vibration starts to go down. That is in the feel side. And Avadi also is in the feel side. So as soon as the self view is shattered, what is going to change is the feel, improving the feel in that sense. Because why the feel is so clear is because the feel is there about the non-self perception. Because the non-self perception is very important here.
Yeah.
Because we have fully normal self-perception. I can see the door now. The self-perception is really easy. Before knowing this Dhamma, self-perception is, we didn't even know that there was a self-perception, did we? But the important factor here is the no self-perception. It has to be felt. What? The non-vibration has to be felt for the no self-perception to start working. So when the no self-perception is taking over, slowly, that is the actual the feel. What is the feel? The aknoena is the feel. That it is not a thing.
That is where there was a confusion for a long time, I think, and several questions were raised also. And I think you said to relax first, because the feel of the thing not becoming a thing is there. But then there was a confusion with that feel and the reference to, how you say that the other person can be felt.
Becoming that
person, and that person can be felt, and everybody says that person can be felt, that person can be felt. Now, that part, how do you separate that with the other one? Because that part is not an experiential thing.
Are you talking about the becoming the flower or becoming the...
Yeah, because they know how they say that they feel the other person.
No, we don't have to talk about a person there. Even you can become the cross sound. You can become if you are seeing something, you can become the thing. It is in the field side, because when this power is gone, it is as if okay, so don't forget, it is as if that is the only thing left.
But it's not actually a feel, isn't it?
It is a feel. Release of this power is a feel, 100%. The zero vibration is a feel. That is the main problem we have now, the seeing with power and without power. That was the main question Dr. Sakuntala kept asking. Can you tell us about the saying with power and without power? How can we say that? We can't.
Yeah, so maybe it was a misunderstanding, but when everybody kept saying that the other person can be felt, before the Dhamma, there was the fact that other people can be felt, no? Yeah.
I mean, without Dhamma also you can feel the other person.
No, that's what. So that's what that was the misunderstanding I had. That when one says that the other person can be really felt now, that
No,
part
that's
was
because
really
of the
confusing.
lack of this. No. That's actually because this power is not there. It is not a universal thing like an arahant. It may be a universal thing, like all the time thing. So
Because
I
everybody
can't.
says in the Zoom, no, I mean, they are constantly saying, can feel the other person, can feel the other person.
No, I think the words are also tricky here, darling. That now you said the same thing. No, the feel, when we talk about the feel, it is like about the touch, When we say feel, usually I can feel the warmth, I can feel the coldness, I can feel the softness. Those are the feels. And you can say, I can feel that person is in sadness. Don't we say that? Yeah, but this michaditti or the wrong vision, we can feel anything with wrong vision, wrong view.
Yeah.
With this power, without this power. That is the thing. This whole thing is only about one vibration.
Yeah. Dr. Kokila, I think in these countries, there's no one to feel sorry about even because that's another issue. You can't test yourself even. I'm
No,
sure if you go to,
actually,
yeah, I don't know. It's like Karen sometimes says that, you see so much of poverty and there is compassion for that poverty that you see even on the news or all that kind of thing, but it doesn't
no, the
go
compassion is
down deep.
coming.
What's that?
Well, compassion is coming actually to see how they suffer with this wrong view actually. So compassion is coming for everyone actually in that sense. It could be even your kids, it could be even your relatives, it could be anyone in this, any being in that sense. If any being has a self-vibration, self-perception, self-will, the suffering that is going to bring is undescribable, like, yeah. Only a Lord Buddha can actually be so kind to them in that sense, but I think it's such a kindness that even Narayan Hansi must be having, because
That's
you can
because it's
feel,
completely zero, isn't it, on this side?
yeah, and you can really feel, what is going to happen to these vibrations unless it becomes non-vibration.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. I think we'll allow other people to ask questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala is silent today. We'll give it to Sakuntala.
No, I am listening. My boat is even much smaller than Surangika's boat, so I had to listen.
I don't think like that. That's another thought.
Yeah.
No, but it's very interesting to,
No, it is very interesting actually.
because
Yes, yes.
Aranwanse's questions, I don't think they are taken seriously. Even he said today morning, he said, I was working when I was listening there, so I had to listen again. But in that particular few words with Asanti, he was trying to say a lot of things, you know, as the noble friend, he's trying to give this. He said about the breaking of the self view, but the first question that came, you know, I actually started listening from the middle, but then I missed actually, because I missed the Nilu's question, because it was a answer to the Nilu's question that actually made Aran to say that, you know, how can you say that she is thinking with self-view or not? You know, even Sarut Thero made mistakes in trying to say Dhamma, and Lord Buddha could say, Sarut, he has understood Dhamma already. He has seen non-vibration already. You know, something like that. But Saryuthero didn't know. You know, so it's a thing that he's saying subtle things, and I think we should pick them very, very good and try and see what he's saying. Because he, in the beginning, because I didn't know the question that made him to say that, but he said, do you know what is to do with the self-perception? Because even the self-view is not there, self-perception is there. And then if you don't know, we don't know. That is the thing. This is all the challenges we have. You know, someone to say, I still have the self-perception. How do you know? And then it is Aranhanse's help that we really keep understanding. Oh, actually, it's not the self-perception, it's the organ. That is what Aranhanse is doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's turning it around. But that's for a person whose self-view has broken. So self-view is broken. Now there is powerful self-perception through the chair, or through the daughter, or through the son, through the brother, sister. Because self-perception never exists alone. There is nothing even like that. Actually, there is nothing called self-perception. What is the problem? It's a mirror image of the actual perception. Or this chair, or the whatever. Brother, sister. So that actual, the stimuli. So the stimuli still have that, stimuli still will have some power. And this is what is going to slowly reduce. And that is reducing with the vibration, because itta sanya has to, itta sanya, or the, what is it called? The
Perception of existence.
Yeah, perception of existence should go down to, it is the same as the perception of self.
Self, yes.
It is kind of same, not the same, but kind of same. So if you really understand it is the speed of the sensory vibration only, then this actually flips. And as soon as it is flipped, it goes down that path. So the no self-perception is going to get powerful. That's the important thing. What do you think, Dr. Sakunthala? You can add something. Did you hear that part? Aran says,
No. Actually, I said, I could not listen. Just I started from the beginning, and then a little while after Aranhasi started talking, I had to stop.
But did you actually then hear what was the question that Nilu asked?
I was trying to remember what was the question she asked. No, I can't remember actually. I was trying
Yeah,
to
okay.
think what was the question.
Yeah, because I didn't actually listen to that part. I started from where Aranhanse started, and then I was realizing, oh wow, he's trying to address one point here, because he's trying to say that she's talking about the self-perception.
I don't know whether Champa could remember the question that Nilu asked. Do you remember?
Doctor, I think I heard that part. First part, she asked. She said, I am having some kind of laziness, like that. Laziness. For that,
It's not the laziness actually. What she said was, now I just vaguely remember, she said that she doesn't feel like uh, talking. I mean, she doesn't like coming forward and talking, isn't it? And she said even at home, she's mostly silent and she tend to listen to family members talking. And that go that she wants to move forward and talk, that go is not there. Is that what
yes,
she
maybe
meant?
doctor. That is
Mm,
the thing. Yes,
yeah, yeah.
she said she's having some kind of laziness.
And she said from her childhood that some story about her childhood because the parents were away at work and then uh, that may have been contributing because she was mostly alone at home. That sort of thing she said.
But then what was the actual reason why Aranhanse said that it is about the self-perception, not the self-view?
What she was trying to say was that it may have been a habit because at home also she said mostly she was quiet from the childhood and that habit is
Okay.
brought forward.
Okay.
And now also she doesn't feel talking much because husband talks a lot and she mostly keeps quiet. That was the point I think she brought up.
Mm. Yeah, okay, then it's a habit.
When you talk about the habits and this self-perception, actually most part of the habit is a self-perception, isn't it? When you remove that self-perception or self-view part, a very small amount must be left in as a habit. Yeah, that means as a habit it can happen. That means without fire, as a habit, it's happening. Am I correct, Dr. Kokla?
That is the most difficult part.
Yeah, I know it is the most difficult part, but the habit is happening. Habit is being done without fire because you are used
Yeah,
to do
that
it
is the
all the
thing
time.
that I was telling. It if it is
Mm.
challenge only, you can really understand.
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
imagine
Mm.
someone talks whole day. Imagine someone talks whole day in
Mm.
home. Someone is silent. Just imagine the same scenario Nilu was trying to say. Imagine that person who talks can't talk.
Mm.
For some reason can't express now.
Mm.
And the other one has to express all the time. Just see how much suffering that would bring.
Mm. Yeah,
Then only we can understand that how much self-perception was there.
yeah. You need to get a challenge, no? Yes.
I mean, no, it's a practical thing I'm telling, but yeah, otherwise, really, if the person who is talking forever is talking until he passes away, then, well, there's no problem. And he will never understand their self-perception there.
Mm. Yeah.
But with this Dhamma, actually, there's much more to it, actually. Even without the challenge, you can really understand it. Because that bit I was talking about, the self-conscious part, but I don't know a singular word for that. Being self-conscious about some habits. It's a bit of a English word which is usable, which is probably making sense. What do you think, Surangika? It does make sense, isn't it? Some habits make you to highlight in a society or in a situation. The way you walk, the way you look at things, the way you handle things. And if you can actually stay back without handling anything, just imagine, like in this Zoom, if someone has the idea, I mean, long time ago, once when Aran Wahanse, I mean, it's long time ago, he asked me to do a Zoom. I said, no, Aran Wahanse, I don't think I can do it. And the reason it was I felt when I was trying to do the presentations, it felt as it is going to increase the self-perception. But I don't think it's an issue kind of that way now. So it kind of is improving. Actually, everyone improves, It's improving. And I have told as an experience, in some time back, I have felt when that power comes and when the power is not there, the two different areas when you talk. And when you think also, this might be catchy, but you might catch it. How the power is there and how the power is not there. It's a bit challenging thing though, in the thinking. And that's what Aran Wahanse was asking today. That was my, first, my, when you are doing something, you are just listening and you're like, wow, kind of thing. And it happened to me because he was like asking the question, how do you know whether you are thinking with the self-perception or with the self-view? It was a very tricky question, I thought. Whether you are thinking with the self-view or whether you are thinking with the self-perception. What do you think? What do you think, Surangika? Someone is, so it is so deep, because now it is a question. Now when we talk, now basically you all say, Dr. Kogila, can you talk about that? Then I'm trying to say something, isn't it? But then when someone says something, kind of, it is a bit tricky, but I'm kind of trying to say, is there a self-view or is there a self-perception? Or is it with the view or the perception? And finally we end up saying it is only you who will know. That's the easiest way to get out of that question, isn't it? Easiest way, harmless way to get out of that situation. Because you don't want to, Aran Wahanse doesn't do that. Aran Wahanse is very straightforward. He will say, you are with the self-view. You have to get rid of that. Or you with the self-perception still. You have to get rid of that. He's so straightforward. We are, I think, I don't, we are very far away from that now. But still, it is very tricky. But his question was so beautiful. He's asking, just imagine he's asking Meena. He's asking, Kokila, do you know whether you're thinking with the self-view or without the self-view? Or are you thinking with the self-perception or without the self-perception? With the self-perception or without the self-perception? Isn't it so tricky question? In the sense, it's a very good question. It's a mind-blowing question, I would say. What do you think? Yes, Suranka.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, it's that's why I think that it was so profound for that very reason, because one cannot jump to conclusions about other people or the fact, or even be confident whether the other person can be felt
You
as
can be
being
only
talked.
confident if you are confident about yourself.
Yes, so for that it has to be 100% non-vibration. Otherwise, actually, how can you be confident? Which is why Anand Mansa said, no, it's only the Kalyana Mitra or the noble teacher
Yeah,
who can show the place where
yeah,
there is a little bit of
yeah,
self-perception.
yeah, yeah. Because Lord Buddha said, no, even for someone who has no problem with the worldly perceptions, he said, you're still smelly, go and have a bath kind of thing. That's a metaphor. It is just to say that you haven't finished the task. There's no confirmation that you have finished the task. And how would the confirmation come? These are very tricky questions that no one has even questioned or answered. And the confirmation is not going to happen until the last bit of ignorance is gone. In the sense, last bit of vibration is gone, or the last bit of self-perception is gone. These are very, very deep points, isn't it?
No one wants to get scolded, Dr. Kokila. That's why they're not asking him.
Yeah, 100%.
Otherwise, you would have asked long time ago, how did Ananda Thero know?
No, actually, that he might not say anything. But the thing is, if you ask, he will ask, Surangika, what are you thinking?
Yeah, that's true.
What are you trying to find? He might ask, what are you searching for?
Yeah.
Actually, that is true.
So don't have to go to Aryan Vahansan, or you are saying it already, no? So I don't go anywhere now.
Don't do that. Don't do that. He said not to
No, I
trust
mean, I'm sorry,
anyone.
I was joking a bit, but it's understood that the search is the problem, because the search comes
Search
from the
is the problem.
self-perception, isn't it?
Yeah, true. And search is the problem for, for someone who is anagami, not to become an arahant, also search is the problem.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, there is something lacking, and even Kemakatero, there's a bit of ignorance there, that he's still waiting for something to happen. Because he said everything is kind of gone, but still I haven't become an arahant. So
But actually, maybe we can ask that question from Aryan Vahansa one day, that there have been times where he has said that for this power to reduce, it takes its own time.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
time as being
Because
yeah.
Avadiya has to actually, someone has to become the Avadiya. So the Avadiya is become Avadiya is different, and just having Avadiya is different. So it's becoming Avadiya. In the sense, it's not a different thing. It's not there's no differentiation between that.
So becoming Avadiya takes its own time.
Yes, yeah.
And it could be that Kemakatero said, because even there might not have been a searching, but because that initial thing was felt, Kemakatero knew that state had not been, it had not come to that state of becoming.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah. True. Because
Isn't it the same about Ananda Thera also? Because I think he asked that question one day, and Aryan Vahansa himself gave the answer. I think that what I remember is that the experience of this no self has been, experienced, but it's not persisting. He know what it is like. He has experienced it, but now it's not persisting. That is a way that he
and he
knew
will
that.
know when it is persisting.
Persisting, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Teruvan Sarnai, please excuse me.
I think Joel must be. Is it? He has seen the name. Must be Joel though. Well, you can join also. Sorry about all our jargon. Actually, it's all from Alan Hanses sermons today morning and last night. It's all about that. Actually, I don't think that will be much of interest for you. But maybe you're actually gaining things from our talk as well. Not sure. Joel may be busy. Anything else? Yes, Joel.
I'm not busy. I'm like, I was also want to answer a question, but
Yeah,
you
what is it?
know, for me the problem is the self-consciousness. You know,
Oh,
I'm
that
very conscious
thing.
about
Yeah,
myself.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, yeah. So
how can
that's a
a
beautiful
person let
word,
that come
isn't
out
it?
of it?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's a big question. That's a big question. Mm, Even if you come across this non-vibration and the self view is broken, you can continue to feel the self-perception. So the self-perception or but it's mainly the self-view that is bothering us. So imagine you are in a stage. I mean, this has happened to me. I was asked to go to the stage when I was in the school. I was the person who was supposed to open the English day or something. And I went out and I was the only one looking at the whole stadium. And I quickly went back. And teacher had to say so many things for me to go back again. I managed to do that, but I can still remember how that works, you know. And this is coming from the self view that there is someone here. It's very interesting a phenomena which happens because of the self view. And it's such a beautiful thing to actually realize that it is the reason, the self view is the reason, because we never knew that there is no self. When we never knew that that actually what you see in front of you is just a perception in your mind. Because what you see in front of you is the crowd. I can still vividly remember the crowd also. I can go back to that particular vibration very easily, that moment. So the whole crowd, it's just a perception in the mind. And if that perception is not a thing, it doesn't necessarily matter, you know. It doesn't necessarily matter. But there are few things I would like to add here. One may feel overwhelmed. One may feel even confident there. But both are actually with the wrong view, with the self view. So don't forget, even if someone is grappling with the issue with the self-conscious feeling, someone may not do that also and be very confident and do the speech with very big head. Still the self-view is there, self-perception is there. So it is vice versa. It can be anything. Doesn't necessarily matter. It's both kind of the self-view is there. As soon as you understand that there is never a self here, it was actually the self view, and the self perception is from the self vibration, which is from the past vibration of your sensory organs. Because sensory organs continue to work, whether you like it or not. It will continue to work. So you look at the crowd. Surely there's nothing called crowd. When all the 1,000 eyes are looking at you, you feel like shivering inside. That can be a physical thing as well. That can be a reaction from human perspective when things like that happen. Even if that happens, there was never a self, but there is this perception of self. So the perception of crowd, perception of self, they are similar. It's the same thing, you feel the crowd is a thing, the mirror image is the self. There's no clear-cut answer. You need to actually understand this Dhamma properly and try. You will feel it one day, and then you will fully realize that there was never a self when the stimuli is not a thing. If the stimuli is a thing, yes, you feel it a lot. So if the crowd is felt as enormous, you feel yourself enormously. That's what it happens. Same thing if you see a girl, or a girl see a boy, boy sees a girl, whatever. And if you catch their eye for some reason, and you can imagine that if it is a thing, definitely this self, the feel here also can be massive. And that is the same thing, the mirror image of the mirror image of the whatever the stimuli which is felt as thing. Well, Suranga, do you have anything to add? I mean, it's a big question. It's a deep question, I would say, because the whole Dhamma is coming there.
Yeah, I think fundamentally what you said is right, Dr. Pokida. It is basically stemming from that self view. But as you said, we don't know it. We didn't know the power that it had over this, I don't know if you call it psyche or personality or whatever it was. And for that reason, it was completely overwhelming, whether it is stage fright or self-consciousness by just being in the middle of the crowd. And if people stare at you also, you might think, is a button missing from the blouse, or have I not combed my hair today? Or, even little things like that, isn't it? That suddenly you become, if two people look at you or stare at you slightly longer than usual, you will think, okay, have I got something stuck in my hair, or have I not pulled up my socks or something like that. And then once when this Dhamma is realized more and more, even this, when we smile, that also something I noticed. Our smile is also those days like very guarded, because it's always dependent on the reaction that person is going to give and the perception that one has about the other person, whether it's a stranger or not. And then there is a waiting for that person to react or smile before you smile. And all this kind of nonsensical things go on. All this is stemming from that either, what do you call it, heenamanya, lack of egos, and or confidence, or whatever you call it, or the fact that one doesn't want to, and one is a bit hoity-toity, or wants to wait for that person to smile before you smile, and so on and so forth. So they are all coming from that. It's an invisible thing that was not known or not even identified until one actually looks at it through the Dhamma. And now, you realize, even when you're walking along the park or going for a walk or something, there is an encountering of various strangers and people, and some are, generally there was a tendency, at least from my experience, that old people, elderly people, you very openly smile and all that, but with young people, or young men of the similar age, you're a little cautious about smiling and this and that type of thing. I used to have it those days. But now it doesn't matter what age or what, what type of person, what age or whatever. The smile itself is open. The smile is frank. The speaking is frank. The language is also frank because there is no, what shall I say, hidden agenda. That hidden agenda comes with those fears and misgivings and things. And where are the fears and misgivings coming? They are coming from that self-view. Why? Because there is a underlying urge to protect an ego, protect a self here from harm, protect a person from being maybe just offended by somebody just not even acknowledging you. Insulting you is a different thing altogether, but even acknowledging you, if the person you wave and the person doesn't wave back at you or something, you still feel self-conscious, you still feel bad about it, you might think about it, all these kind of things. So these are little areas where one doesn't realize it until there is more and more, truth shown on the fact that this is all mostly coming from this self-view and the self-perception. But the other part maybe that I wanted to say was that, again, it can be out of habits also, no, Dr. Kokika? Depending on one's upbringing and sometimes in certain households there are very dominant parents where they don't allow children to speak up, or there could be siblings who are dominant, and then each time another sibling tries to speak up, another sibling can be almost act like a bully and say, what do you know, you don't know anything, keep quiet, and this and that. And that can also affect psychologically, and that person can grow up with that mentality. So again is coming down to the self view, because it's the ego that gets trampled upon, isn't it? And then the perception, repeated reinforcement of that perception that, oh, I shouldn't talk and I'll get scolded, or that person is saying that, so maybe that is true, maybe I don't have a voice, maybe what I say is not value. All these things then can come through repeated perception to form that final perception of there's nothing of that underconfidence or whatever it is, isn't it? It's a complex area, true.
Yeah, it is not a clear-cut thing, but 100% this self-perception is the thing which is playing there. So the more you thought about self, because self-perception reinforces the self-view. It gives more and more power every day. You feel more self-conscious, you tend to think that I am here anyway. Isn't it? It's a vicious cycle. Self-perception reinforces the self-view. Self-vibration reinforces the self-perception. Because you felt something. Yes. And then that became the self-perception. And then self-perception, when it is felt all the time, it strengthens the self-view. So
And the other
it is to everyone.
Yeah. The other thing to note there, Joel, is that what was I going to say? That when it's being looked at through the lens of the Dhamma, it is easier to not flip completely to the other side, because in the bid to eradicate the self-consciousness, one can feed into oneself certain concepts where you can then go the other way around, isn't it? But whereas in the Dhamma, the self-view is gradually dissolved or lost. but it doesn't come to the point of going into what should I say, Hinamane? No, Dr. Kokila. I don't know if I'm conveying the meaning properly. The Dhamma gives you a very, puts an equilibrium on it. Equilibrium, when I say, I don't know whether that's also the correct word, whilst the self is, this self-view and this side of it is gone, that doesn't necessarily...
No, actually,
Yeah.
when the self-view is broken, what happens is self-perception has no power much. I mean, you might feel self-conscious, but it doesn't have that much power. And
that's
slowly
right.
this self-conscious feel will go away. And finally, it will be nothing. So that's where, Lord Buddha told a small monk to go with the 500 monks. All the 500 had the self-view or the self-perception. And this small monk didn't have, he was an arahant. He didn't have any problem. So when some bunch of thieves tried to attack the monks, they requested someone's head or something. And this arahant actually came forward and said, yeah, take mine. And they were surprised. And they didn't actually do anything. They actually asked why you are not sad or scared. And that led to actually the thieves actually trying to understand Dhamma. So that the thing is, this absence of this feel is the same thing that we are talking about. So it is like, really, that is the only thing that is lost also. This self-perception or the self-vibration or the self-view, that is the only thing that you lose. You feel everything as normal. You see everything as normal. You hear everything as normal. Your thoughts are also the same thing. But that power is not there. What power? The self-power, the self-view, the self-perception. That is
And
the only
that's
thing
why
which is
it's
vanishing.
easy that's why it's easy to acknowledge when somebody says you made a mistake. It's easy to say you're sorry because there is no what
True.
should I say, challenge. The challenge
Yeah.
comes with the self-view.
Yes, and if someone says you're wrong, oh really, thank you for pointing that out, that thank you. And you can say, and in the other way around, sometimes you accept for nothing. You might say, yeah, thank you for pointing out, but I think this is the thing. You might be able to say that too. It doesn't necessarily matter what you're saying or what you are not saying. What matters is whether you have the self-perception or not. Whether you are being self-conscious at that moment or not. That's actually a good word, actually. But I don't know how it will be used in Sinhala. It's kind of, I don't think there's a Sinhala word for that.
No, I think because I was thinking of the word lajjava. Lajjava is like shyness.
Yeah.
That's not exactly that.
Like this is like you feeling you kind of thing, isn't it? Not you losing you.
Not you losing you. You very much feeling you. So to that point, Joel, what Dr. Kokla said right at the beginning, I don't know if you were listening at that time or whether you had joined, but the stage fright thing that she said. So either you can be really scared and have the stage fright and become speechless when you see that entire audience, or there are people, even artists, I have heard them saying that they thrive in the audience's attention. They absolutely thrive in it. So getting onto the stage is like the best place to be for them. So if you think about that example, self-consciousness can spur them to or motivate them to feel either good about themselves And then it can even go further and make them conceited. So that is what I'm saying. That doesn't happen with the Dhamma. That's the beauty of it. With the Dhamma, that when the self
Neither
view
way.
goes out,
Yeah, neither way.
Neither way. That is why I think the equilibrium is there. That the extremes. I don't know what do you call those things.
No, but
the
you can't
happiness,
even
the
say
sorrow,
equilibrium, because equilibrium you might get an understanding. You will be there, but you don't feel anything. No, actually, this is
equilibrium,
you losing
like
you.
in the sense of zero, meaning it's not weighing onto one side, neither is it weighing onto the other side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
true.
confusing. Better not use those English words, but basically not leaning to either side.
That's a good question, though. I mean, this is not only one's question. Actually, it should have been everyone's question.
Actually, that's a good question. Yeah.
Aranhansa, I still feel self-conscious, and he will be like, no, I mean, that is the exact thing that everyone has, but not actually talking in that way, because everyone is trying to say, Aranhansa, everything is done. I'm not self-conscious at all. I'm really good now. I don't feel anything. And Aranhansa says, you're thinking. It's really interesting how this work, either you get the overconfident or not confident.
Yeah.
There is no midway. Actually, you can't talk about a midway, because this lack of the zero self vibration, you can't even talk about anything in that aspect.
It's like the oscillation is happening right till the very end, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about that again tomorrow. I think we have come to the end. Thank you, Aranhansa, for your noble guidance. I don't think we can even talk about these things without you actually telling all these experiences. And we worship you every day. And thank you for Dhamma friends who have joined today. And we will have a fruitful discussion tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you all the Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Teruvan Saranai, Arya Mahanse.
Teruvan Saranai, my friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. If you're joining fresh, either on YouTube channel, which is the Buddothpada Pure TV channel, you're listening to Buddothpada 24-hour English Zoom discussion, Zoom series rather. What just concluded was a 2-hour Dhamma discussion, and the rest of the Zoom sessions are a series of mostly talks delivered by practitioners, consisting of mostly 1 hour duration, and the teachings that are being shared with you today and all through this Zoom session is the teachings of Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa, which is none other than the pure truth and the Dhamma teachings as exposed and realized by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. So that pure truth has been, unfortunately, over the years, been relatively hidden and not correctly conveyed through traditional Buddhist teachings. And it is Buddothpada and Mahansa through his own efforts and determination after 20, 30 years of searching for the true Dhamma and the pure truth, that he finally, through practical application of it and a search of his own, realized this true Dhamma as the pure truth revealed by Lord Buddha so many years ago. So for the last 5 to 6 years, these teachings have been shared in mainly the Sinhalese language, but there are also English books translated, the Sinhala talks translated to English, which are available on the Buddothpada-dhamma.com website. In addition, we have a dedicated English website for where all these teachings and the principles and the true Dhamma philosophy is shared, and also with the linkage to science to make it more helpful for people like modern readers and modern listeners. Certain linkages to the quantum theory, quantum physics is also given to be able to make these concepts more familiar for them and to help people understand it. But Lord Buddha is actually the greatest scientist that has ever been, because science may think it has come a long way, but it hasn't even scratched the surface of the level of abhinya knowledge or experiential knowledge and wisdom that the Buddha had so many thousand years ago. And the discoveries that he has made, which and through also the realization of the mind, far surpasses anything that science has even come close to, even nowadays with all the so-called great advancements and so on. So it is actually a beautiful Dhamma. It is actually a beautiful discovery of understanding nothing else but understanding one's own mind and understanding the cause of suffering. So there was this person who had gone to Lord Buddha back in the day, and his quest, his life's mission, he had made it his life's mission to find the end of the world. So he did have some certain powers, but I think he came to the Buddha, if I remember it right, and said that he has made it his life's mission to find the end of the world. And that he had done so much, and he explained all the things that he had done. And so I think he approached the Buddha also with the hope of finding out something from the Buddha which would help him achieve his goal. And what was the goal? To find the end of the world. So the Buddha actually, what the Buddha actually told him was that you can't find the world through this this so-called external reality. Meaning you can't find the end of the world from the outside world, was what the Buddha said. Because the world that gets created, the world as you know it, is only what is perceived through these senses, nothing else. Everything, whether it is a human being, whether it is any other living being, any species, any creatures, any animals, whatever it is, anything that has the ability to feel, has even one sensor faculty, is able to discern a world only through the experience or sensation arising from that sense faculty. And that was the explanation that was given. Of course, it went on to further detail, but the fundamental lesson there was that there is actually nothing that can be found from the outside world. Why? Wasn't as if it wasn't a very superfluous statement. It had an absolute profound meaning to it, something that was never heard before. All different ascetics that were there, the great sages of the time, who were in earnest search of the truth back in the day, had never come across this type of Dhamma, had never realized this type of Dhamma that the Buddha realized so many years ago. And that was that this world is actually what is getting perceived, what is perceived through these senses, through the sensory perceptions, and that there is absolutely no ability, no capability whatsoever to experience a world which is not to experience a world other than what is manifested in the sense faculties. So that was the fundamental teaching, which I think kind of changed Rohitatta, the person who went to the Buddha's complete understanding, and I think the search might have stopped there, then and there, by that fact. So the suffering that the finding of this truth aim to vanquish, aim to extinguish, is this so-called suffering that comes about by taking all these things, taking an outside world to be true, taking anything that is manifested through the sensory faculties to be true. Because what happens with the sense of perceptions is that if you take a human being, it is the eyes, the ears, the world is discerned through the eyes, through eyesight, isn't it? And through hearing, and through smelling, and through tasting, and through touching. So the touch will have the heat, cold, the temperature, and the feeling of solidity. Through the nose, there is a sense of smell, so there is the smelling. Through the tongue, it is the tasting of food, drinks, and so on. And then with the eyes, there is the sight or the seeing. And then with the sound, with the ears, it is the sound. So can you actually think of anything that can be experienced by you or by anybody for that matter, by any human being for that matter, than what is actually getting perceived from the sense faculties? It is either through the seeing, either through the hearing, either through the sensations from the body sensor, the touch or the tactile sensations, either through the smelling or the tasting. So now there can be people who are deaf, then so they won't have the sound, but they would have the other senses working. And with those senses also a world gets created, isn't it? By virtue of what they see, what they smell, what they taste, what they touch. Then there are people who are also blind, or there could be people who are deaf and blind both. So then what happens? Still, the body sensor is working, the sense of smell is working, and then the taste is also working. And they even learn, I think, through the braille system. So in that way, there is still certain ways that that person still, a world gets manifested to that person. So how does this happen? Through the sense faculties. So these sense faculties, the sensations occur due to vibration. The vibration that occurs in these sense faculties only gives rise to, when we say gives rise to, it is manifesting. It is manifesting because of the speed of the vibration. So the sense faculties, whatever sense faculties that are there, are because of the vibration. There is a sensation, and the speedy occurrence of the vibration gives a feeling that that sensation exists, and whether it is coming, if it is getting generated from the eyes, then it is the light sensation. If it is from the ears, it is the sound sensation. Otherwise, it is the touch or the taste or the smell. So the sense of smell even is only if there is a vibration in the nose, and if that is telepathizing with an equal or same vibration outside, then the sense of smell comes about. And if that smell, due to the speedy occurrence of the vibration, is then felt as if it exists. So if that consciousness, the nose consciousness doesn't occur, the feeling that it exists doesn't occur, then there is no such thing as smell. So if it vibrates, if the vibration occurs, then there is the sense of smell. So what we say, but what is meant by that is it is only when the consciousness occurs due to the speed of the vibration that is then the feel of existence comes about. So what happens with how is this world then perceived? It is perceived through what is being seen, what is being heard, what is being smelt, tasted, and touched. These are the only 5 ways that the world gets created. So how does this world get created? The combination of the light, sound, touch, taste, and smell then combine to form all types of worldly objects, whether it is the apple, the tree, the temple, the church, the sea, the park, the caravan, the car, whatever it is that you want to call it, they are all made up of these basic 5 sensory perceptions: light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. So these are then interpreted by the mind consciousness to form what we call these various names and labels, which we then project outside. So the natural phenomena of the mind is such that whatever that gets perceived and manifested through the sensory perceptions are just the basic forms. But those basic forms don't remain as basic forms. It is like that for the baby in the cot. The newly born infant has no notion of names and labels and trees and temples and mothers and fathers. No. The baby in the cot has these very basic perceptions. It doesn't know that light is light or sound is sound, but it does feel. If the sensation of sound occurs, there is a feeling of that sensation. There is no naming of it, there is no recognizing of it, no recognition, but certainly the baby would turn if a nursery rhyme is played and playing for the baby's entertainment, then the baby would react to the melody, react to the tone, not knowing what it is, but there would be some kind of reaction, some kind of soothing of the baby, which is why, lullabies are sung for babies and that kind of thing is done. Similarly, if a harsh light is shone on the baby might react by wincing at the harsh light because of the brightness. The eyes will naturally react. So the vibration would occur, and then the light manifestation still occurs in the baby, but there is no recognition, there is no thought process that gets formed at that point. The sensor faculties are still at a very developing stage or underdeveloped stage. So it's just still the basic perceptions and no basic perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, but no other thought perception or mind object or mental picture has formed at that point. So later on, it is only at the age of 2, 3, 4 years of age when these faculties have developed that a gradual learning process happens and starts. And it is through that reinforcement of those basic perceptions, an image brought together with sound, taste combined together with the sound, that a thought of a mother, a thought of a fruit, a thought of orange juice, all this starts to be learned by that child. So what happens with this? Some kind of image being shown, some kind of sound being shown as happening outside, and a name being given to it, some kind of orange or something being given to be eaten by the child, and a name being associated with it. What is actually happening here? The impression that these things actually exist outside is given to that child, because the way the mind works is the internal, the perceptions that occur, that arise in the sense faculties, is interpreted by the mind, and with the name and the sound associated with it, and the label attached to that sensation, whatever the sensation that has arisen, if it is an image, some kind of sensation will come about that image, and then with the name being given to it, suddenly this thing has become real because it is projected outside. Automatically, the way the mind, what the mind does is it creates an object, and then it kind of throws it out, it projects it outside, and then this self and the thought, then there is a wrong notion that gets created, that this object exists outside. And not only one object, all these objects that are learned gradually through the learning process, through kindergarten days, and then continuously, this is what happens in life. Every aspect that is learned, acquired, are all just perceptions, and they are all associated how? Through thoughts. Because perceptions through the speedy occurrence of vibration are then taken to be true, as taken to be existing. That feeling of existence comes about. So the the repeated showing of an orange juice and getting the child to drink the orange juice, feeling the touch of an orange, feeling the touch of an apple, showing an image, and teaching that to be the tree, teaching this to be the classroom, teaching this to be the school teacher. All that gives the impression to the child and makes the child believe that these are objects, these are things, and then the world is comprised of all these objects and things, and that I am a person, and it is me who actually observes this world. It is I who actually experiences this world. And so a false sense of duality gets created. There is a world outside, and there is a me or a person or a self here that gets created. Again, because of that perception of a world, a person or a self experiencing the world also gets created. But is that real? No, it's not. All this has been concocted, constructed in the mind process. But that is the way this whole mechanism works. It is not anybody's doing. It is not, there's no individual or a person here doing it. But is that the view that is taken? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, everything that is experienced by this world, this so-called conventional world and society, is built on the premise that, the I and the self is very much true. That, this world is comprised of people, animals, beings, and all these things, and the human beings, and the I and the self is very much there, which is why you have all these concepts of civilized society. You have things called human rights. You have, personal space, privacy, all these kind of things are built around the notion that human beings self-respect. We were talking earlier about self-consciousness, being self-conscious. These type of things all are built on that fundamental premise that this I, me, and the self view is very much there. And it's not just a self view, but that the I as a person is very much here. And that, everybody has a unique identity, everybody has a sense of individuality, personality, so on and so forth. But the fundamental tenet of the Buddhist philosophy, as realized by Lord Buddha, is that this is actually just a system. This entire process, like nature, is just an occurrence, just happening. When we think about a tree, when we think about nature, the sun is shining, the rain is falling, the trees are just growing from a plant to a young tree, to a sapling, to a young tree, to a big tree, to a mature tree. It is growing. Over the years, it grows. It takes its nutrients from the earth. It has a root system, and then it draws the nutrients from and water and so on from the earth. It takes oxygen from the air. It takes some energy from the sun, and it bears fruits. All these things happen. But do we actually attribute a self or an ego to the tree? No, we don't do any such thing. And then you know that anything can happen to the tree, right? Sometimes people come and cut a branch off or trim the tree. They can cut several branches out. They pluck fruit from the tree, or they can even chop it off and use it for firewood. So in any one of these instances, does the tree say that, oh no, please don't cut me, I'm a person, I'm an individual, I'm a self person? No. Does it start crying out for help? No. We don't attribute a self to the tree, do we? But yet it had a system that worked. It still grew from a little seed to a plant, to a sapling, to a young tree, and into a big tree. Matured, it bore fruit, it bore flowers. All this happened. So there was a system that got activated there, isn't it? It didn't just happen, it didn't stagnate, it happened. All that happened and becomes a mature tree. Then other trees can grow as well around them. There can be creepers, there can be flowers. All these things, they are also growing. They are also part of nature. Isn't it? So why do we attribute a self to this system here and not to the tree? Can we see that there is some kind of misconception here that is occurring? That seems to be very well hidden. So it is this pure truth of the world and the reason for its existence and the reason for suffering that the Buddha actually found and has tried to share with people in order to help them understand, help them alleviate suffering. The suffering actually comes about because of this wrong self-view. By taking this outside world to be true, automatically a self-view gets formed here, because if there is a world, then there is a me here observing, then there is a me here or an I here experiencing it. So when these individual objects, names and things are formed, they get formed only in the mind. Now the vibration, due to the vibration, the perceptions occur. The basic perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell occur. But these perceptions are then coined together and combines to form a thought, because if the thought is not formed, there is no way of actually savoring it or experiencing it. So this is a false construct. The mind has the power, and the vibration that started this whole process of the mind that started this process of had that vibration as the initial cause, and that initial vibration has an underlying power. So that underlying power is also there as an underlying power in the sensation of light, in the eye consciousness. The eye consciousness is nothing but the feeling that light exists, the continuous feeling that light exists. The vibration actually only causes a spark in the eye. But that spark in the eye, the vibration, telepathizing with the other millions of vibrations out there, gives a manifestation of light. It is not as if there is light outside. So, but what is actually discerned through the thought process is whatever that gets vibrated in the eye, and the vibration that happens in the eye is the manifestation of light, nothing else. So for each faculty, there is a unique perception that occurs in those different faculties. For the ear, it is the sound. For the tongue, it is the taste. For the nose, it is the smell, and so on. So with these getting combined, individually also, these consciousnesses, because the perception that is there initially, because of the speed of vibration, gives a feeling or a continuous feeling that it exists. So it's not coming in breaks, but breaks and pauses. But it is coming as a continuous stream of light, isn't it? Because you don't think that the light happens now and then the light happens 2 minutes later and all, then it won't be a light. One gets the impression that there is a permanent light when one turns on the switch, because that is the way the eye works. Because of that continuous vibration occurring, there is a permanent sense of light existing. So a permanent sense of light existing, and if there is some sound emanating from somewhere, the ear vibrates, and with the ear vibrates, and that telepathizes with that any kind of similar vibration, the feeling that sound exists at that time, the continuous feeling that sound exists in different wave patterns, different types of hertz, is the ear consciousness. The same thing with the smell. If there is an odor, then that odor is considered to exist, and that is what we call the nose consciousness. So, and in this manner, whatever there was a vibration, and the vibration had an underlying power. So, these combination of these perceptions also carries that underlying power. And when these things are combined, another vibration, and altogether new vibration gets created, which is the mental picture or the mind object, we call it. The thought, we call it the stimuli, whatever it is that you can call it, that is a brand new vibration. But that vibration, if there is any vibration whatsoever, that vibration would have an underlying power. So what is this vibration now? It's the thought of the mother. It's the thought of the father. It is the thought of the video game. It is the thought of going to school. It is the thought of sleeping late on a Sunday. All these things are thoughts, isn't it? So the things that were taught in childhood, taught in the kindergarten, are things like mother, father, teacher, ball, bat, school, classroom. These are the things. And then the concept of I and the self is also taught, saying, oh, you are so and so. You are a boy, you are a girl. All this is also taught. So can you see, even gender is taught. And then everything, you have black hair, you have blue eyes, you are a nice boy, or you are a pretty girl. Or even these things, nice, pretty, ugly, short, blonde, black hair. all these things, from the colors, from the basic colors, to the images, to the shapes, to the sounds, to the smells, to the tastes, to the various tactile sensations, different types of heat, different types of cold, the feeling of hardness, feeling of liquidity, feeling of softness, feeling of roughness. Can you see the innumerable number of things that have been taught by way of perceptions, that have been taught to the child? But how is the child actually absorbing these things? Through perceptions only, isn't it? Because we said at the outset that there is no way that anybody, for that matter, can experience anything outside. Even those who are teaching falsely believe, even if it is the parents or whether it is the teacher, they are all under the false belief. They're all under the misconception that whatever that they are teaching the child are actual objects, persons, people existing in a so-called outside world. So this is this enormous delusion that every living being is falling foul of. And it is that misconception, it is that delusion that takes them, unfortunately, in this samsaric cycle of birth and death, this almost never-ending cycle of birth and death. And if there is a birth, then there's inevitably all the suffering that comes with it, from a conventional sense of the word, because the samsaric cycle doesn't finish. From one vibration, if the breath is gone from this body, that lasting vibration, which is the self-perception, will continue on and on wherever it telepathizes to. So I think we jumped the gun there a little bit. So before that, let's get back to these objects and the existent feel, how that came about. So we talked about the child in the kindergarten having learnt all these objects, and then gradually this world starts manifesting, a world that is very real. It's not a manifestation. It is manifesting in the sensory perception, through sensory perceptions. But for the child, it is very true. It is a world that is existing now outside, and then the child believes that the child exists. This wrong self-view gets formed, because if there is a world and the world is there, then there is always a person here that is taken to be real, and I and the self and an ego is born. So in this manner, this world and the perceptions of this world, basically it is the perceptions, gets thickened and thickened over time. So this, with the existent field of this world, there is an alive field that the child gets. And it is that alive field that we call the self-view and the self-perception. That alive field is none other than that underlying power of the vibration. The more the value that is attached, the more one believes that the world is true. So the world is what? These objects, isn't it? Whatever that was important for the child then expands and expands as the child grows older, from childhood days to teenage days. So job, education, school, sports, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever it is, things, video games. These are the things that make up a teenager's world, isn't it? And then as the teenager grows older, it becomes education, tertiary education, getting a degree, having a more stable relationship, finding a job, progresses on to career, getting married, having children, all these things. Midlife crisis, whatever it is, buying a house, getting a mortgage, having a more advanced career, going on overseas trips, whatever it is, and then retirement, all these things, everything in every aspect, every stage of the life, there are things that become important, there are things that have become that have become absolutely of value. And that is the way the life goes on. The false sense of identity is created, and everything that has been perceived, and the perceptions are thick and strong, are surrounding that person. The family is a strong perception. The household is a strong perception. Everything that is near and dear are being held. But held how? Through this perception, through the thought. The self falsely believes that the mother exists, the father exists. But where do these finally all exist? Through perceptions. Nowhere else. But it is these perceptions that have been taken to be true, and with that, isn't there a desire to hold them closely, hold them dearly? If something happens to your family, if something happens to your spouse, doesn't the world come crashing down? If something happens to children, don't you spend sleepless nights worrying about them? And then what happens when actually you fall sick? Because that is the greatest perception of all, isn't it? Because if any object has got magnified in value, magnified in significance, the greatest of that is the I perception, the self view. I mean, there could be a denial that it is the I. You could say it is your father, it is your parents, it is your children, it is your spouse. But when we initially said that the world becomes true, it is that object that has initially become true. And when that initial object becomes true, that is the thing that you have identified yourself with. So the identity of identifying with an object, and then that object becomes actually you, because you live through that object. And if that object is of value, then you are there. So this, when we say you, it is actually that wrong self-view. This wrong self-view gets created by taking every object, every person to be true. So even the spouse is like, if something happens, it's as if the whole world comes crashing down, isn't it? But the spouse was also what? A seeing to the eye, a hearing to the sound, a hearing to the ear, isn't it? The image is the image of the husband. Image of a person, some image was called the husband. It wasn't the husband from the beginning, it was a person. And then the person became an acquaintance, and the acquaintance became a relationship. And the relationship became a spouse by the signing of a certificate or something, or taking of an oath. And so the perceptions behind every one of these aspects, isn't it? Because even those things are taught at some point. And how are they taught? They are also taken in as perceptions. The fact that, there is such a thing called relationship, there is such a thing called marriage, there is such a thing called love. There is such a thing as two beings, two separate living beings. There are one outside and one on this side, experiencing the other person. Feeling the other person is all perceptions. Because the notion of feeling comes about through the nose, through the touch, and through the taste. Those three faculties actually give rise to a feeling. So in this way, even these concepts, whether it is marriage, whether it is a relationship, whether it is an appropriate relationship, whether it is a girl or a boy, all these things are also taught. The baby in the cot had no idea of marriage, had no idea of a girl or a boy or a female or a male, any kind of gender bias, nothing whatsoever. Whether a relationship is appropriate or not, whether the person is wealthy, whether the person is not wealthy, whether the person is ugly or handsome. None of that matters. None of that is actually even known, no idea whatsoever. Which is why we actually call the baby having the radiant mind. Because in the radiant mind, there are no inhibitions, no falsities, absolutely nothing whatsoever. But it is through these learnt perceptions, through the perceptions that come about and are taught and then turn into thoughts and the thought process. Only this, unfortunately, this wrong view gets created by a world getting projected outside and the world being taken to be true with these perceptions, and then the wrong self-view getting created. So this natural, the phenomena of the mind is this. This is all natural occurrence because the sense faculties are there naturally. If a vibration occurs, there is a scrambling to identify the vibration and the sensation that arises out of it. Then that sensation is given a symbol or a sign, which we call the perception. And that, because it is happening at speed, it's called a consciousness, a light consciousness, or ear consciousness, eye consciousness, and so on. The feeling that light exists, the feeling that sound exists, and so on. So the combination of that is what we call the thought of, example, your husband. Now, your husband is also a perception, isn't it? The concept of how you formed is also a perception, isn't it? Because first it was a vibration, then the effect was light perception, sound perception, smell perception, touch perception, and taste perception. Then what happened? These perceptions became the cause, and the effect, thought. The thought that this is the mother, the thought that this is orange juice, the thought that this is the school bag, the thought that this is me going to school, the thought that this is me, I am Jane, I am going to school, I am 5 years of age, or I am 3 years old. Right? Who is Jane? A perception. 3 years old, perception. I'm going to school, school, perception. Going, perception. Mother, perception. Father, perception. What is actually catching the eye? An image. Isn't it the mind that interpreted it and said that the image is the father, the image is the mother? Yes. As we said, there is no way that anything outside can be experienced at all. Only what is getting perceived through the senses. So what is perceived through the senses? Light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. That's it. That's absolutely it. But then these five combine and then form the interpretative mechanism, which is the mind. So the mind gives all these light, touch, taste, colors, light, sound, touch, taste, and smell a name. It coins it into something. The shape is coined into a name. The sound is coined into a name. The taste is coined into a name. So like that, everything that is tasted, any kind of food item, any kind of drink, everything, even saliva, blood, phlegm, even the, you could say disgusting things. All those are also named, isn't it? Everything is named. And why? To differentiate one from the other for the purpose of experiencing it, savoring it, and enjoying it, isn't it? Everything is enjoyed. You might say that there's nothing to enjoy in saliva, But it is the knowledge of knowing that something called saliva exists is also something that is actually experienced. And experienced by what? Experienced by this self. Even in the form of knowledge, these are all learned. And the learning and the believing that these things actually exist, either in the form of objects, either in the form of animate or inanimate objects, persons, things, or even concepts, assumptions, presumptions, whatever it is, everything is given an importance to, isn't it? And by giving an importance to something, invariably, there is a false sense of ego or self that gets created on this side. Because it is now I who know about all this, I who know about geography, sociology, history. I'm the one who knows the arts. I'm the one who knows about the theater, right? I am the lawyer. I am the doctor. Or, So knowledge, experience, whether it is practical experience, same thing. Even if it is practical experience, even if it is an academic, either way, everything is just data in, isn't it? Coming through what? Only the 5 perceptions. And combining to form a thought. Combining to form all kinds of names, medical knowledge, dentistry, engineering, electronics, civil, mechanical, whatever it is, acquiring knowledge. What is knowledge? Perceptions. So these are the things that are then acquired, and then they become important more and more. And then the ego gets more and more fattened as the knowledge gets bigger and bigger, and the experience gets bigger and bigger. The I and the ego also gets fattened here, because there is a person here who knows a lot. There's a person who has life's experience or has expert knowledge. There is a person who is either well loved in the community or highly regarded, highly esteemed. And this is the way the perceptions are formed about a person. But this is not something to be, what shall I say? This is an unfortunate thing that it is not anybody's doing. So the Buddha made it very clear that when you look at this whole mechanism, the way it works, just like we explained the tree and how that whole process of absorbing nutrients through the roots, from the earth, from the sun, all these things occur. This is a natural state of affairs. The natural state of the way the mind mechanism works is with the vibration and with the sense of faculties. The false sense of world gets created. A feeling that it exists gets created, and from that feeling of existence, a sense of being alive is felt, and a wrong self-view gets formed. And when that wrong self-view gets formed, unfortunately, because of the craving, the delusion, the desire for objects which are not there, not knowing that it is not there and that it is getting created only internally, there is a deception. There is actually a great deception. And with that deception and the deceiving that happens there, the suffering occurs. So this suffering actually occurs in the thought, in this moment's thought, because there is, whilst we talk about mind is actually just the collection of thoughts there is no collection of thoughts, but there's only one thought occurring in this moment because it is happening at such a speed. One considers that there is something called the mind, but there wasn't ever a static thing called the mind. So there wasn't actually anything static called the mind. The thought that occurs in this moment is the only thing that can be felt. This thought, even occurring at this moment, is actually not real. When you think about the past and when you think about the future, you might say that what nonsense, how can it be only this thought? I can think about all my past life, my childhood days, and this and that, and I can plan for the future. I can think of what I'm going to do during retirement and when my children grow old or have kids, and so on and so forth. But whether you think about the past, even if you think about yesterday, isn't that whatever that you are thinking happening at this very moment? Everything that is being thought, even about the past or even about the future, even if you're planning for an event in the future, isn't that thought occurring in this moment? It is, isn't it? So one can actually experience only a thought at a moment. So the thought is actually fundamentally a vibration. And in that vibration, because of it having that underlying power, because of it having that underlying power, and how much how much the thought or the stimuli, which is basically an object or thing taken to be real from a so-called external world, which is no such external world, but from a so-called external world, then that stimuli also carries an underlying power, because the more one believes that stimuli to be true and has given value to it, and then wants to keep it, wants to hold on to it, wants to hold on to it to protect it, and that burning feeling, that sense of weightiness that I feel is what is called the self-perception and the self-vibration. The three realms, the sensual world, the form world, and the formless world, all exist in this one moment, in this one thought. If there is an object that is taken to be real, and then there's a desire or a clinging or an attachment to that object or person, that is, in that sense, that strong attachment is the sensual world that is being felt. If that exists in the form of a mental picture, then that is what is called the form world. And if that object or thing or person is actually felt, that is what we call the formless world. So all these three realms, the Buddha taught, are existing nowhere else but in this one thought occurring in this moment. So depending on the attachment, depending on how thick that perception is, how strong the ignorance is of taking that thing to be true, not knowing the truth, then unfortunately all three realms become true. And if something goes wrong, if there is a loss of a loved one, a tragic accident that happens to some child, not some child, your child, all these things can trigger the suffering at any moment, isn't it? Because why the child has become true to you, the child is your child to you, without knowing the truth. Without knowing the truth, everything is relative to this I or the self that has been created here, isn't it? But if one actually understands the true Dhamma, one will understand that this entire world, as we call it, all the objects, persons, people, things that we have given value to, that has been considered to be true, are all just sensory perceptions arising out of sensory perceptions, and that they are all nothing but perceptions, nothing else but perceptions. And when that is realized through deep reflective thinking, it is not something that can be discerned to the human eyes, because otherwise, if you believe what you see from your flesh eyes, you will believe that you see a world, isn't it? You will believe that you see the sun shining, the rainbow in the sky, the clouds floating by, the people around the world, the people in your neighborhood, your children, your household, your family, your work colleagues, everybody, and yourself in the mirror also, right? all these things can be seen from the naked eyes. So the Dhamma is not something that can be seen from these basic, from the sense faculties. Because as we said, the sense faculties are only manifesting perceptions, manifesting things. This manifesting things is what the mind tricks to believe as being real and as existing outside. But if one actually understands the truth, to understand the actual truth of this whole sense of existence and the reason and the cause for suffering, it has to be looked at through the eye of wisdom. To do that, there has to be a practical application of the Dhamma by taking the Dhamma philosophy and applying it to see how this mind actually works. What is the mind? How does the mechanics of the mind work? What is this so-called self? How does this suffering come about? Was there a self here at all, or was that always just a wrong self-view, a misconception? That is what we have been trying to explain in the last 1 hour. So once that is actually understood through deep penetrative insight, there is a realization that actually these are just perceptions that have been taught during our childhood days, and these perceptions have continuously occurred, continuously been reinforced and reinforced to form very thick perceptions where the underlying power has become greater and greater and greater. Some perceptions fall away, some perceptions only magnify in value, magnify in significance, and with that comes this wrong notion that that there are people, there is that your family and your loved ones, your spouse, everything becomes real and dear to you. And so when this whole world is bound together as yours, as something relative to this I or self, isn't all that going to come crashing down if something actually happens? The suffering of, if something happens to any of those things, it is immediately felt here because a false sense of duality has been created. The sense of something being real is the very thing that is making the self feel alive, whereas the self feeling alive is actually a falsity. But because that vibration right from the beginning carried an underlying power, that power has extended and extended and extended, magnified in value, continuing on with deception, delusion, ignorance, whatever you call it. With that delusion comes the suffering, because the tragedy, the loss of a loved one, the death, all these things, whatever that is going to be felt, aversion, clinging will all give, unfortunately, a burning sensation. The stress, the anxiety, the depression, the sorrow, the lamentation, when one doesn't get what one wants, when one loses a loved one. All these things can lead to that. But fundamentally, more than all that, and what is far more profound is that if any object or stimuli is taken to be a thing, taken to be real, then that is where the suffering occurs. So understanding the true Dhamma is absolutely the only way out of this self-perception and self-vibration, and to dissolve the self-view, because the continuous application is the only way to dissolve the self-view. And once the dissolution of self happens, only the inner transformation starts to happen, and there is a awakening to the moment, awakening to the truth, which will then put an end to the samsaric cycle. And from that point onwards, there is only a gradual dissolving of the self-perception and the self-vibration. The defilements fade from one side, and the awakening, the inner transformation occurs from the other side. The suffering is brought to an end gradually by the vibration, which was the cause for everything right from the beginning, is understood, and the mechanism and the process is understood. the wrong self-view is dissolved, and the gradual realization of this will bring an end to the vibration, which is then the state of Buddhahood, which is not relegated to Lord Buddha, but it is the description of this state of non-vibration, which is what is actually referred to as the state of Buddhahood. So we'll stop the talk there today, friends. I hope you got something out of it. If there's anything that you would like to clarify further, please join us in our 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time Zoom discussion. Therwan Sarnai, and let me pay homage to Buddothpada Mahansa for his noble spiritual teachings, his advice, his counseling, and his direction, and his infinite compassion to all mankind. Therwan Sarnai Arya Mahansa, we pay homage at your feet, and Therwan Sarnai Dhamma friends.
Buddothpada, loving and kind. Buddothpada, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada,
seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada,
gentle words and sermons vast, step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada, Ayani, Buddothpada. Nibbana now is not a dream, it flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Aryayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, Ayani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, Ayani, you show the path through gentle modes and sermons vast. Buddothpada, Ayani, loving and kind. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath, wisdom of Asia, ever glow. Dispelling ignorance with light, wisdom of Asia's steady flow. Buddothpada.
Truth of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
Therwan Saranai. First of all, I would like like to pay my utmost respect uh, to our noble spiritual leader, Buddothpada ආරයන් වහන්සේ. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි ආරයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. As usual, it is another session of this English Dhamma talk through this Buddothpada Pure TV, the English channel. So this 24-hour English channel was introduced with the aim of spreading this message to the entire mankind. So after revealing this real truth after 2500 years ago by Lord Buddha, our spiritual leader, our spiritual teacher, who has understood with his wisdom, who has experienced this through Dhamma, so which was hidden last few years ago, now it has become a truth. So he is none other than Buddothpada ආරයන් වහන්සේ. He shared his self-evident path to Nibbana with the mankind out of immense kindness. So with this one, we'll get the opportunity to listen to sermons throughout the day. Buddothpada ආරයන් වහන්සේ embarks on this journey of spreading Dhamma with a number of followers of Buddothpada sermons. These sermons cover a wide range of topics of Buddhist philosophy. Also, the practical part, we believe that Buddothpada Pure TV English will be embraced by the entire world because it brings everybody the message of truth and the self-evident path to end the suffering. Now we can evidence actually most of the foreigners, most probably now it has become a habit to come to this Dombogoda International Meditation Center in seek of this true Dhamma. So they come here, they practice and they go with immense knowledge of this Dhamma because irrespective of this religion, caste or nationality or whatever it is, this is common to everybody. That is the most important thing. If somebody understands this Dhamma, that is really good for the betterment. Actually, that is for the betterment of their lives. Good. That is what. So, our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse wants to give this to the whole nation. With that intention, this golden opportunity has given for those who search for this truth of life. The true Dhamma disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha 2500 years ago, it is only the path available for the mankind to end the sufferings. The ultimate truth of life transcends all boundaries such as nationality, language, religion, social states, or economic states of an individual. So this can be equally given to the nation actually. So this is the intention of Buddothpada ආරයන් වහන්සේ. So to give this Dhamma to the whole nation. Not only this Pure TV English channel, there are so many other avenues. Sermons, more than 10,000 sermons. And also these practical sessions are held in different places in the country and also in overseas as well. And also books are written in English. So books are written in English and also in Sinhala. Zoom discussions, especially 24-hour discussions are going on in English, in Sinhala as well as in Tamil. So these Zoom discussions are very, very important. Although there are people who have understood the Dhamma or not, because every day he is revealing uh, in different aspects with his wisdom actually, whereas nobody can explain it. So it has become very very interesting in each and every day. So if you are listening to these Zoom discussions held every day in different times, early morning and also Andolanatmaka Deshana even at night. So there are different sessions. So all these sessions are very, very important to each and everyone. Whether they are new to this Dhamma, so they have different sessions. If they are old, if they have already understood this, there are different sessions. So you can understand this Dhamma. You can join these Dhamma sermons the way you prefer. That is the most important thing. If you go for some other Dhamma sermons, so whether you know it or you do not know it, so you have to listen to it and come back home. So sometimes you will not be able to question even, because those who are giving these details, maybe with the knowledge they take all these things, so they can't go beyond what they have already said. But the difference between these sermons of Buddothpada, so they are not like that. You can understand that, that you can practice it. So you can practice it and you can have your own practice to understand it. So you must have that wisdom. So that is the most important thing. Uh, so every day, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse is revealing different aspects. It is there day by day. It is becoming very interesting. So when we talk about Buddhists, so do you know how a Buddhist thinks? So there is no self. There is no self here. So we think when we talk about Buddhists, we have that birth certificate. In front of that religion, the name Buddhist is mentioned there. So we think that from the birth we are Buddhists. So that is what we know. So if somebody asks you what is your religion, you say that we are a Buddhist. So but once you understood this Dhamma, it is not so. So Buddhist, there is no self here. That is what. What is wrong is not thinking about this for such a long time until now. Even now we understood that we are not Buddhists. So when we talk about the history, the kings used to build the Hindu kovils inside the temples as they married South Indian women or Hindu women. Then half of the Hinduism and half of the Buddhism got blended together and preached to the kings in this manner. At last, it became jumbled actually. It is all mixed up now. So that is what has happened here. This is clearly explained by Kalana Mitran Mahanse. So as we have experienced this, so this is what has happened. If somebody preaches this pure Dhamma, how good it is. So today what has happened, they think they are Buddhists and they are not, they do not know what real Buddhism is, what really Lord Buddha has preached is. Actually, they are getting away from Dhamma. So most of the time, Buddothpada Aryan Hanse says that Buddhists are helpless without knowing the pure Dhamma, and that is true. So even not only Buddhists, even monks, nuns around this Dhamma, those who are followers, they do not know what true Dhamma is, what pure Dhamma is, what is the truth, they do not know. Not knowing what to do, they just do what others say. So that is what has happened. So fortunately, we found this Dhamma through this Buddhothpada's sermons. That is why we have to listen to this Dhamma very carefully. So if we are in a rush or if we are in a hurry, we will not be able to get it. It is enough for you to even a day if you are mindful of this Dhamma. That is what. If you correctly investigate the Dhamma, when you listen, you may sit as a worldly person, and at that time you get up, you will be a noble one. That means you will be in the path. That means if you have that wisdom, you don't want much time to understand this Dhamma. So there are some people, they need time, because we listen to this Dhamma. First of all, we get this as a knowledge. If not with the help of this Kalyana Mitra and Vahase, we get this message. That is the first step actually. If not, we do not know. So what Lord Buddha has preached 2,500 years ago, now that it has vanished actually. That is why everybody says the same thing, and we don't see anybody is going on this path of nirvana. So if you are wise enough, if you have that wisdom, even one day, it won't get one day, even within 2-3 seconds, you will understand this Dhamma if it is preached properly. So sometimes somebody will get it time to understand it. Always, if this true Dhamma, the sermons of Buddhothpada, they think about outside the mundane world. So there is a person sitting down who is of the view that everything is real outside. So most probably there is nothing as such outside. That is what these Buddhothpada sermons say. Everything is the mind. If they realizes that nothing is outside, his or her attachments to outside disappear, and he got relieved from the outside. He realizes that there is no truth outside. There is no heaven or hell either. Then there is no place to go. Here only this mind appears and disappears. Where we have to understand. This is the most important thing, the understanding of this mind. Only that. There is no existing mind or person. If you can understand that this is non-self Dhamma, no person, that is the most important thing here. So most probably, if we say something like that, there is no person, there is nobody, so you just think there is no outside. What we think is not the outside. So if we say somebody with these things, they will think we are going insane. So that is the most important thing, because the people do not get used to this pure Dhamma. So if somebody is talking against that, they will not believe that. The more we have heard now, although we think that the birth means, as I said, Buddhist, it is written in against or in front of our religion in the birth certificate. So if Buddha asks, is this I permanent or impermanent? Those days, that is the most very common saying we have heard. Then because they have replied, impermanent Bhante. If the I is impermanent, is it suffering? Therefore, can it be taken as self? No reason. This is an Anatma Dhamma. Anatma Dhamma is only this moment, no time, nothing else. Only this moment. As Aryan Vasi always talks about Tripitaka, it is written on behalf of him, he says, because everything what he says is written in the Tripitaka. He is really interested to say this. What he has said is we have heard that Tripitaka is written on behalf of Aryan Vasi. That is what he said. That this Tripitaka evident that he is telling the truth. That is the only thing he has to have the evidence. What he has realized, it is telling in the Tripitaka. So the truth. The reason that all sutra in the Tripitaka say about the anatma, non-self, about non-existing feeling. So that is the pure Dhamma, what these sermons in Buddothpada explains. So, because of that, we have to understand this. This is true. But we can do offerings like other days. We can do whatever as we did earlier. But we need to see whether the thoughts related to desire, aversion, and delusion are overshadowing our minds. If you see these all thoughts are not true and nothing outside, then you see the Buddha nature within you, while seeing that you can worship the Buddha within. So that is what Aryan say. Even last few days he explained, he showed this. Don't try or try not to find Lord Buddha from outside. It is within yourself. Buddha is within. So you cannot worship these clay statues or wooden statues outside. So it is something, once you understood that there is only the factories are working, there is no I, my, mine concept here. You have understood that true Dhamma and try not to find Buddha outside. Buddha is within you. So what a nice explanation. Although we had that intention of Lord Buddha is outside, know that the state of Buddha is within you. So it clearly shows. But these discourses shows very clearly. Although you worship yourself, that try not to find Lord Buddha outside, you do your offerings. That is what you don't want to stop these things. We are doing all these things as a person. You can worship while remembering that then When Dhamma is recalled, the flame of desire, anger, and delusion in the mind is getting extinguished. Recall that when you see the truth, the flame is in the mind puts out. This is the journey why leads to put out burning desire. That is how the mind should be cleaned. In this way, purifying the mind in every moment is the greatest meritorious deed. Therefore, we know that the faith based on wisdom leads to extinguish the flames of desire, anger, and delusion. This is called seeing the truth, which means understanding that there is no existing mind. There is no existing mind. This will lead to the purification of the mind. On the other hand, seeking merits is based on the blind faith that we call it in Pali Amulika Shraddha. We always did so many things based on blind faith, actually seeking merits. We all experienced this earlier. Even these Buddhotpada followers, people who follow these Buddhotpada sermons, you may have this experience. Before finding of this Dhamma, we had to go after different things, such a lot of things to collect merits. If not, we thought there will be demerits and we'll go to hell. So with the intention of going to the heaven, we collected, actually we collected merits which we thought in future it will be benefited. So here what you do is see in the truth that there is no mind. You see a mind arises and vanishes momentarily, and there is no existing mind. The moment you realize this truth, the flames of desire, anger, and delusion in the mind are getting extinguished. If there is a mind, there is desire, anger, and delusion. You can understand that the desire, anger, and delusion, when there is mind, you feel it. So the mind is available means, yes, the book is available. If I say, if the book is available, that means the mind is available. So to see that book, you are here. So you are here and the object is outside there, you see it. So that is the duality available, the availability of that duality. Likewise, the child is available, your family is available, even your friends, money, jewelry, wealth, property. So all these things are uttered by mind. But one who sees this mind is not true. It is the start of diminishing desire, anger, and delusion. So that is the start. If you think that the mind is not true, actually, through these practical sessions, the Pratipada programs, which really helps you to understand that what the outside is in what is outside is in your mind, the mind is not true. So this is the functioning of the sensory creation functions are happening. So at last you will break your Sakkaya Ditthhiya. So if you try your level best to understand this Pratipada program, definitely you will understand this Dhamma, true Dhamma. You will open to this, the wisdom will be open to you. So the path of Nirvana will open to you. So that is the foundation. I always say this. That is the foundation of this Buddhotpada sermons, where Nowhere we find this type of practical sessions. Nobody can imitate it, as this is the unique thing. This is really unique to Buddothpada sermons. Really unique. So it is very difficult to copy somebody. So they can't do that, because one and only point we can get in this Buddothpada sermon is this practical session. So which is the path to nirvana. Um, when it starts diminishing desire, anger, and delusion, the mind begins to get purified. Up till now, like a slave, you did everything what your mind had told you to do. What your mind says you did, because you did not know that you are mind even. How much you worked for the mind at that last moment, this same mind does not bear any responsibility for what it asks you to do. For an example, when we talk about murders, they have done what their mind asked them to do. But at last, do you think that their mind will take that responsibility for this outcome? No. You may have seen. Most probably, they are really innocent at last. When they realize that they have done such crimes, criminals and all, so they feel sorry at last. But they have done what their mind had told them to do. But at last, they say, I can't understand what I did. So following mind directives blindly increases the intensity of desire, anger, and delusion. So now just imagine you like very much to watch this TV while watching what is happening. Even TV, maybe you like to go to cinema or stage dramas or whatever it is. Watching TV for an example. So there, desire, anger, and delusion. Desire, anger, and delusion are getting increased. So when we watch a teledrama, when we watch a movie, so these things are increasing. Why I am telling like this is that now see, when you are watching that, if it is a teledrama, if something happens to that the best actor you like, the best you like, the actor you like best, so you feel sorry. Sometimes very sorrowful. Sometimes when they are happy, you are also happy. When they laugh, you also laugh. When these actors and actresses are sad, you are also sad. Each and every moment of this, we increase desire, anger, and delusion. Most probably while watching TV, teledramas, even in society, it is also the same. When you are with the society, when you are with some friends, maybe when you are with doing something outside world, mundane world, the same thing will happen. You increase your desire, anger, and delusion. But when you listen to this to Dhamma, we are able to perform all these activities as usual without getting caught to our mind. It is just like a drop of water on the lotus leaf. It does not stick on it as it leaves. So you can have a clear picture when I tell you this, just like a drop of water on the lotus leaf that stays without sticking on to it and leaving it. So this is the ability which is gained through realization the truth. When we realize the Dhamma, there is no attachment or detachment of anything. The one who does not move away from, when we told Ashtaloka Dhamma, examples when we say gain and loss, good repute and ill repute, praise and censure, pain and pleasure. In Sinhala we call Labha Labha, Yasa Ayasa, Ninda Prasansa, Dukkha Sapa, and accepts everything in equanimity, which is nirvana. That is nirvana. So, what is very important here is that the necessity of extinguishing the flames of defilements. All these defilements will fade away. So, that will happen. Normally, when you start understanding this Dhamma, most probably, most of the people say, now Aranwa say, I have realized Dhamma because I don't feel this, I don't feel my suffering likewise. So, actually, so when these people start listening to this Dhamma, it happens. As Aryanvas is also telling the audience, most probably, when you start listening to this Dhamma, you get addicted. So sometimes you feel that your burning sensation or suffering becoming less. You feel it. That's true. So that is true because this is true Dhamma, and you know, with the realization of this true Dhamma, you will be in the path of Nirvana. So that is what you were looking for. So when you speak to this situation with your teacher or spiritual leader, so even he says, now uh, now you are extinguishing the flames of defilements. But if if I is there, you have to have it from the beginning. That is what you can't say. If I is there, that means that non-existing feeling is not there. If you feel that I, myself, that soul is there, uh, again you have to think from the beginning. So that is what Aryan Vansi says. The world has become alive to you. This is not something like that. This Dhamma is not something like that actually. What you have to do is you have to understand that there is nobody here. There's nobody here, only these faculties, just like a factory. Only these faculties are there, sensory faculties are there. So they do their job, that's all. So you have to identify what you see outside is not real. So that is what you should identify. To identify that, if you take that chair, if you identify that chair, that means you identify all the objects around you in this mundane world. For an example, Aranvasi has given a very nice example. which we never forget. Because if you want to identify the leaves of a tree with with 5,000 leaves, a tree with 5,000 leaves, you don't want to get into all these 5,000 leaves. If you pick one leaf and observe it thoroughly, you will be able to uh, tell about the rest of the leaves of that tree. So likewise, it is a very nice example given by Aranman say, likewise, if you identify one object, so the way it is formed, so that means you can identify the rest, which is very, very interesting. Even when you identify these faculties separately, the eye, ear, nose, ear, all these things, these sensory faculties, if you can identify, that means uh, when you identify these faculties, you identify that there is no I, my, mine concept here. So one must have that wisdom to identify that, but with the help of these Pratipada sessions which is unique to these Buddhothpada sermons, which is revealed to the world by Buddhothpada Aryan Vahase, that is the key point. That is the key point there. So from the very beginning, the child in the cot with the white sheet having, and also once starts going to the Montessori, the teacher gives everything. Teacher is giving everything. Teacher is teaching, giving knowledge there, which the child did not have. So step by step, this is just like very nicely. It is given to the people. It is given to the disciples of Buddhothpada very nicely. So how this white sheet is getting polluted with the knowledge that you gain. So if you can understand these things, even he is explaining how this, how your nose smells, the tongue, all these faculties are nicely explained. If you can observe all these things separately, you will understand that there is no I, my, mine concept here. So once you understood that, your suffering will become zero. You will feel free. That is at last that Sukhaya, that word is given by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. That Sukhaya, just like a bird flying in the sky, you can live. Once you start that there is nobody here, that there is, if you feel that non-existing feeling, without to the knowledge, this is not knowledge or experience in the sense some people can say different things with their experience. This is not so. This is some kind of a wisdom, as he says, you should feel it. This is not knowledge, you should feel it. That is what Buddhothpada Aryan Vahase is always telling. So once you feel it, you will be in the path of nirvana. So it is not that difficult if you try your level best. And if you follow these discourses, more than 10,000 discourses you can have. So we are really fortunate to hear this Dhamma, true Dhamma, right now. So it is our duty to spread this message to the world, which we are doing right now. Is that even not only that, everybody, each and everybody, those who are in this path or those who have realized this Dhamma, they do this Dhamma service on behalf of this Buddhothpada. So, giving this Dhamma to somebody else is everybody's responsibility. So, this is what our Kalyana Mitran Mahansa is doing day and night. He is trying his level best to make a very nice platform to all these people to make it understand. So he has already started. 5 years ago, he has already started, and now it is spreading very widely, as you all know, as you all can evidence actually. So this is spreading all over the world. So his effort has become a reality. His noble effort, Aryan Mahanse's noble effort has become a reality right now. As we can see, most of the people are getting aware of this to Dhamma, awakening to the moment, the most important thing. Now they know who a real Buddhist is. So they are trying to follow his path now, which is very beautiful. So this will end all suffering of this mankind. So as time is up right now, I would like to wind up this Dhamma talk. I would like to stop this Dhamma talk now. So, as usual, I would like to give this message at the end of this Dhamma talk. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. That is my last wish, and also that is your last wish. May all living beings be free from suffering. So I would like to stop this Dhamma talk now. I would like to pay my great respect to our Kalyana Mitrayan Mahanse, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි ආර්යයන් වහන්ස අවසරයි. May the Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion today. There's no much friends joined today, so I'll start the discussion. So we worship Paramhansa, and we always talk about this no self Dhamma. I actually heard today morning Paramhansa's sermon, which was very beautiful, and I think everyone should listen to the part he was talking about how this perception is not actually existing, and it can be scary to actually understand this in the beginning, but once you get hold of it, once you get used to that, it will be okay. And I can say the topic also that in this Zoom discussion today, that it's all about, does a thought exist? I can see Surangika has joined as well. Not sure whether she's in a position to talk, but did you listen to today morning Zoom discussion by any chance, Surangika?
Teruwan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, pay homage to Buddothpada and Mahansa. Yes, Dr. Kokila, I agree with you. That was exceptional, I mean, as always, but exceptionally enlightening talk, isn't it, by R.N. Mahansa
Yeah,
about perception in
that
anger,
was
in
so
an anger.
beautiful.
Exactly.
And we can elaborate on that. It was so beautiful. I mean, if someone has not listened to that, I would, invite if someone can understand Sinhala language. It is very, very nice. I invite everyone to listen to that. But we'll try to give it in this English language as well, and we'll try our best. I mean, we are not that best in communication as like Karan once sometimes. But he was talking so beautifully about how none of these perceptions are true, and that was groundbreaking, I would say. I mean, we know all this. I mean, definitely you can't really feel the non-vibration if you don't understand this. But I think it will open up everyone's curiosity to understand this, how the perception, even if we think about Dhamma, we have talked about this a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
Surangava, what do you think? How did you get it? How can you explain in your words how you got it? Because sometimes we get different aspects, like, yeah. So I think it's really beautiful to talk about that today.
Yes, so I can't actually recall the start of the question that was raised, but
That's okay.
definitely
Yeah.
the question was around sanya or perception, and I think I can't remember actually. So I think they were basically, I think essentially, they wanted to know that if something is telepathizing in this very moment, say, the person has learned to do something, say, last year or something, and then a thought occurs for it to happen now, or I don't know whether it was a smell. Maybe it was a smell, I think. And when there is a smell, automatically it telepathizes that that smell came from, I don't know, now I'm hypothesizing, a smell occurred from maybe a flower or something, a fragrance. And then the question was, so if that fragrance came as the fragrance of jasmine now, and if it is, the past perception becoming the new perception.
Yeah, actually, now I remembered, because I was trying to understand what you were trying to say. Now I remembered when you said that. Actually, she was asking, Vishnu was asking, Aranvansa, we can think about a fragrance and we know it is a sanya, but when actually it is happening, isn't that again the same thing that is happening? And
yeah, isn't it again a perception? Isn't it?
Yes,
that's what he said. Yeah.
And because the same thing you have asked again and again, like when you go near a waterfall, that you feel actually you are near the waterfall. Yeah, like you have asked the same question, and I think she asked it in a different aspect, like with the smell, because the alive feel we get when we are actually exposed to something. That was beautifully explained by Aranwanse. So you can continue. I just remembered the scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of think it's slightly different, but anyway, let me elaborate a little bit. So the example that we've spoken of several times in these English Zoom discussions was, I suppose it's good for our listeners to get two different aspects.
No, Aranwanse caught it in Aranwanse talked in a slightly different angle.
Yes, it wasn't the exact thing that
Question is similar because Vishnu was asking, actually, if I'm now getting the smell, but when you think about it, it is a different thing. But because then it is a perception anyway, that it's not real. But then actually, when you are exposed to it, Isn't it the same, Aranase? She was telling the same thing. She understood that, but she was elaborating on that too. Aranase
Um,
quoted really nicely.
well, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Hogla. I thought she asked. I thought she asked something like, okay, there was a smell now, and she recognized it to be something. And then, of course, we know that the past perception is the new perception telepathizing in this moment to give her the name, for example, Jasmine. But then she said that very first perception, which synchronized or telepathized to this moment, when that very first perception had to occur for it to telepathize. So then she was saying in that very first time that that smell occurred to her and the recognition of it as Jasmine, wasn't that also a
Okay.
sanya?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where
Yeah.
Aranwas then said that you are the way you are describing it, you are taking the sanya or the perception to be real. And then he started the explanation, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah, that was so beautiful how
Yeah.
he started it. It was groundbreaking in that from that very moment how he started that, because the question was put in such a way that he felt that whatever perception is taken as true. That is the thing that we are trying to say. Whatever we have talked about this in different ways. Any perception in the word any, even the word we are talking now, any perception, it includes everything. Then when we kind of feel it, it's kind of makes our the whole thing to like have a shock like thing, because to be in such a mirage, to be engulfed in such a mirage, isn't it?
Yeah, and you don't realize it when Aranwase gives an explanation almost, minute by minute, or incident by incident, or fraction by fraction of every movement, every action that is being taken is based on a perception, isn't it? Starting from that traffic light signal. And I suppose you also recall Dr. Kokila, he has explained the traffic light. And there was a talk, I think maybe even a year ago, maybe, of why do we stop when the traffic light goes red? What makes it? What makes the action? What makes the body react, or the actions react to the color red? And how did we associate the color red with stop? Isn't it? How did that perception come about? I remember him explaining that also. That was also a bit of a groundbreaking revelation a few
and
years
even
ago.
stand up, stop, sit down, sleep, all these actions are a perception. And when you say breathe or walk, they are all perception. So this, you can't get around this in our, like, we have like a very narrow minded way of looking at these things. We have to really widen our horizons to understand what Aranhansi is saying, isn't it?
Yes, and I mean, it's just a case of the way the human being gets accustomed to all these, as if, they don't realize that these are all as a result of various perceptions that have then, the volitional formation, the Apasankarni has happened to a certain extent. And then they have become so ingrained that it is being done. I think yesterday or day before we talked about Chitta Rupa, or mental objects.
And I will just remind you, for this discussion's sake, another point that he highlighted, I thought was so beautiful, was actually that the perception that we have, that these are there, you know, how did he
Yes,
say?
even that perception is a perception.
Is a perception. Yeah, that is the thing, itta sanya actually. I mean, he
Exactly.
told that
That's
in a
right.
different way.
Yeah.
And even atma sanya, the perception of self, is the same thing. We talked about this a lot of the time. But I thought that his wording so matched so nicely that it was so beautiful. The at that particular moment, the explanation was so good. I mean, because we try to tell these things. We actually talk about these things, but I couldn't. I mean, I was so mesmerized about the way it came out. I mean, it was so beautiful to understand. This is the way to understand the self vibration, actually, self perception, because self perception is similar to every other perception. To understand this, and you know, like even understanding this, let alone feeling this. I mean, feeling this is the challenge, yes, but at least understanding is I think paving way to the become you know, the tree. We say Lord Buddha has said, tree, if a tree is slanting towards the river, it will definitely fall to the river, isn't it? Like at least if someone can wrap around this idea, how this dream, even the dream of the light, dream of the sound, dream of the touch, whatever we feel, even for Vedana, this can be taken as the same example. He talked about that in the end kind of thing, that how Penapindupa,
Yeah, Pinapindupamang Rupang. Yeah.
and how these things are the same way. You know, the Vedana is the just before thing for before perception. Vedana is what is the
Sensation.
Vedana?
Yeah.
Sensation. So all these sensations are constructs, sankata. And
yes, because of the speed. Otherwise, there's nothing.
No, and the beauty is, the Lord Buddha has told, if someone understands this, the sensation properly, that is going all through to the like nibbana. That means the Vedananupassana. Somewhere I have heard like Vedananupassana goes in directly towards an arahant. That means the path is there. So the understanding that all these are constructs, like whatever. Even if I say whatever, that has some meaning, kind of. But when we voice anything, yeah, I mean, because of this, you know, Aranwansi was saying, even Dhamma has to be, you know, understood in such a way after some level. Usually, when we understand that actually outside is just a perception in this system, a lot of the defilements are really, you know, halved. But then when we understand even these, none of these perceptions are true, they are all constructs. What is there to? There's nothing. There's nothing. It's as if you don't have any sensory organ, isn't it? Because you have sensory organs, that's why you get the sensation. And whatever, all these five things are actually one thing. No, why Lord Buddha has explained these five things is to for someone to actually understand that this is a he has actually broken down this the consciousness, because finally what happens is the consciousness. But he has broken this down so the sake of you know, understanding that it is the rapid vibration, how this vibration occurs, because you have to feel it, you have to have a kind of a perception, then it has to happen so many times very fast for that to feel like it is there. That is what Lord Buddha was explaining. So none of these things are actually true, even though this is an example, a way, like a way to what do you call it, like a, not a protocol, like a pattern to understand this. It's a simile kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and the other thing he was saying was a key point was the basic fundamental feature of sanya or perception is those are subject to evolution or evolving. Evolving meaning viparinama. Sanya
Yeah.
viparinama. So that
Yes.
itself, so can you even take that perception to be real? Because that was also a point, that key point that he was trying to make. I think he gave an example of if the face is slightly, if the mouth is curling upwards, we call that person to be having happy thoughts. If the, you know how even we draw just a picture on a very basic picture on a piece of paper and we draw a smiling face and a unsmiling face.
And how
And
many
then,
times all these actors are actually unhappy but having a smiley face?
yes, exactly. And then, you know, one hand up means, or, you know, you make a gesture and that gesture means to come. And you make another gesture with the hand means that means, okay, go away, or it's okay, you can now go, kind of thing, like getting dismissed. So how did this, one flick is another sanya or perception, another flick of the hand is a different perception. The facial expression in one way is a perception of happiness, sadness, depression, whatever you call it. So how did we even do that? Isn't that also something that the mind
Yeah.
constructed on its own, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
Every facet,
I
as you said,
still,
yes.
yes.
There is no, I mean, when he went on and on and on and said everything is like that, everything is, you take something and then that's also a perception. This, you take another example, I
Yes.
forgot the so many examples he gave, and he said that's also a perception. This is also perception, but what was true and that you took to be real in the last moment, this moment you say it's not true because of something else. Now, isn't that also perception? And then he went to the basic consciousnesses, and he said
Yes.
the light is also a perception. But then what you mentioned a few minutes ago, the fact that the light is there is also a perception. But then we know that in the perception of light, there is no light. In the perception of sound, there is no sound. Then so too, if you have the existence of light as a perception, then that perception of existence too, isn't that also not real? And then he said that if all these perceptions came about through vibration, and this perception is subject to evolution, subject to being evolved, subject to changing constantly, can any perception be taken to be real? And if every perception arose from a vibration, and these perceptions, whatever perception comes about is not real and they stem from a vibration, then can you actually consider any vibration to
Yeah.
be real? And if every vibration is not real, then can you not think that it is only non-self vibration that is non-vibration, or non-self vibration that is the only thing that is stable?
Yeah. It was so beautiful.
That was amazing.
That was so amazing. As soon as I heard how he started saying that, oh, that means you have taken the perception as real. I kind of felt, oh, now, and actually it went on the most groundbreaking way, and it is. I mean, I felt as everyone in this world. I mean, I know it won't happen, but I felt everyone in this world, any human, should hear this bit. I mean, I know, no, I mean, not everyone will understand this, but at least, someone who might feel this would be there. I mean, it is so beautiful if someone can actually get around this idea, what Haraman is trying to say, because I'm kind of almost sure no one talks about this consciousness at all. No one. They kind of have no idea. And for all of the physicists, all of the scientists, the basic they know is the consciousness. And to say that there's nothing like that is groundbreaking, isn't it, Suramika? I mean,
Yeah.
how
I
can
mean,
one say that?
Yeah. It's and I think you're quite right, Dr. Kukla. If anybody is fortunate enough to listen to it, they might not have even heard of Buddothpada talks before. But just listening to this talk on its own, you don't even need to know the history of Buddothpada
No,
discourse, so you don't need to
no,
know anything of that sort. This is
no.
basic, everybody knows about. I mean, even in the Western style, basic
Yes,
English language perception alone is enough to kind of get some semblance of, oh my God, kind of feeling, right? That
yeah,
what are we doing with all this type of thing? Because it was so simple that it was, I mean, it's for people who are ready to listen to something like that. I think there's enough to grasp for them to,
yes, yes.
yeah.
I wish everyone would feel this. Actually, we would try to tell that again in more because we are actually, having so much gratitude for our Anhanse for revealing these things to the humankind. But I will try to tell that again. So it is all about perception. Friends, if you can understand, try and understand this. So living is actually all about perceptions. So we kind of pass from one, not we, the actually it is one stimuli to other stimuli. That is what is we call living. And in the living, when we live, it is actually perception. So perception is keep changing. So the perception happening very fast, it would feel like it is happening here, and it would give you the feel of like consciousness. It can be related to the light, it can be related to the um, sound, it can be related to your, the feel in the skin, it can be temperature, hardness, liquid liquidity liquidity, kind of these things that can be felt in the skin of a human being. And all about the tongue, where you can feel the taste, and all about the nose, where you can feel the smell. So these are the five basic sensory organs a human could have. There's nothing more. But when these things occur, we even have no idea that these things are actually just perceptions. Because when light happens, we feel it as a real something happening, that we feel it as a real thing. And that real thing, that when we feel that it as a real thing, that is a consciousness, we feel that we are conscious. How does that happen? The consciousness do occur due to the fast vibration of the sensory organs, yes. But then why do we feel that we are conscious? And when it is not there, we call the other person is unconscious. So how do we say this? How on earth this whole phenomena of my mind has come? How did this happen? And in the way we to understand, when we try to understand this whole phenomena of perception should be understood, must be understood to understand why this self-perception is so important. How did this self-thought is so engraved? Because self-perception is a thing. How self-perception is a thing is because we feel as existing because of the feel of existence that happen in the sensory main five organs. So when the sensory organs work, it gives a perception, yes, but the actual groundbreaking part is light. which is a perception. Is it actually there? It is not. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I have talked about this before, like in a, when you are actually inside a long, big tunnel, we have a perception of darkness. But if you are in a like a open area with sun, we have a perception of light. But then, is something actually there? Because if there's another animal who has night vision, that night vision animal can't feel it, because the person now is in the open area feeling the sunlight, so having light, the perception of the light is there, but the the animal with the night vision is also there in the same place, same moment, but that animal can't feel the light. So what does that mean? That means this is actually not a thing happening here. It is a perception. And when a perception is there, it can appear at any time. It can appear when you are even thinking about the tunnel, it will be there. But even if you are inside the tunnel, it will be there. And how did the darkness is a perception. Light is a perception. Smell is a perception. What smell? Can be, even if you're thinking about something like jasmine, that is a mind perception. Why? Because you never smell jasmine anyway. That actually can be understood, because I mean, not easy, but it is somewhat clearer than usually, because we know the smell didn't have the jasmine anyway. We called it jasmine. That part is a bit easy. This Manovinyane part, he actually talked about that too today. Like that, how this mind sensor works. He elaborated on that really nicely. Mind sensor has the jasmine. Mind sensor has the, roses. But when it comes to actual smell, even that is a perception. That is even not true. Why? Because it's just a production of volitional information or sankhara, or due to the speed of the vibration of the nose only you can feel this perception. So it's not true. It's not true. And the problem is these all the things that are not true is happening, yes, because of the ignorance. We kind of, any animal, not only humans, any animal, any being actually feels as existing. And this brings another problem, another new, not new, actually this is old, this self-perception. That when things happen, when the consciousness is happening, it can be just one organ, because we always talk about this worm has only kind of one sensory organ. So even with that just one sensory organ, you get the kind of one type of perception or two types of perception, because you can, with the skin, you can feel the liquidity, the temperature and all that. So there can be two types of perceptions there. So, but these perceptions, that animal have no power, no way to understand that these perceptions are actually perceptions. Just perceptions, which are not true. They are just constructs. This word constructs is so important to understand that none of these perceptions are true. So whatever the basic smell with no mind consciousness attached to it, even that is just a perception. Just due to rapid vibration, you feel something is happening here. And that one when it happens, you get a new kind of perception that it is there. That is the feel of existence. And that's another perception. And is that there? No. And this evolves into self-perception. Is that there? No, it is not there. So whatever we believe in that me, I, me, mine, is that true? This thought is based on what is actually not there. So what can we base on? So there's nothing. So is this something to be sad about? No, this is something which we feel so happy about, actually trying and understand how there is no self. There's no self. There is evolution of sensory organs. Yes, there is some perceptions. Yes, there is some sensations. Yes, there is some consciousness. Yes, there is some volitional information. Yes, but is there a self here? Is it actually existing? No, there's no existence. Even though you feel it as like that, it's only the sensory organ, isn't it? Surangika, do you want to add something anymore? I think it's so.
Yeah, in one of the old talks, also I remember he said, sometimes you can't even, I mean, it's the angle in which you look at it and the way you explain, depending on the question also. But at a certain point also, he said that, you can't really say that it's not there. You can't
No,
say it's there, neither can you say it's not there.
yeah,
Because you can't go to any extreme, isn't it?
yeah. Actually, they are there. The sensation is there now, because you can't really say sensation is not there, but the sensory function is there. Yes, but it's a construct. And when we know this, what happens is the value that feel of existence that we had, the value we have given, because what dissolves is this ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah.
What dissolves is ignorance, nothing else. And when the ignorance is not there, it's okay. Let alone the sensation to happen, let alone the consciousness to happen, let alone the perception to be there. There's no problem. So none of these things are problematic. It's only understanding. There's nothing to be like taken to be granted for. Like actually, there's nothing there. But someone looking at this in a different angle might feel depressed. If you feel depressed, that is because you're actually thinking with yourself in it. That's where people feel a bit, hazy sometimes. When you listen to someone like this, you might be like, oh, okay, so is there nothing? Oh my God, what am I going to do? Like that kind of attitude. That is because you are actually still in that mindset that I am here and that I'm going to be useless. No, that's not what we are saying. That what we are trying to say is this I, me, mine is a baseless thought, and the base was the perception, which is actually again baseless because there's no it's not actually perception is just a construct. We can't say it is not there, but it is a construct. It's a construct means there's no actual basing because it happens when you taken when you feel, when you know that it is a construct. Actually, the power which runs this whole samsaric journey is going to get reduced. Definitely going to get reduced. 100%. There's no problem in that. And Lord Buddha has guaranteed if someone feels this, someone actually feels this, that these perceptions are actually what is left is just um, the rapid vibration of the sensory organ. The the whole, I think we have to elaborate on here much bit more on how light you might feel with understanding this, because if someone is feeling so concerned about this, then that means you are with the view, self-view. But if someone actually has broken this self-view, you will feel much lighter, much happier, not in a sensual world way, in a very different way. So because this so much burden you had, thinking that I'm here, I'm there, I have to do these things, I am the one who is suffering, I am the one who is happy, the whole thing breaks down. And the more you understand that perceptions are actually just constructs, the lightness you might feel, the tranquility you might feel is unbelievable. You can't even fight about it, have an argument about it, because it's something to be felt. And if you feel it, you definitely is going to understand how lack of suffering is, or zero suffering, how it feels. That's the moment you feel the non-vibration, there's no zero suffering. Zero suffering means zero self-vibration. So this is the beauty of this Dharma. You can add something, Surangika?
Yes, sir. So I think understanding those sensors, because as you said, Dr. Kokila, depending on what stage a person is on the path, there can be that initial sense for a person who hasn't listened to it much or really understood the Dhamma. They can take it to mean or have a bit of a defeatist attitude, isn't it? Saying, oh, then what's the point in living? What's the point in having a house? What's the point in the family and this and that? And we have heard even on the Zoom talk and with our experiences as well, depending on what stage one is on the path, you can get this feeling as if, all this is useless and, job is useless, this is useless, that is useless. And then there is a time where one wants to get away from all this because, to that extent, there is an understanding that these things are not going to, these things are just perceptions and ultimately they don't mean anything. And everything is a construct, so on and so forth. So then what they want is they want to kind of, they get so disgusted, probably so depressed not in a conventional depression kind of thing, but at least, just depressed about all these being just sanya and everything is a construct, that they want to leave everything and go to a monastery or go somewhere to the jungle and, lead a monastic life. So that also is a stage. And I think we've heard Narayan was explaining to people like that so many times on the Zoom, that's, of course, that's just a stage. There is a stage where one gets a bit fed up of everything, but, that too will pass. And the more one understands the true Dhamma, then and actually links up the fact that because there is no such thing and everything is a construct, so too does the self-perception. That because in that early example, there will still remain a person who is disgusted, isn't it? A person who's still depressed, a person who still wants to get away and understand the liberation quickly, or get to the liberation quickly, or get away from the family obligations, because that person will think these things are tying me down to samsara, these things are making my journey to nirvana longer, harder, and so on. So then to that extent those things have become real. So that too, there's not much to worry about, but because that is also a stage one has to pass. And then, so as the progression happens with the true Dhamma getting more and more understood or gets clarified, one then goes beyond that point and understands that if there is no self even here, there comes that inner transformation and the lightness, as you said, Dr. Kokila, because it is, as you said, the first time you said that when you heard that this whole self-perception is a lie, this whole self-perception is a facade, how relieved and, how you felt about it. So when one kind of gains that understanding that if there is no thing, then so too chakung nichang vanichang bante and so on, and then anatma, is there a atma here or not? And then one comes to the understanding that there is no self. It was always just a misconception alone and nothing else. Then with that comes the liberation, isn't it? With that comes that lightness, and that lightness only increases through that awakening in the different stages of awakening that we hear of, starting from the stream entry, but right from the very beginning, when we talk about ignorance, it is ignorance that is getting faded little by little. I mean, if we think about the 10 fetters, though there is ignorance like
Actually,
that,
10 fetters also feed each other because of the ignorance, there was mana udacha. How, I don't know the English words for that, but you know, they feed each other as well. Like they feed the top one, like the below one feeds the top one, because you have to have the liking for formless that is in the basic consciousness level now. So that you feel that
yeah.
it is there, then you feel like maintaining that, and then that leads to actually to have the form level, and form level, that is the dream level or the thought level. The thought level, then there is a desire to maintain that level. Then when you try to maintain that level, then it comes to the sensual level, because now you have son, daughter, mother, father, family, job, trying to kind of, you feel like they are out there and I'm trying to, I need them to survive, kind of thing. And this
Right.
feeds, this goes on feeding. And
Because it is those, if you come back to perceptions, it is through ignorance right from the beginning.
right from the beginning, yeah.
It's
And
ignorance that is getting cleared away, isn't it? And
in that rapid talk, even Aranahanse told one or two sentences about that too, like the Patitsamuppada. It was so beautiful that he put kind of everything everywhere in that talk. Even Patitsamuppada, he discussed how avidya starts this original formation and goes on and on, how this happens, and he also talked about how the main 5 sensory organs function, and also that leads to the mind, the formation of mind, and then in that how this complete thing keeps happening again. And it's so beautiful to hear. I mean, I think Sinhala people who can listen to Sinhala language is um, so lucky that they can actually listen to that and understand, isn't it, Surangika?
yeah, I think it's becomes I think it's very inspiring in Sinhalese. I think I'm sure probably we might be biased, but there is something in the Sinhalese language that is able to, and even the noble spiritual teacher and Vansa also explains this, that there is something in that language which kind of is able to give them true meaning
Yes,
of the
yes,
Buddha's word and the essence of his teachings. And
yes.
it
Even
not
the
only,
same talk,
yeah,
if it was translated to English, it might not look as that beautiful.
exactly, yes. So
Yeah,
it has that thing. I mean, even the Pali words, and even without the Pali words, the simplistic nature of the words, and also there is some kind of directness also in the Sinhalese language, which
directness.
yeah,
Yeah,
which I mean, and that is even manifested through Aran Mahansa's teachings, the way he speaks to us, the way his conduct, and so on as well. That directness as well as the compassion, everything is there, and even whilst words are only words, and words we have always been told not to be hung up on words. Still, in order to give that meaning across to the followers and for them to be able to take that and really do the vidarshana, really do that penetrative insight, that language helps, but of course that's not anything to get discouraged for our English speaking listeners. What we are trying to do is trying to give it to in simplistic terms as much as possible, through this word perception that we used here,
Yeah,
through understanding these five aggregates and how this perception has driven this whole existence is the
existence. Yeah,
crux of our advances discourse this morning. And if we think about it, I mean, if you ask someone to describe themselves, they will say, you know, I am so and so's daughter, or I am so and so, my father is so and so, or I live in this big house, or I have this job, I have a car, I have a wife and family, or, you know, I'm from this caste system, or I'm from Sri Lanka, or I have, you know, can that person ever say anything which is not connected to something else?
yeah,
Isn't it? It's amazing. And then how did and then you turn to the Dhamma, and then, you know, you say, if that is not there, then are you here? You know, must being sati idang hoti. If that is there, then this is
yeah,
here.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's I mean, I think words are not good enough to give this sensation. So I think the best thing is for you to feel this. I know there is a challenge in feeling this, but at least understanding this bit is so beautiful for you to actually feel relieved, as we said, you know, like, because we had such a drama, you know, like to like look after myself, you know, safeguard yourself, like myself, safeguard, or kind of, you know, so many things, you know, like so many things, you know, what are the other words we can use, Surangika? So many things that we try to avoid happening, or because we don't like it, kind of, I don't like it, um, or I like it, in the other way around, I like it. So there's so many things revolving around the same, that phenomenon of I,
Yeah.
and we even didn't know what we are talking about.
Yeah. And we have, through that ignorance, not only cast this personality and persona and I self here, and revolving around that is the I need something to be this way, or, you know, I want this to be this way, or this chair should be like this, or, you know, this is my plate, this is my cup, you know, and if somebody uses that cup, then I remember somebody saying to you on one of the other Zoom discussions, he had gone and stayed with some friends, and everybody had put their clothes into the washing machine, and there was a sense of aversion, slight aversion that went through his mind at that point. So, you know, even these little things, it doesn't have to be even that. Even in your day-to-day activities, if you don't want something like this or something like that, everything is something. Everything is a drushti. Everything is a there is a concept that something has to be done this way, this has to be done this way, and so on and so forth. If we think about our day, you can imagine millions and millions of things.
Yes.
That is a fixated idea or a perception of things revolving around the self, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the self-perception actually. So this self-perception, what we keep understanding is self-perception itself is a mirage. And then when we keep understanding this, the power is going to die down anyway. This power, because the power is which is driving this force. So the power, what is the power? Power is the power which actually give fuel to this samsaric journey. And that is a bit that no one can actually understand, but one can understand this moment if someone understands this moment, then you will understand how it is linked to the next moment. If so, if this moment is not true, how can the next moment be true? But then
Yes,
if
that's right.
this but we want to maintain the next moment. That's why we don't want to die. You know, even the worm doesn't want to die. Kind of wants to maintain that feel, whatever the feel, it doesn't matter. Even the, you know, in Lord Buddha's time, we talk about this niri, I don't know what to say in English, but niri sattva, in that sense, they kind of, it's a, we describe it as, you know, fire. In fire, kind of the organism is in the fire. But then when we talk about that, even that organism doesn't want to do anything about
Doesn't
that.
want to die or whatever.
Yeah, that vibration, it would like it to continue, because that's all they know. The perception of being perception of existence,
almost-
perception of existence is giving this trouble. How
Yeah.
did this happen? Is because of a vibration which actually is there. This vibration to become so. How would this vibration come to zero? Is this ignorance? When the
Is the
ignorance is
understanding,
when the ignorance is not there, in the sense when you actually understand the science of this, the wisdom, actual wisdom is about science of this, how a mirage actually kept us driving. You know, mirage usually drives all the deer to the water. You know, they keep walking thinking that water would be there, and they die on the way. And the same way, humans, all the beings, there is a driving force.
Yes, I think we discussed it a little bit yesterday or day before also about the self-propelling nature of the vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, that driving
continues
force
to
is
bind.
due to
It
the
continues
ignorance.
to bind each other like a glue, and unknowingly, there is a getting caught up in it, isn't it? It's like a vortex. You know,
Yeah,
the
it's all due
bummer
to
kind of
ignorance,
thing,
though.
the turning top thing, which creates
Yeah,
its power while spinning.
yeah, but when a noble friend is telling this, there's like a, you know, you break. You suddenly break, because they kind of, this break is the beginning of the path, I think, because you turn. Kind of, you just break, and then slowly you turn, and there's no turning back again if you actually feel the non-vibration, because this propelling was due to ignorance. And when ignorance is actually there is a fight between the wisdom and the ignorance, and when the wisdom is there, when you understand, when the ignorance is getting weaker and weaker, in the sense you understand the science of this, how every being is having the power because of not knowing this science of uh, perception or sensation or volitional information or consciousness, because everything is actually one. It's all about the stimulus. So this stimulus, because of the stimulus is felt, there's a sensation, it is felt as a thing. The perception is felt as a thing, because we don't know. No one knows. No one knows. Lord Buddha understood by himself, and after that, all the Dhamma is all about this understanding that how this mirage is actually fueling this power. Ignorance is fueling this power. Ignorance fuels the self vibration. It's vice versa. ignorance fuels self-perception. Self-perception fuels ignorance. It's a cycle, isn't it? Actually, it has been told the what is the reason for ignorance, someone asked, and Lord Buddha said it's ashram. So I think I'm correct in because I don't know what to say in English for ashram, but we kind of in do you remember that, Suranka? The how to say
No,
that?
not the exact sutra or anything.
No, in the sense, what is the word for Astrava? Do you know?
Zygote thing.
No, Astrava, not the
Oh,
Sastrava.
sorry, Astrava is the cankers or taints.
Yeah, yeah. So the it is a cycle. So this fuels the ignorance fuels the non-vibration. Yes, but ignorance fuels a vibration, self-vibration, and self-vibration fuels the ignorance again. So it's a cycle, never ends. And this one is broken through the only in a human, only in a human being. This will happen, and even in a human being, not all the human beings who can hear this Dhamma will happen. This will happen, and not all who hears this Dhamma will that happen. In someone who can actually sense the non-vibration, would this happen? So it is so beautiful, this Dhamma, how this fueling occurs, how ignorance fuels this whole thing, for us to keep feeling that everything, as a real thing. And what Aranon said today morning, that sermon was so enlightening. Actually, in that, what he said about this ittasanya, or perception of
Existence.
existence, even that is not true. And perception of being alive, that is not true. And when we keep understanding this, how like you should feel, and if you actually feel this, how enlightening would that be, even for a moment? I mean, it doesn't matter whether you haven't become of it. It doesn't matter. Just feel it for a moment and see how beautiful that is, and how nice it would be to feel that without the burning. It would be just the perception. You become the perception, yes, in the sense the self-perception is not there, then it would be just a sound. And you become the sound. And then when actually this respiration stops, or this whatever the time, the breathing, or we call it breathing, but it is again another perception. But when this system breaks down, that is the only thing that is going to be there. There is no power left to vibrate anywhere else, to synchronize to any vibration in a cycle. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. And yeah, I don't think we do any justice by talking about this. I mean, we try to do some justice by talking, and we try our hard, but sometimes it's difficult. But anyway, it is so beautiful. We invite everyone to listen to today morning. It was at 5 a.m. He joined, Aranwasi joined in kind of the end part, and because of the question, and he went on to talk about this perception and this exceptional discussion. So
yeah, the other part was, he also talked about the dream and what the things we see in dreams. I mean, can you catch it? No, can you you feel as if you really heard things in the dream. You really went, you ran,
Yeah.
you jumped, you did all these things, but weren't all those perception. And then he said, what's the
Yeah.
difference between that and the real world, as you call it? And so isn't that then a similar dream as well? And then, you know, if you talk about the usual example of the mirror, and then he, I think, also talked about the perception is the mirage, you know, the penapindupamang rupang, and
Yeah.
then the perception is akin to a mirage. And he also said that, you know, if you know that there is water, the mirage of a water occurring, do you take a bucket of water, a pail, and go to bring water from the mirage? You don't, right? Because you know, you've understood what it is. And if that's a very, very conventional thing that society can understand, we all see it, we all learn it in school, all that kind of thing. You know that the shimmering of water that you see in a distance in a very sunny day is not water. Are you going to run there with the bucket to fill the bucket? No, you don't. Same thing with the mirror. Are you going to reach into the mirror and pluck something out? No, you don't. So the essence of this Dhamma also is that I think sometimes people want everything to be very in plain sight. People can't, it's difficult. Nobody's saying it's easy. And Aryan Mansi also says that, look, it is a Dhamma that has to be understood through wisdom. It is something that prajna has to be applied. It is not something that can be understood by using one's sense faculties, because it is not it's not something like that. It is through wisdom and wisdom alone, through the understanding, through listening to Dhamma, through the sota aspect of it, the hearing of it only, not through meditation, not through concentration. Meditation can one gain the understanding, and it is understanding alone, not something that you can touch and feel and say this is the Dhamma. That is not the way. The feel comes later, but it is that understanding first that will then make that wisdom arise from within, isn't it? And I think also just a note to say that both of us have talked very animatedly during this Zoom discussion, so potentially someone can even misunderstand, thinking that we have made everything a thing, and every talk and every
Not
word
really,
not really. And it is something that is difficult to convey, that however much animatedly one can speak. We have heard of our advancer really joking, really laughing with our mothers in the Zoom the last few days, where he's been going around the country, how he talks so lovingly, compassionately to our old mothers and fathers and all that. But he himself has said it. Is there anything that is getting perturbed from within? No, there isn't. That unshaken super awareness remains unshaken. So it is not something, as you said, Dr. Pokira, that can be that we can, or anyone can convince a listener. If that listener also follows the Dhamma, understands it, achieves that liberation gradually whilst on the path, then that person is able to feel that awakening and feel through the Sandittika, come and see, will understand that however animatedly one can speak, however jokingly one can speak, that that doesn't necessarily become a thing, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. And it is so beautiful to feel that if another human being, kind of only human beings can actually understand this Dhamma. So any human being, doesn't matter who that is, any human being, if that human being can actually feel this and feel the non-vibration, that would be the task that is left to anyone who is understanding this Dhamma. And we try to convey this message to our maximum, so that any human being close to the non-vibration may hear this and may understand this and may touch the non-vibration. That is all we can do. and we try our best to do that. And um, we try to actually make this interesting. We try to make this you know um, you know kind of because otherwise no one would like to actually listen to something boring. But if we are actually able to um, catch your mind, or catch your attention, and that would change your life forever. Such the tranquility, or the super happiness, or because I don't have a word to say the sukha, I'm saying it in a different language, trying to say it in a different language. This is nothing compared to the happiness we know from eating what you like, drinking what you like, living with someone you like, or having some money, or being able to go somewhere when you want to go somewhere. Not that happiness. This is there when you are dying. This is there when you are having a calamity. This is there when you are waking up. This is there when you are sleeping. This is there everywhere, and that is the beauty of Dhamma. This is something you can feel, and we keep reiterating this is something achievable. If you want, in that sense, when we say the word achievable, you might say, oh, is there someone to achieve that? No, actually no. But this is something you can become. The Dhamma vibration is out there. You can synchronize to that. To synchronize to that, the ignorance should be actually dealt with. So that this Dhamma will deal with the ignorance very beautifully. And we can only invite everyone to listen to this Dhamma and understand this Dhamma. And that's all our task would be that, and that is only, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, Dr. Kokila. And if our listeners, we may have mentioned this several times over the Zoom, we do have a couple of websites for our English-speaking listeners. There are English books and English language material as well. So one of the websites is Buddothpada-dhamma.com. And there are several English books, translations of our advances, discussions with various followers. I think about 10 English books, which are written very simply and can be easily understood. And then we also have another website called wisdomofasia.com. So we invite our listeners to go into either of those websites and have a look at the material, have a look at the talks, understand how the mind works and how the mind gets created, how this liberation of mind and liberation of body, what is all that about, what is the truth. So all these concepts and perception, as well as we talked of today, all this can be understood very lucidly, very simply through those talks. So we invite all of you to just go explore if your interest has been piqued by today's discussion. Yes,
thank you, Swamika, for coming for discussion today. And we worship our Anwanse, and we actually pay so much homage, gratitude to our Anwanse for revealing these groundbreaking non-vibration, non-self-perception, and clear right vision. And I think we'll hand over the Zoom discussion to similar 4 o'clock Zoom discussion now. Thank you so much, May. Triple Gem bless you all.
Dr. Kokila. Friends, and we worship our and
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion in English today. Buddothpada. We'll worship Buddothpada Arananse. We can continue this discussion. We talk about kind of same thing every day. It's all about the non-self angle, or how this feeling of self has happened. So if you can understand, we can discuss it in different ways, and the way we discuss it actually change in the way that we actually with whom we are talking. So how we feel this self existence, how we have developed this idea of self. No one is actually teaching us that there is self. Even the animal would know that there is it's an idea which occurs without anyone teaching you, because you get the perception without any teaching that there is self. So we can see Dr. Sakuntala is also here. Is it possible for you to kind of develop this into a discussion?
Yeah, yes, Dr. Kokila, Terwasana. Yes, I was also thinking of the same topic. I mean, something around self-existence or self-feeling, how it builds up from the like dot like a firefly, and then it gradually sort of gets empowered, and then how the strong concept of myself becomes like a huge tree starting like as a seedling. We can talk on that, isn't it? Like how it starts now. The small baby has no concept about myself.
Even
And
that small baby even doesn't have a concept about anything.
yes, that's right. Yes.
Nothing. It just feels.
Yeah. And
That is the level that we are unable to feel too. But we can, if our mind power is not that great, we might be able to actually feel the feel that we talk about. And that is the feel where, the main kind of how do I say, sensory organ function. And if no one knew that it is the only thing that was there, but only Lord Buddha actually explained this, that this is ignorance is there. The ignorance is the main culprit here, that which actually is there until the vibration is gone, and then self vibration is not there. But what actually that means is that now we can't say that actually that's the thing, we it's not actually there is one vibration. So like this might confuse us also, so we have to be careful in when we try to say things. So it's not as it is there now. If the stimulus is taken for granted, only the self vibration is there. that is where the ability of, vibrating non-vibration, synchronizing to non-vibration has become a possibility. So this possibility was found by Lord Buddha, and we worship Lord Buddha for that great thing, because it's such a difficult thing to understand by oneself. But here, when we hear this Dhamma, we understand. Okay, the baby didn't have any problem of self-thought or any thought in that sentence. But the thing is that the a bunch of cells, or we can call it body, actually had the feel. And it could be in the form of the eye, it could be in the form of the ear, it could be form of the tongue or the nose or the skin. Doesn't matter what form, but at one particular point it's only the stimulus is starting from only one of them. They can't coexist. But what actually happens is later, when all the sensory organs are developing, they co-vibrate kind of. When they vibrate together, because it happens so quick, there is new kind of vibration. That is what is called mind. And we know all about the mind because we are already in our mind. So the mind is full of things, from toy to, from mother, from father, from sister, brother, house, home, school, toy. From that, we have like billions of, or even maybe not billions, but there are so many stimuli. So even sit down, stand up, those things are kind of a mental construct. Without the mental construct, you can't actually do anything. The mental construct part is the one which actually augment the state of this self-vibration. When we talk about this, the main important points to understand is that one stimulus, only one stimulus which begins from one sensory organ happens at one time. And when it is felt as a thing, in different levels, it could be in the form, non-form level, and it could be the form level, or even the sensory world. Doesn't matter. Whatever the level, how much you feel it as existent, then it is going to give you that power, the self vibration, or self power, or the self perception. So that is the problem which happened. But if someone is having wisdom about this, the ignorance is going to go down, as well as that power is going to go down. Why? Because we learn that there's nothing, everything we have touched, we have touched the tea, we have tree, we have touched the chair, we touch our mother, we can say like that. But when we understand that it's actually a perception in the mind only, that even the touch word, like when we say touch, in the Kankamburus in Sinnoru, we say Dogena Gila touch something, like there's like a saying in Sinhala, some play where you have to run and touch something. How do you know when someone says in Sinhala, no one will do that, but if you say that in the Sinhala English way, the English child, the who talks in English might do that. And how is that? Because that perception is there. How a Sinhala child will not do it when it is told in English medium, but might do it when it is told in Sinhala medium. So this perception level in the mind is very important to understand, and actually a lot of people can understand this easily. That all the kind of everything that we thought is existing is actually in the mind. But then, is that true? That's a bit tricky to understand. Is that true? Is it actually in the mind? Then we go on to understand, how did that happen? How did the mind perception happen? How did the go and run and touch the chair, you can say. And so go, run, or run and touch the chair. And a single child might look at the person who says and just stay there, but if it is told in single language, he might do it. But what I'm trying to say is the perception. Is the perception true? The chair, is it true? Touch, is it true? Go or run, is it true? So these perceptions are actually formed with the help of these sensory organs. So it's a construct too. It's a mental construct. None of the mental constructs are true. But then there is a feel too. What do you feel then? Then if none of these things are true, why am I feeling something? You're feeling something because you didn't know that it's just a sensory function, It's just a sensory function. If you're feeling something, it is just a sensory function. Nothing else. So that's how we keep changing the power, that we keep changing the understanding we have about everything that was felt, that was thought, or that was associated. Yeah, you can add more. Suranka is also here. You can continue or add something, Suranka. Maybe she is busy. Even
Yeah.
yeah.
Actually, recently I remember in one of the discussions, Aaron Wahanse, our noble friend, asked, who am I? And he was sort of asking questions from different people to, indicate where this self-feeling, where can it be localized, or can you localize or point out and say that this is where myself. So he was first talking about the body. What part of the body can you point out and say, this is myself? Now, one of the beautiful examples he was giving was that if you amputate a hand or a leg, you won't call that part myself, but you will say it was my leg. Or even, the intact parts of the body. If you, even for a small child, we sometimes ask them to show where is your head. So they will say my head. In none of the occasions it's mentioned as the head is me. So it becomes automatically mine. So it is no different from the rest of the world, where we call my house, my toys, my gowns, my mother. So all becomes my, where there is ownership, but none of them can be labeled as myself. So it's similarly the body parts also. If you take
the body parts separately, none can be labeled as myself. They are all mine, belong to me, but none of them are mine. Uh, then the second question was, can you say the thoughts are myself? Thoughts or your mind. Mind, in other words, mind is just a flow of thoughts, fast flowing thoughts are labeled as mind. So can you call mind is me or myself? No, again, the mind is so-called thoughts are not under control. I mean, you cannot, the system cannot control the occurrence of the thoughts, appearance of the thoughts. Uh, so then you can't call it's myself. The thoughts or the mind cannot be labeled as myself. So like that, he was sort of, then finally he came down, he pointed out when this system is in function, that means when the sensors are actively creating some stimuli, and the collective uh, vibration of the sensors is called thought, and thoughts doesn't stop from there. Thoughts will create some form of a current within the system. So that current is the one which, due to the ignorance, which is labeled as myself, the the current may be going up and down depending on the stimulus. There may be high currents, there may be low currents. Now, high currents could be in the form of, we can label them as anger, sad, or happiness. Any words can be, different words can be used depending on the situation. And that current is something that the system feels. It's not a thought, it's a feel. And that current is labeled as self. Uh, and also, I remember, I think Lord Buddha also has described in one of the sutras, uh, sometimes the body is taken as me, sometimes uh, the the myself is considered as inside the body, or sometimes vice versa. The body is within myself. So like that, in four ways he has described, the Lord Buddha has described how this, due to the ignorance, how this system associates the self-feeling with the physical body. So those are the things that I wanted to add actually. And also this self-feeling is something which starts as a very tiny point when the baby is small, when the child is little by little growing. So many stimuli will add power to this self-perception or this self-feeling. That world, so-called myself, created around, or maybe you can call it the bubble, becomes stronger and stronger because so many data are added every day through the stimuli from different sources, and the self-feeling becomes empowered more and more and becomes very strong. So ultimately, uh, uh, whatever the stimulus which is taken as real is automatically the other side, or like the other side of the coin. It's the self-perception on the other side. So whatever stimulus which is taken as real, in Sinhala we say deyak kara ganima. So whenever there is something which is taken as real, automatically there is myself or the self feeling on the other side. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila or Surangika?
Yeah, it's good. Is there anything to add, Surangika? I think she
Must be at work. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think everything is centered around this, isn't it? The self-feeling is the center pole, and everything is centered around that. All the defilements, whatever uh, you can, name, everything is because there is a self. Uh, and now the defilements like clinging or aversions, all the sufferings. Is because this misconception of self, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. When we come to a thought, one thought, just take one thought, chair or pineapple. Any of these thoughts or stimuli can actually start from any of the sensory organs. So someone comes to the house of a friend, and when the door is open, you might smell something, different, and without any hesitation, without any like time, if the person is fully in the functions, the sensory organs are functioning, immediately the thought is that it is pineapple. So the what you felt there is not actually touch, it's a direct form which comes, and that is where the self perception also is already there. That is the thing. If that is taken as a thing, no, not when someone has gone through Dhamma. I'm talking about normal person.
Yes.
So try and understand this one thought having all the features, 31 realms, because I saw the topic today in the actual the picture of this English room today was 31 planes of existence is in one thought, and that's a very beautiful thing to actually understand, because that's where we can trap, not we, any being can get trapped in any one of these things, whether it is the sensual world. Sensual world has like a lot of stages, the animals, everything. So it can be sensual world, it can be the other beings in the form world and non-form world as well. But why it is important is this human thought actually has all these levels. That's why a human can actually attain or actually synchronize to the non-vibration too, because someone has to actually understand all the three levels to vibrate to the non-vibration, or synchronize to the non-vibration. That's the most important thing. Otherwise, what happens is, just imagine someone is already in the non-form. This actually Aranwanse told in one of the recent, I can't remember whether it's even yesterday or that if someone is already in the non-form world, that person is automatically in the field, and there is no possibility for you to do even a vidarshana or think about these dhamma points. So the actual change starts from that. It starts from that. And that's where you understand that there is no self, and then only you actually feel it. So that's the important thing to understand. It's very important to see why the human realm is so important, why the humans have this, the mind, which is great ability, and in mind, one thought has all these planes, 31 planes, or 31 realms, or 31 worlds. They are all just forms, different forms, which actually the self vibration is trapping. Whenever, whatever the level, if it's a thing, all the below levels are already has become a thing. You can't change it. If someone is in the sensual world like humans, all the form level and the non-form levels has already become a thing anyway.
Yes, and
So
it can change from thought to thought also, isn't it?
yes,
The, yeah.
Yeah. That is the beauty of this thoughts. But the thing is, even though it can change, this non-vibration has never happened before.
Yes. Yes.
So that is the thing that we try here, kind of try and through vidarshana, through understanding of this non-self dhamma, you have to first hear this, and then you have to think about this and try and understand this. Now, after understanding, you have to, try and feel this. And try and feeling part is the important part. According to Lord Buddha, Trividya is very important. What is Trividya is how you feel about your own previous perceptions, or all your feelings. What happened when that, whatever the thought, imagine it's a chair again or pineapple. How did the pineapple arise? And that you should kind of feel it too, not just think about it. But you have to think about it to feel. You can't just feel something you haven't thought about even. That's the thing. So this Dhamma starts from Satyajnana. And when you start feeling this, you call it Krutyajnana. You try to make it happen. Then there is relief. Like you have some part of the power is gone. That is Krutajnana. But yeah, there's so many beautiful aspects that we kind of try to incorporate now. Yesterday, one of the sermons, I think Andolnath was sermon also. There was a question about something. I can't even remember now the question, but the question was actually going around theory. And that is the issue that we get, because we get engrossed in theory part of this Dhamma, or not the practical part of this Dhamma, and try to think about the practical side. But it's much better if you just stop thinking about the practical side and try to practice it. How do you practice it? You just try and see whether you can feel your own you know, like defilements. But there's a trick too. What? Because you have to understand that you have to keep putting wisdom everywhere, because due to the ignorance we have taken everything as defilements, everything as my sadness, my anger, my you know, greediness, my everything is mine. What happens with Dhamma is there is one moment that without me, then the me, the whole view about the me, that it's a, you know, it is me who is important, all those stuff is now no value, because you know that there's no me when the stimulus is not a thing. If it's not felt as a thing, you know that there's no as a feel as me. So then what happens to the defilements then? Defilements are there, but view that it is mine is not there. How good is that? It's really good. That's where you stop half of your problems. Why? Because that person, Lord Buddha says, if you have felt this, even once, if you have felt this non-vibration, you will never enter lower realms than humans. If at all, it would be humans or anything above that with some aditi. But the tricky part is when someone asks a question, and someone says, I know Dhamma, that's what happened. I know Dhamma. That person says, I know Dhamma. And then he says, how does the Suddhashtaka go away and this happens? That question itself shows that how do you say you know Dhamma? It's so tricky when we say something like that, because there's always something you don't know until you become an arahant. So you have to be very careful in when you say I know Dhamma. There's always something you don't know. That's why you are not an arahant yet. Ignorance is there until then. So yeah, these are the things. So, and also, if there is someone who has at least felt this once, that non-vibration, he definitely knows how much vibration you have. Find out what your sasa status is, what type of glueness you have, and you know that field as well as you know the non-vibration field. And non-vibration, how the sensory organs function with non-vibration, and how sensory organs work with the self-vibration. So what is about Suddhashtaka there? Suddhashtaka is what it's very tricky to answer all this in English, because the Suddhashtaka, we don't even have an English word for that. But Suddhashtaka is actually the mind, the thought. So
Yeah,
the
you have to
thought,
describe it in a sentence. I suppose there's no single word for Shuddhashtaka. Yes.
yeah. So it's just a thought. Thought has all these 8
Components.
forms in it. 8 forms in it,
Yes. Yes.
and 8 forms are from the 5 sensory organs. What are the 8 forms? It's just light, sound, taste, smell, and
Smell.
other touch. All the 4 levels of touch, and that's all. That's the 8 from. But the 8 is about the thought. And what happens to that? Nothing happens to that until you have the respiration. It will continue. That's the thing. If you know this Dhamma and you say you know this Dhamma and you say what happens to this, and that shows that you don't know them. That's the tricky part, and we have to be careful. Anyway, no one would say I know Dhamma until they actually become an arahant, because then only you can definitely say that there's no ignorance at all. Because until such time, there is something you don't know, isn't it?
Yes, I think Lord Buddha has explained this Shuddhashtaka just as a way to explain, isn't it? I mean, not that Shuddhashtaka is something existing, but
Yeah,
as a concept, Lord
to
Buddha has
understand the
taken it.
thought. Yeah,
Yes, to understand thought.
because
Yes.
it is true. I mean, if you feel this, okay, you're trying to feel the pineapple. If you say pineapple, you can definitely understand that this thought has all these features. Yes, but it's something you have to feel, not like understand. And nothing happens to these things just because you have telepathized to non-vibration and the self-perception is gone. That is the thing that we are confused sometimes, because we are wondering how come we still have the thoughts, and we still can taste, still can see, still can hear, still can smell, still can touch something, and still have no self vibration. That is why you have to become at least a stream enterer to understand this. That's what the practical part is for. Because if you go by the theory and you feel that you know Dhamma, that's the trickiest part, because we can say, yeah, I know Dhamma. Now, can't we actually say, now, even when describing, we can say everything as no extrapolating into the we can there's a part of imagination then, if you are saying something. But actually, if you are saying something you have felt, there's no imagination. Do you know what you're talking about? And there's so much confidence. So nothing happens to your thoughts. Nothing happens to actually what happens is the ownership is not there, and also the vibration is not there. That's all. When the view is broken, anyway, the ownership is not there. When the self-perception is gone, yes, there's no defilements. That means there's no power underlying any of these sensory organs. They will function until the last breath, until the last thought. And
Yes, and so, yeah, yes.
every action is actually a chitta kampana. Or if you say stand up, how come you not
Yeah.
stand up? And if you
It's
go
a
and tell
mental
it to a
picture,
child,
isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
you have to know the language, you have to know what it is. And you go to a patient with dementia, you say stand up, she doesn't do anything. It's because, but doesn't she have that power? She has. So none of these things are not the problem. Self vibration is still there. Nothing has happened just because you have forgotten everything. The self vibration is nicely there. Why? It is in the way that whatever she knows, it is in that. And if it is even in the field level, we always tell this, like for an instance, a worm. We always talk about these things, that there's no big mind to a worm. There's no plans to conquer the the next neighboring land. There is no plan to kill the other neighboring worm. There's no there's nothing like that, plan to bomb the other neighboring country. There's no nothing like that. The worm has a very small area of field. And even in that, there's this self-vibration. So this is the importance of having the ability to feel the 31 realms in one thought. So when you vibrate to the non-vibration or synchronize to the non-vibration, you have to go through all these levels to understand that they are nothing. If they are a thing, you are trapped in that level. That's all. It could be sensual world, it could be form world, it could be non-form world. Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about these 31 realms, I remember now, practically you can say that each thought, it could be in different realms, but depending on mm, the level of defilements of that system.
Now in that sentence, that what you were trying to say, I will just say
Mhm.
them, otherwise I will forget.
Mhm.
Now imagine that animal is there with a higher vibration. Everything below that is also there.
Yes. Yes.
So it is there. It's just that the high vibration has masked everything else. That's
Yeah,
the
what I
meaning.
was.
That's the meaning. Because
Mm.
otherwise we might feel like, oh, okay, that the animal must be, so that Lord Buddha has told one level would be dog, one level would be monkey, but everything below that is already there. But that dog can't feel it because the dog vibration is very high. Then it's what you feel is whatever the level you are in now.
Yeah, what I was going to say was that you can't have great variations in the realms in one particular system, isn't it? I mean, you
Only
can't have
humans.
yes, even humans. Now, what I remember saying, I don't know whether I can convey it correctly. What I want to say, what I understood was that if a system is in a sort of higher level of vibrations, that means in practice or in practically, we can say a person who is very aggressive, that sort of system will not will mostly be fluctuating around the same level.
Yeah.
On the
That is the habit. That becomes a
Mm.
habit. That becomes a default, actually.
Yes.
That word is much better. The default. Because the mode goes to default all the time when we put a default.
On the
And
other hand, a person who has very sort of fine vibrations will not go up to that high level vibrations. Again, in practice, a person who is very calm and quiet will continue to have that level most of the time.
but what Lord Buddha says is, even if you are in Sukkusukuma Saptasanya, whatever that word, long word is, that's also useless, because when the once in 80 kalpa also, if a vibration happens, there is self-vibration co-vibrating.
Yes. That's a formless level, isn't it? Formless.
Yeah, so it should be very, very calm level, no? I mean,
yes,
the calmest. But the thing is, even in 80 kalpa, if there is a vibration, then definitely there is synchronicity to the self-vibration. Because we haven't destroyed that. Actually, there's the words are not good in that we can't kind of destroy, but we just not synchronized to that, and that dies down because of that. Because these are all habits, actually. Everyone's son is
Dr. Sakuntala. Sorry, I couldn't speak earlier. I was just on what Dr. Sakuntala said about a person who is generally calm and collected. The range of vibration is around that. I suppose to a certain extent you can say that, but also if the person has not accessed the true Dhamma, there is always because then then that is Pruthajjana, the lay person, right? So at that point, I mean, I have come across examples of people who are generally who generally have a quiet, collected demeanor, but if they are not in the Dhamma, the provocation, sharp provocation or an extreme provocation can take them to a really high vibration, meaning to kind of the Niraya level even, if provoked. So how can that happen? That happens because of no access to the Dhamma. So in a layman stage, the possibility of the person, that mechanism or that process touching different realms, even a higher vibration or a lower vibration, can happen and it cannot be discarded. But in contrast, the beauty of
Thiruvan Saranai, my dear friends. Once again, as usual, we came together to listen another episode of Buddothpada sermon. Before I begin, I'd like to pay my humble worship to our noble friend Buddothpada Arenvasi, as since he was the one who revealed this hidden truth to the world in present day. So it is with gratitude I humbly worship at his feet. So we were talking about yesterday, day before yesterday, and during past weeks. So how we feel the existence of ourselves. So why are we exploring about that thing that much? So what is the purpose of being so? So if you think in that way, you will come across that feeling of self-existence is the causative factor for everything. Because I'm existing, because I'm alive, I feel the sadness. I feel happiness. I feel annoyance, and I feel gratefulness. So all these things happen. I feel certain fear. I feel mm, so empty. Likewise, all these things happens because you are existing. So that's why we want to find out whether really are we existing or not. That exercise was given by Lord Buddha to see whether you are really existing or not. What Lord Buddha said through his message, there is no person here as you think. But it is very hard to believe. It is not a thing that we should believe. It should be felt that there is no one here. The opposite of that is we feel. Because we have been living for such a long period in this as a human. So we will experience those feelings. Sadness, happiness, sorrow, anger, greed, craving, all these things. Why we felt those things? Because we were living. Because we are living. But Lord Buddha's message is something very unusual. It is straight away we can't believe that is true. The Lord Buddha said, there is no living being here as you think. But how can we get to know? How can we convince ourselves that there is no one here within us? It is the most challenging part here. Because other than the thought that there is no self here, there is certain kind of a feeling beneath that thought. The feeling, how we can say that we are living. First, we think that we are living beings. It is a thought, right? So just forget it for a second. But we have certain feelings. So we feel the pain. We feel the sadness. We feel happiness. We feel the greed, extreme greed, or clinging towards certain things. All these things happen because we are living beings. Those kind of feelings have able to give us certain kind of a impression or another feeling for us to convince that we are living beings. So we have a thought that we are living humans, living beings. Other than that, we have certain aforementioned feelings that would convince us that I'm the one who is living and I'm the one who is feeling those feelings. So we can't deny that. So that is the reason why we can't directly get Lord Buddha's message at once. Even though Lord Buddha said like that, there's no person, no soul there. But We can't deny that. We can't take that message straight away. In order to see that message, in order to get that message, understand this message, Lord Buddha had shown us certain steps to follow. So Lord Buddha said, if you want to follow, if you want to see that there is no soul here, you have to see, you have to understand this Dhamma. Dhamma in the sense, the way of formation of a self. So indirectly, Lord Buddha said, if you want to understand there is no self here, you have to understand the way that yourself has been built. So, if you realize the way it has been built is not a real thing. So, it is your thing, it is a certain kind of an illusion. Then you will be convinced that there is no such a self within me as I thought. So it is so logical. Look it. So I'm telling it again because this is the most critical point that everyone should understand. Lord Buddha said there is no self here, no living being here. But we have been feeling a self from the time we have born up to now. So we can't convince ourselves, even though Buddha said that there is no self here within you, we can't convince ourselves that there is no self within us because we have certain feelings. What are those feelings? We feel the sadness, we feel the happiness, we feel the angry, we feel so annoyed in certain instances, and we have certain clinging to it, certain things, and we hear sounds, we react to them, and we feel the taste. So by all these feelings, we think that there should be a person behind everything to feel that certain kind of feelings. So it is quite reasonable. So if there is no perceiver here, if there is no no living being here, how could all these things are felt? Yes, that is the position that you were in before listening to this Dhamma. But Lord Buddha said, okay, you are telling there is person within you, right? That's all right. Keep that in mind. Just try to see the way that the self was formed, the mechanism of which that self got created. Please have a look. Please do your own study and see. That is the message which was given by Lord Buddha. Come and have a look. There's an exercise for you to do to see whether is there actually a living being within you. This is the exercise. Because as Lord Buddha did that experiment in proper way, he found that there is no so-called self here. That's why he wanted to show the rest of the world who are suffering to see whether there is no such a person or such a living being within you. Come and have a look how this self got formed. Then you will realize the way that it is formed is not a real thing. So then you will get convinced that yes, what Lord Buddha said was correct, and there is no living being within me. So this is the whole exercise. This is the noble research that you should do. Do not focus on Nibbana. Do not focus on the end stages, the state of Buddha. So, what you have, the exercise that has been given by Lord Buddha is to perform your own study about yourself and find out whether there is actually a self within you or not. So, in order to do so, there has been certain guidelines declared by Lord Buddha. That is the Paticcasamuppada Dhamma. That is the cause and effect Dhamma. That is the dependent origination Dhamma. So, the way that your senses got formed is very essential here to understand the entire process of forming yourself, formation yourself. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko. You think that you are living in a material world with lot of entities, with lot of relationships, with lot of interactions. But all these all these entities, relationships, and interactions would not be found in the absence of a state of in the absence of the senses. From the senses only you get to know, you acknowledge the worldly things. So without the eye, without formation of the eye sensor, is there any way for you to capture the shades of colors? No. In the absence of your ear sensor, is there a way to find out or receive or perceive certain sound variations? No. In the absence of the skin sensor, is there a way to capture the context, pressure, temperature differences, and the pain? None of these things couldn't be perceived if you don't have the skin sensor. Likewise, the tongue. Different taste would be different varieties of tastes can be uh, felt through the tongue. But in certain ailments, in certain illnesses, sometimes you don't feel any kind of a taste through the tongue except the bitter taste. So just think for a moment, if you had a certain kind of a tongue from the beginning, I mean from the birth, you only know the bitter taste only. So you only feel that bitter taste only. Likewise, the nose. So all these things, now you know how all these sensors would contribute for us to create our own world. Own world in the sense where this world gets formed after combining all these sensory sensations. So actually there is what is there in a sensor? It is a generated kind of a electrical impulse. It's just an electrical impulse, but it is interpreted as a pain, and just an electrical impulse at the beginning, if it is interpreted as a sound, for that we recognize it as the ear sensor. Actually, the sensors are not with us always. It gets created. In certain instances, you might have certain experiences like you keep watching to a certain movie in a TV. So if someone come and ask you some questions, but you don't hear those things because your attention is towards the movie. You don't hear those other surrounding voices or noises. So your ears, if your external ear is responsible for creating the sound, so you could have heard those things now, but you didn't hear those sounds. But in that particular moment, ear faculty has not been formed. So it is different from the sensor that you are seeing outside. So in that particular instance, your tympanic membrane in the ear, or we'll say the eardrum, vibrates. So the nerve ending of the eardrum got stimulated, and the same electrical spark got generated. But you didn't hear the sound. You didn't hear the sound. Why is that? The perception of that particular sound did not occur. That's why you didn't hear that particular sound when you were eagerly watching the movie in the TV. The surrounding things you don't hear. Surrounding noises you don't hear usually when you pay much attention towards to one certain thing. So your tympanic membrane vibrates as usual. Your nerve endings will generate electrical impulses. Those electrical impulses would travel to your brain. Everything happens as usual, but you don't still hear those voices. Why is that? Just because the perception of the sound has not formed in that particular instance. So that means the ear faculty had not been formed at that particular, at very particular, that at that particular instance. So, but your external organs are there. They were functioning as normal, but you didn't hear because your factory of producing sound had not functioned in that particular instance. So now you can realize, now you can understand these faculties are not really existing. These faculties are also get created then and there. So if some faculty is capable of generating the light, that is the point where you say your eye faculty, you have seen something. Even though it is in the presence of the light, you might not notice certain things just because that perception had not occurred. Maybe it had occurred, but it had not been, it had not created a certain kind of a another perception in the mind after combining the rest of the other senses. So that's why you didn't pay any kind of attention to that. So it didn't make a certain kind of a mind image, mental image, to give you a feeling of the existence. So those things would not contribute to give a feeling for yourself. So these things are very, very, very subtle things. You have to do very quietly, very silently. You have to do your own experiment using your own sensors. You have to do your own research in your own face. Even though someone comes and tell, no, there is no such a thing called your faculties, they are formed then and there, the perception, if the perception becomes the light, so that is the point where vision gets created. So all these things, some noble friend come and might say, like today, but it does not help for your realization. It is just good for your knowledge, but not for the realization. In order to realize all these things, you have to do you have certain things to be done by yourself. Take one by one. Take the easiest thing is the eye sensor. Just think how the vision takes place. So then try to compare your vision with another kind of an animal who becomes active at the night time, especially an owl or bat or snakes, reptiles, or try to compare with the world that see the what put a world that put that a dolphin sees under the water. It doesn't even have any idea of this uh, uh, of the other animals who lives on the surface. Surface means on the ground, because the environment is totally different. So we can't imagine how the fish live in this water, and what sort of a world it would be. So we know after about 1 kilometer or more, if you go to deep into the sea, about one or more kilometers, so there won't the penetrating ability of the light is very limited. So almost all the time those seabeds are dark, but still there are a lot of animals live. There are a lot of animals. So those animals, as human beings, go in search of food. They eat, they defecate, they reproduce, they raise their they do certain things. They build their sometimes some fish build their own dens. So many things are happening like us, but they don't have even the light, because the penetrating ability of the light will be will not is not more than 1 or 2 kilometers. So after that, in the seabed, the darkness will be there for every time, at every time. So, but they still live. How this happens? So we can't imagine what sort of a world they have even, because their senses capture different kind of perceptions. Their senses generate different kind of perceptions. So in that particular perceptions, they build their own world. With the help of that particular perceptions, they tend to build their own worlds, and they live in their particular worlds, their own worlds. So same principle is applied to ourselves as well. There are 800 billion people in the world. So if you don't know, but you don't know this, they are living in separate own worlds. Every animal in this world, they live in their individual own worlds. How these own worlds got created? Through the senses. If one animal has 3 senses, their world, the perceptions, would be limited to those 3 senses. The world that is created with the help of, they live in their own world. That means, so they live in their own world, which has been created with only these 3 senses. So likewise, we know we have basically 5 senses, and after combining each impulses that rise from these sensors, the mind sensors gets created. The mind sensor, after forming the mind sensor, it can give rise to another subsequent thoughts. So after forming the mind, so mind itself behaves as another kind of a sensor, because it can generate more and more thoughts independent of the other 5 senses. So mind itself become a sensor. So that's why we say, as human beings, we have 6 senses. Basically 5 senses we have. We all know that. After combining all these impulses into one place, the thought gets formed. So that thought represent as the mind. So that mind is capable of generating more and more subsequent thoughts. When this happens, we can say it behaves as our mind behaves as another sensor. That's why we have 6 senses. But combining all these senses, we live in that particular world. So we have only 8 pure elements only. What do you call for that? Pure octad. In Pali, I will tell Gandha, Shabda, Rasa, Oja, Apo, Tejo, Vayo, Patavi. Gandha, Shabda, Rasa, Oja. A smell, taste, Gandha, Rasa, and sound, and the liquid state, and Apo, Tejo, Vayo, Patavi. Apo means I can't remember those things, but solidity, liquidity, airiness, and liquid, and temperature. So these are the 8 octad or pure 8 elements. So we have only pure 8 elements. Why we have that? Why we said that we have only 8? Because our senses are capable of creating all these 8 pure elements only. We feel the solidity of the objects, of the material things, and we also feel the liquid state of water. It is also felt through our skin sensor, and we also feel, we also sense the airiness. Yeah, we feel it, but we can't see. But through the skin sensor, we feel the atmospheric pressure and the pressure difference and the speed of the wind it blows. So we feel it. And also the temperature differences we detect through the skin. So if the skin goes numb, just think an instance where your skin goes numb. So like you have been subjected to certain kind of a operation. So during that particular operation, the anesthetics will give you an injection to anesthetize the, we'll say, the leg. So after giving these anesthetics drugs or injection, do you feel this solidity, liquidity, warm, temperature, and all these things? No. In that particular part of the body, you don't feel anything. So from that we can realize these things are created. These things are perceived by the senses. So these things are formed actually through these senses. In the same way, Gandha Rasa, Gandha Shabda Rasa Oja, all these sensations are captured through the other five senses. See, because we are having those senses, our world has been confined to that eight great elements. So the building blocks of our world is formed through these eight pure elements. Actually, these eight pure elements are not the elements as we not material kind of things. They get created because we have certain sensors for that. So similarly, if some animal has only 3 sensors, it might only create 3 or 4 elements. Their world will get created by only 3-4 elements. So we can't say they have 8 octad or 8 pure elements as well. No. According to the sensors that they have, these materialistic things will change. I mean, yes. So from that also we can realize, we can understand that world each animal live is different from the other. And also, even among the humans, the capabilities of the sensors will differ from one to another person. So we'll say, so if I see the red light, so one might not see that particular intensity of that red light. He might be seeing a red light in such a way that or dull kind of a red light. But I see the same red light as a bright light. So how does this happen? We can't compare that feeling because his sensor is different, my sensor is different. So because the sensors are behaving in such different ways, the world that is created using those different sensors would be different. So my world would be different from my sister's world, my brother's world, even though we share certain things, even though we live in the same house, the world would be different from the other person to from the rest of the other persons, other people. So this has to be very clear. This has to be very clear. That's why Lord Buddha said, Chalayatana loko loko. The capabilities of our senses will define the limits or boundaries of our own worlds. So it has to be very clear. Then what? So now we know how the perception differs from one sensor to another. Just because the vibration of those particular senses are different. So as a result of that, the cumulative or the aggregated final perception is also different from the others. So the impression, the impact that would generated by the thought is different from you to you when compared with the other people. That is the reason why people tend to look at or people tend to feel the same material things in different ways. If you take a small child, so if you give a, a red ruby or diamond into his hand, he just have a look and he will try to bite it and he will put it aside and he will leave the room. But if this same jewel or if this same diamond if you give to some other adult, so this perception would be totally different from that little child, because he knows the value of this gem or this diamond. He will take it, he will hold it very gently. He gets a certain fear of falling it or losing it. So how these things come, for the same jewelry, two different feelings, but the more or less similar perception. So the small child saw the same diamond, the adult saw the same diamond, but the impact it made is different between two persons. How does this happen? Because the value that we assign to that, how this value came to that particular perception, that is the problem. Because you are an adult, certain experiences gone through during your lifetime would create a certain kind of a good value for that particular perception of what you call this diamond. But the experience and the world were experienced in relation to that particular gem or the particular diamond for a little boy is very limited. That's why he just threw it away. The impact that made by seeing this jewel is very much less in the boy when compared to the adult. How these things happen. As much as it becomes a real thing for you, that much intensity, in that kind of intensity, there would be a person or there would be a certain self-identity would get created within you. This is also an electrical impulse. So you are the one who is thinking this is a valuable jewel. Why you tend to think like that? Because you have been experiencing certain things related to the diamonds, and it made a certain impression in you to recognize it as a valuable diamond. But those kind of a conditioned mind is not there with that particular boy. He didn't recognize even that as a valuable uh, stone. See how this happened? Because we have been experiencing it again and again. Because during the lifetime, so we heard at the early stage of our life, we heard gems are precious kind of stones. So they are very valuable. So if you sell one gem, you will be able to buy a brand new car with that price, with that money. So it gave a certain kind of a value for that our thought of the particular gem. So among the certain kind of gems, if you find a diamond, it is more expensive. So you can buy, if you sell that diamond, you can buy not only a car, not only a vehicle, you can buy a big house. So you can spend a very luxury life after selling that. So those are thoughts. So those thoughts make you to feel that particular diamond as a precious stone. So all these things came as external inputs in the way of thoughts. So when these thoughts starts to come in again and again into your world, it will solidify a certain kind of a importance with that particular gem or the stone. So what has happened here? Unknowingly, you tend to assign a value. You will automatically assign a certain value to another kind of a thought. You empowered the thought over the lifetime. So that is sankhara. Giving again and again, the same impulse will be given again and again and again and keep coming again and again. It become more strengthened. The thought becomes more and more strengthened. So then you can't deny that this is just a thought. It has a certain value. The thought has a huge value. But when compared with this little child, he does not have such strong kind of thoughts about this diamond. That's why he just ignored that and went away. See the way how your world develops. Same thing happens to your relationships as well. So earlier you had no wife. After getting married to her, so you make love to him, you love to her. Then it, it will become more powerful. That thought become more powerful. Then after some time, so you you cannot live without her. Then what happens? A child comes, a daughter or son. So after that, what happens? After seeing him, cuddling him, and seeing that he's growing, so all these thoughts would solidify the notion or the bonding. So the value tends to develop. So same thing happens to everything. So the beauty is that not that particular things. How much the worldly things become real to you, the value of the worldly objects and relationships and uh, interactions have, that much your self get solidified. Invariably, the value, the social bonding, the interactions, the relationships, the values, the assets that you have. So all these things are thoughts, but have developed, you developed unknowingly a certain values for those things. But ultimately, what has happened? Unknowingly, a self gets formed with that to maintain those relationships and material things and everything. Invariably, what has happened here? Unknowingly, what has happened here? A self, a stronger, a powerful self had been developed within you. But that kind of a self is not there in that small child. That's why he doesn't have such an idea of a birth or a death. That's why he just jump over the hills and jump from roofs and jump into the pond and come back and perform all these mischievous activities, because he does not have such a strong mind, strong notion of self to maintain. But in contrast to that, you have a strong mind. You have so many things to protect, especially yourself. You you are living with a certain fear of death, because if you die, your commitments, your responsibilities, your families, your daughters, your father, your mother, so you have assigned unknowingly the huge value towards everything. Now you can't get away from these bonds. Your I-ness, your self-identity had been solidified by now, so you can't get away. But Lord Buddha said, just have a look how it has been constructed, how it has been originated, how it has been formed. Then you will realize, after assigning certain values to the objects or entities or relationships or interactions, unknowingly what is happening here, a self would be formed. That has happened to you, my friend. Now you feel that you are living being just because of that, because you strongly have certain bonds towards these worldly perceptions. But if you drill down, you will understand. It's not very difficult to understand these perceptions are creation of your own senses. These senses are not real. We discussed it early. So even though senses are there, if the certain perception had not formed, what will happen? You miss that part. So these senses are not true, actually. They are not a real things. They are not the real things. So you have to understand this Dhamma, how this self-identity, how this notion of the self got established, got established within yourself. If you understand it fully, completely, that you will realize that there is no such a real thing as I thought. No such a real living being as I thought. I was I was having such a ignorance. I didn't know how this mechanism worked. How I didn't know how this uh, formation of self happened. That was my ignorance. But Lord Buddha had shown to the world, come and have a look. There is something precious that you should see. The way you have been formed. If you understand the mechanism of which you have been formed, and you will at the same time you will understand it is not a real thing. It is a creation. So then you don't feel like assigning a value for that, because it's just a creation. You yourself is also a creation. You are living in a mental fabricated world. So what is the purpose of assigning or setting up certain values to these perceptions? So I myself is also become a part of that particular illusionary world. So what is the assigning a value for that notion, that thought? Even no point. So if you are able to see that particular thing, the power you assign to that thing unknowingly, automatically will start to fade little by little, gradually, slowly. Then what will happen? Now you know there is no certain self here for the knowledge only. But you still feel that the importance of you inside. It's a feeling. The thought is different and the feeling is different. You still feel that you are living, but it starts to fade away because you know the mechanism of which how this self got formed, and you know the unrealistic nature of it. So no longer you assign a value towards the self, towards the worldly objects. So this would help to dissolve the feeling of the existence gradually. Ultimately, it will end up of the nothingness. So worldly perception would be there, But you, with this understanding, you will come to a certain point that you don't feel that you are existing being, existing living being. Nothing would change except the feeling of the existence subside. Oh, yes. So I think this is the Dhamma. This is the Dhamma that Lord Buddha revealed to the world. So this is the Dhamma that you have never heard before. So we have to be very thankful to our Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa revealing it to the world again after even 2600 years. Now the pure truth is there. The noble friend is there to help us. So just come and have a look. You will realize by yourself this truth. It is not very easy. It is not very hard either. So what you have to do is be patient, be have some kind of a inquisitive mind. So if you want the will to see the truth, there is the way is there is here to the Buddothpada sermons. Okay, so we'll meet tomorrow as well, so we can discuss further tomorrow as well. Until then, Triple Jim bless you. Tirwan Sunray to all of you.